Chapter 17 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 17, which concludes the first part of this history. The curate had gone on his daily errand to Fair Oaks, and was upstairs in Penn's study pretending to read with his pupil in the early part of that very afternoon when Mrs. Portman, after transacting business with Mrs. Pybus, had found the weather so exceedingly fine that she pursued her walk as far as Fair Oaks, in order to pay a visit to her dear friend there. In the course of their conversation, the rector's lady told Mrs. Pendennis and the Major a very great secret about the curate, Mr. Smirk, which was no less than that he had an attachment, a very old attachment, which he had long kept quite private. "And on whom is it that Mr. Smirk has bestowed his heart?" asked Mrs. Pendennis with a superb air, but rather an inward alarm. "Why, my dear," the other lady answered, "when he first came and used to dine at the rectory, people said we wanted him for Myra, and we were forced to give up asking him. Then they used to say he was smitten in another quarter, but I always contradicted it for my part, and said that you—" "That I!" cried Mrs. Pendennis. "People are very impertinent, I am sure. Mr. Smirk came here as Arthur's tutor, and I am surprised that anybody should dare to speak so. 'Pon my soul, it is a little too much," the Major said, laying down the newspaper and the double eyeglass. "I've no patience with that Mrs. Pybus," Helen continued indignantly. "I told her there was no truth in it," Mrs. Portman said. "I always said so, my dear. And now it comes out that my demure gentleman has been engaged to a young lady, Miss Thompson of Clapham Common, ever so long. And I am delighted for my part, and on Myra's account too, for an unmarried curate is always objectionable about one's house, and, of course, it is strictly private. But I thought I would tell you, as it might remove unpleasantnesses. But mind, not one word, if you please, about the story." Mrs. Pendennis said with perfect sincerity that she was exceedingly glad to hear the news, and hoped Mr. Smirk, who was a very kind and amiable man, would have a deserving wife. And when her visitor went away, Helen and her brother talked of the matter with great satisfaction, the kind lady rebuking herself for her haughty behaviour to Mr. Smirk, whom she had avoided of late, instead of being grateful to him for his constant attention to Arthur. "Gratitude to this kind of people," the Major said, "is very well, but familiarity is out of the question. This gentleman gives his lessons and receives his money, like any other master. You are too humble, my good soul. There must be distinctions in ranks, and that sort of thing. I told you before, you were too kind to Mr. Smirk." But Helen did not think so, and now that Arthur was going away, and she bethought her how very polite Mr. Smirk had been, how he had gone on messages for her, how he had brought books and copied music, how he had taught Laura so many things, and given her so many kind presents, her heart smote her on account of her ingratitude towards the curate. So much so that when he came down from study with Pen, and was hankering about the hall previous to his departure, she went out and shook hands with him with rather a blushing face, and begged him to come into her drawing-room, where she said they now never saw him. And as there was to be rather a good dinner that day, she invited Mr. Smirk to partake of it, and we may be sure that he was too happy to accept such a delightful summons. Eased by the above report of all her former doubts and misgivings regarding the curate, Helen was exceedingly kind and gracious to Mr. Smirk during dinner, redoubling her attentions perhaps because Major Pendennis was very high and reserved with his nephew's tutor. When Pendennis asked Smirk to drink wine, he addressed him as if he were a sovereign speaking to a petty retainer, in a manner so condescending that even Pen laughed at it, although quite ready, for his part, to be as conceited as most young men are. But Smirk did not care for the impertinences of the Major, so long as he had his hostess's kind behaviour, and he passed a delightful time by her side at table, exerting all his powers of conversation to please her, talking in a manner both clerical and worldly about the fancy bazaar and the great missionary meeting, about the last new novel, and the bishop's excellent sermon about the fashionable parties in London, an account of which he read in the newspapers. In fine, he neglected no art, by which a college divine, who has both sprightly and serious talents, a taste for the genteel, and irreproachable conduct, and a susceptible heart, will try and make himself agreeable to the person on whom he has fixed his affections. Major Pendennis came yawning out of the dining-room very soon after his sister and little Laura had left the apartment. "What an insufferable bore that man is! And how he did talk!" the Major said. "He has been very good to Arthur, who is very fond of him," Mrs. Pendennis said. "I wonder who this Miss Thompson is whom he is going to marry." "I always thought the fellow was looking in another direction," said the Major. "And in what?" asked Mrs. Pendennis quite innocently. "Toward Myra Portman?" "Towards Helen Pendennis, if you must know," answered her brother-in-law. "Towards me! Impossible!" Helen said, who knew perfectly well that such had been the case. "His marriage will be a very happy thing. I hope Arthur will not take too much wine." Now Arthur, flushed with a good deal of pride at the privilege of having the keys of the cellar, and remembering that a very few more dinners would probably take place which he and his dear friend Smirk could share, had brought up a liberal supply of claret for the company's drinking, and when the elders with little Laura left him, he and the curate began to pass the wine very freely. One bottle speedily yielded up the ghost. Another shed more than half its blood before the two topers had been much more than half an hour together. Pen, with a hollow laugh and voice, had drunk off one bumper to the falsehood of women, and had said sardonically that wine at any rate was a mistress who never deceived, and was sure to give a man a welcome. Smirk gently said that he knew for his part some women who were all truth and tenderness, and casting up his eyes towards the ceiling, and heaving a sigh as if evoking some being dear and unmentionable, he took up his glass and drained it, and the rosy liquor began to suffuse his face. Pen trolled over some verses he had been making that morning, in which he informed himself that the woman who had slighted his passion could not be worthy to win it, that he was waking from love's mad fever, and, of course, under these circumstances, proceeded to leave her and to quit a heartless deceiver, that a name which had one day been famous in the land might again be heard in it, and that though he never should be the happy and careless boy he was but a few months since, or his heart be what it had been ere passion had filled it, and grief had well nigh killed it, that though him personally death was as welcome as life, and that he would not hesitate to part with the latter, but for the love of one kind being whose happiness depended on his own, yet he hoped to show he was a man worthy of his race, and that one day the false one should be brought to know how great was the treasure, and noble the heart which she had flung away. Pen, we say, who was a very excitable person, rolled out these verses in his rich, sweet voice, which trembled with emotion whilst our young poet spoke. He had a trick of blushing when in this excited state, and his large and honest grey eyes also exhibited proofs of a sensibility so genuine, hearty, and manly, that Miss Costigan, if she had a heart, must needs have softened towards him, and very likely she was, as he said, altogether unworthy of the affection which he lavished upon her. The sentimental Smirk was caught by the emotion which agitated his young friend. He grasped Pen's hand over the dessert dishes and wine glasses. He said the verses were beautiful, that Pen was a poet, a great poet, and likely by heaven's permission to run a great career in the world. "Go on and prosper, dear Arthur," he cried. "The wounds under which at present you suffer are only temporary, and the very grief you endure will cleanse and strengthen your heart. I have always prophesied the greatest and brightest things of you, as soon as you have corrected some failings and weaknesses of character which at present belong to you. But you will get over these, my boy. You will get over these, and when you are famous and celebrated, as I know you will you remember your old tutor and the happy early days of your youth?" Pen swore he would, with another shake of the hand across the glasses and apricots. "I shall never forget how kind you have been to me, Smirk," he said. "I don't know what I should have done without you. You are my best friend." "Am I really, Arthur?" said Smirk, looking through his spectacles, and his heart began to beat so that he thought Pen must also hear it throbbing. "My best friend, my friend for ever," Pen said. "God bless you, old boy." And he drank up the last glass of the second bottle of the famous wine which his father had laid in, which his uncle had bought, which Lord Levant had imported, and which now, like a slave indifferent, was ministering pleasure to its present owner, and giving its young master delectation. "We'll have another bottle, old boy," Pen said. "By Jove, we will. Claret goes for nothing. My uncle was telling me that he saw Sheridan drink 5 bottles at Brooks, besides a bottle of maraschino." "This is some of the finest wine in England," he says. "So it is, by Jove. There's nothing like it. Nunc vino pellit cras ingens iterabimus aeg. Fill your glass, old Smirk. A hogshead of it won't do you any harm." And Mr. Penn began to sing the drinking song out of Der Freischütz. The dining-room windows were open, and his mother was softly pacing on the lawn outside, while little Laura was looking at the sunset. The fresh, sweet notes of the boy's voice came to the widow. It cheered her kind heart to hear him sing. You are taking too much wine, Arthur," Mr. Smirk said softly. "You are exciting yourself." "No," Penn said. "Women give headaches, but this don't. Fill your glass, old fellow, and let's drink. I say, Smirk, my boy, let's drink to her. Your her, I mean, not mine, for whom I swear I'll care no more. No, not a penny. No, not a fig. No, not a glass of wine. Tell us about the lady, Smirk. I've often seen you sighing about her." "Oh!" said Smirk, and his beautiful cambric shirt front and glistening studs heaved with the emotion which agitated his gentle and suffering bosom. "Oh, what a sigh!" Penn cried, growing very hilarious. "Fill, my boy, and drink the toast. You can't refuse a toast. No gentleman refuses a toast. Here's her health, and good luck to you, and may she soon be Mrs. Smirk." "Do you say so?" Smirk said, all of a tremble. "Do you really say so, Arthur?" "Say so? Of course I say so. Down with it. Here's Mrs. Smirk's good health. Hip, hip, hooray!" Smirk convulsively gulped down his glass of wine, and Penn waved his over his head, cheering so as to make his mother and Laura wonder on the lawn, and his uncle, who was dozing over the paper in the drawing-room, start and say to himself, "That boy's drinking too much." Smirk put down the glass. "I accept the omen," gasped out the blushing curate. "Oh, my dear Arthur, you know her." "What, Myra Portman? I wish you joy. She's got a devilish large waist, but I wish you joy, old fellow." "Oh, Arthur!" groaned the curate again, and nodded his head speechless. "Beg your pardon. Sorry I offended you. But she has got a large waist, you know. Devilish large waist," Penn continued, the third bottle evidently beginning to act upon the young gentleman. "It's not Miss Portman," the other said in a voice of agony. "Is it anybody at Chatteris or at Clapham? Somebody here? No, it ain't old Pybus. It can't be Miss Rolt at the factory. She's only 14. It's somebody rather older than I am, Penn," the curate cried, looking up at his friend, and then guiltily casting his eyes down into his plate. Penn burst out laughing. "It's Madame Fribsby! By Jove, it's Madame Fribsby! Madame Frib! By the immortal gods!" The curate could contain no more. "Oh, Penn," he cried, "how can you suppose that any of those more than ordinary beings you have named could have an influence upon this heart, when I have been daily in the habit of contemplating perfection? I may be insane, I may be madly ambitious, I may be presumptuous, but for 2 years my heart has been filled by one image, and has known no other idol. Haven't I loved you as a son, Arthur? Say, hasn't Charles Smirk loved you as a son?" "Yes, old boy, you've been very good to me," Penn said, whose liking, however, for his tutor was not by any means of the filial kind. "My means," rushed on Smirk, "are at present limited, I own, and my mother is not so liberal as might be desired, but what she has will be mine at her death. Were she to hear of my marrying a lady of rank and good fortune, my mother would be liberal. I am sure she would be liberal. Whatever I have or subsequently inherit, and it's 500 a year at the very least, would be settled upon her, and you at my death, that is." "What the deuce do you mean? And what have I to do with your money?" cried out Penn in a puzzle. "Arthur, Arthur!" exclaimed the other wildly. "You say I am your dearest friend. Let me be more. Oh, can't you see that the angelic being I love, the purest, the best of women, is no other than your dear, dear angel of a mother?" "My mother!" cried out Arthur, jumping up and sober in a minute. "Pooh! Damn it, Smirk! You must be mad. She's 7 or 8 years older than you are. Did you find that any objection?" cried Smirk piteously, and alluding, of course, to the elderly subject of Penn's own passion. The lad felt the hint and blushed quite red. "The cases are not similar, Smirk," he said, "and the allusion might have been spared. A man may forget his own rank and elevate any woman to it, but allow me to say our positions are very different. "How do you mean, dear Arthur?" the curate interposed sadly, cowering as he felt that his sentence was about to be read. "Mean?" said Arthur. "I mean what I say. My tutor, has no right to ask a lady of my mother's rank of life to marry him. It's a breach of confidence. I say it's a liberty you take, Smirk. It's a liberty." "Mean, indeed! Oh, Arthur!" The curate began to cry, with clasped hands and a scared face, but Arthur gave another stamp with his foot, and began to pull at the bell. "Don't let's have any more of this. We'll have some coffee, if you please," he said with a majestic air, and the old butler entered at the summons. Arthur bade him to serve that refreshment. John said he had just carried coffee into the drawing-room, where his uncle was asking for Master Arthur, and the old man gave a glance of wonder at the 3 empty claret bottles. Smirk said he thought he'd rather not go into the drawing-room, on which Arthur haughtily said, "As you please," and called for Mr. Smirk's horse to be brought round. The poor fellow said he knew the way to the stable, and would get his pony himself, and he went into the hall and sadly put on his coat and hat. Pen followed him out uncovered. Helen was still walking up and down the soft lawn as the sun was setting, and the curate took off his hat and bowed by way of farewell, and passed on to the door leading to the stable court, by which the pair disappeared. Smirk knew the way to the stable, as he said, well enough. He fumbled at the girths of the saddle, which Pen fastened for him, and put on the bridle and led the pony into the yard. The boy was touched by the grief which appeared on the other's face as he mounted. Pen held out his hand, and Smirk wrung it silently. "I say, Smirk," he said in an agitated voice, "forgive me if I have said anything harsh, for you have always been very, very kind to me. But it can't be, old fellow, it can't be. Be a man. God bless you." Smirk nodded his head silently and rode out of the lodge gate, and Pen looked after him for a couple of minutes, until he disappeared down the road, and the clatter of the pony's hoofs died away. Helen was still lingering on the lawn, waiting until the boy came back. She put his hair off his forehead and kissed it fondly. She was afraid he had been drinking too much wine. Why had Mr. Smirk gone away without any tea? He looked at her with a kind humor beaming in his eyes. "Smirk is unwell," he said, with a laugh. For a long while Helen had not seen the boy looking so cheerful. He put his arm round her waist and walked her up and down the walk in front of the house. Laura began to drub on the drawing-room window and nod and laugh from it. "Come along, you 2 people," cried on Major Pendennis. "Your coffee is getting quite cold." When Laura was gone to bed, Pen, who was big with his secret, burst out with it, and described the dismal but ludicrous scene which had occurred. Helen heard of it with many blushes, which became her pale face very well, and a perplexity which Arthur roguishly enjoyed. "Confound the fellow's impudence!" Major Pendennis said as he took his candle. "Where will the assurance of these people stop?" Pen and his mother had a long talk that night, full of love, confidence, and laughter, and the boy somehow slept more soundly and woke up more easily than he had done for many months before. Before the great Mr. Dolphin quitted Chatteris, he not only made an advantageous engagement with Miss Fotheringay, but he liberally left with her a sum of money to pay off any debts which the little family might have contracted during their stay in the place, and which, mainly through the lady's own economy and management, were not considerable. The small account with the spirit merchant, which Major Pendennis had settled, was the chief of Captain Costigan's debts, and though the captain at one time talked about repaying every farthing of the money, it never appears that he executed his menace, nor did the laws of honour in the least call upon him to accomplish that threat. When Miss Costigan had seen all the outstanding bills paid to the uttermost shilling, she handed over the balance to her father, who broke out into hospitalities to all his friends, gave the little Creeds more apples and gingerbread than he had ever bestowed upon them, so that the widow Creed ever after held the memory of her lodger in veneration, and the young ones wept bitterly when he went away, and in a word managed the money so cleverly that it was entirely expended before many days, and that he was compelled to draw upon Mr. Dolphin for a sum to pay for travel expenses when the time for their departure arrived. There was held in an inn at that county town a weekly meeting of a festive, almost a riotous character, of a society of gentlemen who called themselves the Buccaneers. Some of the choice spirits of Chatteris belonged to this cheerful club. Graves, the apothecary, than whom a better fellow never put a pipe in his mouth and smoked it. Smart, the talented and humorous portrait painter of High Street, Croker, an excellent auctioneer, and the uncompromising Hicks, the able editor for 23 years of the County Chronicle and Chatteris Champion, were amongst the crew of the Buccaneers, whom also Bingley, the manager, liked to join of a Saturday evening, whenever he received permission from his lady. Costigan had also been an occasional buccaneer, but a want of punctuality of payments had of late somewhat excluded him from the society, where he was subject to disagreeable remarks from the landlord, who said that a buccaneer who didn't pay his shot was utterly unworthy to be a marine bandit. But when it became known to the ears, as the clubbers called themselves familiarly, that Miss Fotheringay had made a splendid engagement, a great revolution of feeling took place in the club regarding Captain Costigan. Solly, mine host of the Grapes, and I need not say, as worthy a fellow as ever stood behind a bar, told the gents in the Buccaneers' room one night how noble the captain had behaved, having been round and paid off all his ticks in Chatteris, including his score of £3.14 here, and pronounced that Cos was a good fellow, a gentleman at bottom, and he, Solly, had always said so, and finally worked upon the feelings of the Buccaneers to give the captain a dinner. The banquet took place on the last night of Costigan's stay at Chatteris, and was served in Solly's accustomed manner. As good a plain dinner of old English fare as ever smoked on a table was prepared by Mrs. Solly, and about 18 gentlemen sat down to the festive board. Mr. Jubber, the eminent draper of High Street, was in the chair, having the distinguished guest of the club on his right. The able and consistent Hicks officiated as croupier on the occasion. Most of the gentlemen of the club were present, and H. Foker, Esquire, and Spavin, Esquire, friends of Captain Costigan, were also participators in the entertainment. The cloth having been drawn, the chairman said, "Costigan, there is wine, if you like," but the captain preferring punch, that liquor was voted by acclamation. And Non Nobis having been sung in admirable style by Messrs. Bingley, Hicks, and Bowlby, of the Cathedral Choir, than whom a more jovial spirit ne'er tossed off a bumper or emptied a bowl, the chairman gave the health of the king, which was drunk with the loyalty of Chatteris men, and then, without further circumlocution, proposed their friend Captain Costigan. After the enthusiastic cheering which rang through old Chatteris had subsided, Captain Costigan rose in reply, and made a speech of 20 minutes, in which he was repeatedly overcome by his emotions. The gallant captain said he must be pardoned for incoherence, if his heart was too full to speak. He was quitting a city celebrated for its antiquity, its hospitality, the beauty of its women, the manly fidelity, generosity, and joviality of its men. Cheers! He was going from that ancient and venerable city, of which while memory held her sate, he should never think without the fondest emotion, to a metropolis where the talents of his daughter were about to have full play, and where he would watch over her like a guardian angel. He should never forget that it was at Chatteris she had acquired the skill which she was about to exercise in another sphere, and in her name and his own Jack Costigan thanked and blessed them. The gallant officer's speech was received with tremendous cheers. Mr. Hicks, croupier, in a brilliant and energetic manner, proposed Miss Fotheringay's health. Captain Costigan returned thanks in a speech full of feeling and eloquence. Mr. Jubber proposed the drama and the Chatteris Theatre, and Mr. Bingley was about to rise, but was prevented by Captain Costigan, who, as long connected with the Chatteris Theatre and on behalf of his daughter, thanked the company. He informed them that he had been in garrison at Gibraltar and at Malta, and had been at the taking of Flushing. The Duke of York was a patron of the drama. He had the honour of dining with His Royal Highness and the Duke of Kent many times, and the former had justly been named the friend of the soldier. Cheers! The army was then proposed, and Captain Costigan returned thanks. In the course of the night he sang his well-known songs, The Deserter, The Shan Van Vogt, The Little Pig Under the Bed, and The Vale of Avoca. The evening was a great triumph for him. It ended. All triumphs and all evenings end, and the next day, Miss Costigan having taken leave of all her friends, having been reconciled to Miss Rouncey, to whom she left a necklace and a white satin gown, the next day he and Miss Costigan had places in the competitor coach, rolling by the gates of Fair Oaks Lodge, and Pendennis never saw them. Tom Smith, the coachman, pointed out Fair Oaks to Mr. Costigan, who sat on the box smelling of rum and water, and the captain said it was a poor place, and added, "You should see Castle Costigan. County Mayo, me boy," which Tom said he should like very much to see. They were gone, and Pen had never seen them. He only knew of their departure by its announcement in the county paper the next day, and straight galloped over to Chatteris to hear the truth of this news. They were gone indeed. A card of lodgings to let was placed in the dear little familiar window. He rushed up into the room and viewed it over. He sat ever so long in the old window-seat, looking into the Dean's garden, whence he and Emily had so often looked out together. He walked, with a sort of terror, into her little empty bedroom. It was swept out and prepared for newcomers. The glass which had reflected her fair face was shining ready for her successor. The curtains lay square, folded on the little bed. He flung himself down and buried his head on the vacant pillow. Laura had netted a purse into which his mother had put some sovereigns, and Pen had found it on his dressing-table that very morning. He gave one to the little servant who had been used to wait upon the Costigans, and another to the children, because they said they were very fond of her. It was but a few months back, but what years ago it seemed since he had first entered that room. He felt that it was all done. The very missing her at the coach had something fatal in it. Blank, weary, utterly wretched and lonely the poor lad felt. His mother saw she was gone, by his look when he came home. He was eager to fly too now, as were other folks around about Chatteris. Poor Smirk wanted to go away from the sight of the siren widow. Foker began to think he had had enough of Weymouth, and that a few supper parties at St. Boniface would not be unpleasant, and Major Pendennis longed to be off, and have a little pheasant shooting at Stilbrook, and get rid of all annoyances and tracasseries of the village. The widow and Laura nervously set about the preparation for Pen's kit, and filled the trunks with his books and linen. Helen wrote cards with the name of Arthur Pendennis, Esquire, which were duly nailed to the boxes, and at which both she and Laura looked with tearful, wistful eyes. It was not until long, long after he was gone that Pen remembered how constant and tender the affection of these women had been, and how selfish his own conduct was. A night soon comes when the mail, with echoing horn and blazing lamps, stops at the lodge-gate of Fair Oaks, and Pen's trunks and his uncle's are placed on the roof of the carriage, into which the pair presently afterwards entered. Helen and Laura are standing by the evergreens of the shrubbery, their figures lighted up by the coach lamps. The guard cries all right. In another instant the carriage whirls onward. The lights disappear, and Helen's heart and prayers go with them. Her sainted benedictions follow the departing boy. He has left the home nest in which he has been chafing, and whither, after his very first flight, he returned bleeding and wounded. He is eager to go forth again and try his restless wings. How lonely the house looks without him! The corded trunks and book-boxes are there in his empty study. Laura asks leave to come and sleep in Helen's room, and when she has cried herself to sleep there, the mother goes softly into Pen's vacant chamber, and kneels down by the bed on which the moon was shining, and there prays for her boy, as mothers only know how to plead. He knows that her pure blessings are following him, as he is carried miles away. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 18. Alma Mater. Every man, however brief or inglorious may have been his academical career, must remember with kindness and tenderness the old university comrades and days. The young man's life is just beginning. The boy's leading strings are cut, and he has all the novel delights and dignities of freedom. He has no idea of cares yet, or of bad health, or of roguery, or poverty, or tomorrow's disappointment. The play has not been acted so often as to make him tired. Though the after-drink, as we mechanically go on repeating it, is stale and bitter, how pure and brilliant was that first sparkling draught of pleasure! How the boy rushes at the cup, and with what a wild eagerness he drains it! but old epicures who are cut off from the delights of the table and are restricted to a poached egg and a glass of water, like to see people with good appetites, and, as the next best thing to being amused at a pantomime oneself is to see one's children enjoy it, I hope there may be no degree of age or experience to which mortal may attain when he shall become such a glum philosopher as not to be pleased by the sight of happy youth. Coming back a few weeks since from a brief visit to the old University of Oxbridge, where my friend Mr. Arthur Pendennis passed some period of his life, I made the journey in the railroad by the side of a young fellow at present a student at St. Boniface. He had got an XVIII somehow, and was bent on a day's lark in London. He never stopped rattling and talking from the commencement of the journey until its close, which was a great deal too soon for me, for I never was tired of listening to the honest young fellow's jokes and cheery laughter. And when we arrived at the terminus, nothing would satisfy him but a hansom cab, so that he might get into town the quicker and plunge into the pleasures awaiting him there. Away the young lad went whirling, with joy lighting up his honest face. And as for the reader's humble servant, having but a small carpet-bag, I got up on the outside of the omnibus, and sate there very contentedly between a Jew pedlar smoking bad cigars and a gentleman's servant taking care of a poodle dog, until we got our fated complement of passengers and boxes, when the coachman drove leisurely away. We weren't in a hurry to get to town. Neither one of us was particularly eager about rushing into that near-smoking Babylon, or thought of dining at the club that night, or dancing at the casino. Yet a few years more, and my young friend of the railroad will be not a whit more eager. There were no railroads made when Arthur Pendennis went to the famous University of Oxbridge, but he drove thither in a well-appointed coach, filled inside and out with dons, gownsmen, young freshmen about to enter, and their guardians, who were conducting them to the university. A fat old gentleman in grey stockings, from the city, who sate by Major Pendennis inside the coach, having his pale-faced son opposite, was frightened beyond measure when he heard that the coach had been driven for a couple of stages by young Mr. Foker of St. Boniface College, who was the friend of all men, including coachmen, and could drive as well as Tom Hicks himself. Penn sate on the roof, examining coach, passengers, and country with great delight and curiosity. His heart jumped with pleasure as the famous university came in view, and the magnificent prospect of venerable towers and pinnacles, tall elms, and shining river spread before him. Penn had passed a few days with his uncle at the Major's lodgings in Berry Street before they set out for Oxbridge. Major Pendennis thought that the lad's wardrobe wanted renewal, and Arthur was by no means averse to any plan which was to bring him new coats and waistcoats. There was no end to the sacrifices which the self-denying uncle made in the youth's behalf. London was awfully lonely. The Pall Mall pavement was deserted. The very red jackets had gone out of town. There was scarce a face to be seen in the bow windows of the clubs. The Major conducted his nephew into one or two of those desert mansions, and wrote down the lad's name on the candidate list of one of them, and Arthur's pleasure at this compliment on his guardian's part was excessive. He read in the parchment volume his name and titles as Arthur Pendennis, Esquire, of Fair Oaks Lodge, Blankshire, and St. Boniface College, Oxbridge, proposed by Major Pendennis and seconded by Viscount Colchicum, with a thrill of intense gratification. "You will come in for ballot in about 3 years, by which time you will have taken your degree," the guardian said. Penn longed for the 3 years to be over, and surveyed the stucco halls and vast libraries and drawing-rooms as already his own property. The Major laughed slyly to see the pompous airs of the simple young fellow as he strutted out of the building. He and Foker drove down in the latter's cab one day to the Greyfriars, and renewed acquaintance with some of their old comrades there. The boys came crowding up to the cab as it stood by the Greyfriars gates, where they were entering, and admired the chestnut horse, and the tights and livery and gravity of Stupid, the tiger. The bell for afternoon school rang as they were swaggering about the playground, talking to their old cronies. The awful doctor passed into school with his grammar in his hand. Foker slunk away uneasily at his presence, but Pen went up blushing and shook the dignitary by the hand. He laughed as he thought that well-remembered Latin grammar had boxed his ears many a time. He was generous, good-natured, and, in a word, perfectly conceited and satisfied with himself. Then they drove to the parental brew-house. Folkes Entire is composed in an enormous pile of buildings, not far from the Greyfriars, and the name of that well-known firm is gilded upon innumerable public-house signs, tenanted by its vassals in the neighbourhood. And the venerable junior partner and manager did honour to the young lord of the vats and his friend, and served them with silver flagons of brown stout, so strong that you would have thought not only the young men, but the very horse Mr. Harry Foker drove was affected by the potency of the drink, for he rushed home to the west end of the town at a rapid pace, which endangered the pie stalls and the women on the crossings, and brought the cab steps into collision with the posts at the street corners, and caused Stupid to swing fearfully on his board behind. The Major was quite pleased when Pen was with his young acquaintance, listened to Mr. Foker's artless stories with the greatest interest, gave the two boys a fine dinner at a Covent Garden coffee-house, whence they proceeded to the play, but was above all happy when Mr. and Lady Agnes Foker, who happened to be in London, requested the pleasure of Major Pendennis and Mr. Arthur Pendennis's company at dinner in Grosvenor Street. Having obtained the entree into Lady Agnes Foker's house, he said to Pen, with an affectionate solemnity which befitted the importance of the occasion, "It behoves you, my dear boy, to keep it. You must mind and never neglect to call in Grosvenor Street when you come to London. I recommend you to read up carefully, in Debrett, the alliances and genealogy of the Earls of Rocheville, and if you can, to make some trifling allusions to the family, something historical, neat and complimentary, and that sort of thing, which you, who have a poetic fancy, can do pretty well. Mr. Foker himself is a worthy man, though not of high extraction, or indeed much education. He always makes a point of having some of the family porter served round after dinner, which you will on no account refuse, and which I shall drink myself, though all beer disagrees with me confoundedly." And the heroic martyr did actually sacrifice himself, as he said he would, on the day when the dinner took place, and old Mr. Foker, at the head of his table, made his usual joke about Foker's Entire. We should all of us, I am sure, have liked to see the Major's grin when the worthy old gentleman made his time-honoured joke. Lady Agnes, who, wrapped up in Harry, was the fondest of mothers, and one of the most good-natured, though not the wisest of women, received her son's friend with great cordiality, and astonished Pen by accounts of the severe course of studies which her darling boy was pursuing, and which she feared might injure his dear health. Foker the elder burst into a horse laugh at some of these speeches, and the heir of the house winked his eye very knowingly at his friend. And Lady Agnes, then going through her son's history from the earliest times, and recounting his miraculous sufferings in the measles and whooping cough, his escape from drowning, the shocking tyrannies practised upon him at that horrid school, whither Mr. Foker would send him, because he had been brought up there himself, and she never would forgive that disagreeable doctor, no, never. Lady Agnes, we say, having prattled away for an hour incessantly about her son, voted the two Messieurs Pendennis most agreeable men, and when pheasants came with the second course, which the Major praised as the very finest birds he ever saw, her ladyship said they came from Logwood, as the Major knew perfectly well, and hoped that they would both pay her a visit there, at Christmas, or when dear Harry was at home for the vacations. "God bless you, my dear boy," Pendennis said to Arthur, as they were lighting their candles in Berry Street afterwards to go to bed. "You made that little allusion to Agincourt, where one of the Rochevilles distinguished himself, very neatly and well, although Lady Agnes did not quite understand it. But it was exceedingly well for a beginner, though you oughtn't to blush so, by the way, and I beseech you, my dear Arthur, to remember through life that with an entrée, with a good entrée, mind, it is just as easy for you to have good society as bad, and that it costs a man, when properly introduced, no more trouble or swain to keep a good footing in the best houses in London than to dine with a lawyer in Bedford Square. Mind this when you are at Oxbridge pursuing your studies, and for heaven's sake be very particular in the acquaintances which you make. The premier pas in life is the most important of all. Did you write to your mother to-day? No? Well, do, before you go, and call and ask Mr. Foker for a franc. They like it. Good night. God bless you." Penn wrote a droll account of his doings in London, and the play, and the visit to the old friars, and the brewery, and the party at Mr. Foker's, to his dearest mother, who was saying her prayers at home in the lonely house at Fair Oaks, her heart full of love and tenderness unutterable for the boy, and she and Laura read that letter, and those which followed, many, many times, and brooded over them as women do. It was the first step in life that Penn was making. Ah, what a dangerous journey it is, and how the bravest may stumble and the strongest fail. Brother wayfarer, may you have a kind arm to support yours on the path, and a friendly hand to succour those who fall beside you. May truth guide, mercy forgive at the end, and love accompany always. Without that lamp, how blind the traveller would be, and how black and cheerless the journey. So the coach drove up to that ancient and comfortable inn, the Trencher, which stands in Main Street, Oxbridge, and Penn with delight and eagerness remarked, for the first time, gownsmen going about, chapel bells clinking, bells in Oxbridge are ringing from morning tide till evensong, towers and pinnacles rising calm and stately over the gables and antique house roofs of the homely, busy city. Previous communications had taken place between Dr. Portman on Penn's part and Mr. Buck, tutor of Boniface, on whose side Penn was entered. And as soon as Major Pendennis had arranged his personal appearance so that it should make a satisfactory impression upon Penn's tutor, the pair walked down Main Street and past the great gate and belfry tower of St. George's College, and so came, as they were directed, to St. Boniface, where again Penn's heart began to beat as they entered at the wicket of the venerable ivy-mantled gate of the college. It is surmounted with an ancient dome almost covered with creepers, and adorned with the effigy of the saint from whom the house takes its name, and many coats of arms of its royal and noble benefactors. The porter pointed out a queer old tower at the corner of the quadrangle by which Mr. Buck's rooms were approached, and the two gentlemen walked across the square, the main features of which were at once and for ever stamped in Penn's mind. The pretty fountain playing in the centre of the fair grass plats, the tall chapel windows and buttresses rising to the right, the hall with its tapering lantern and oriel window, the lodge, from the doors of which the master issued with rustling silks, the lines of the surrounding rooms, pleasantly broken, by carved chimneys, grey turrets, and quaint gables. All these Mr. Penn's eyes drank in with an eagerness which belongs to first impressions. And Major Pendennis surveyed with that calmness which belongs to a gentleman who does not care for the picturesque, and whose eyes have been somewhat dimmed by the constant glare of the pavement of Pall Mall. St. George's is the great college of the University of Oxbridge, with its 4 vast quadrangles and its beautiful hall and gardens, and the Georgians, as the men are called, wear gowns of a peculiar cut, and give themselves no small airs of superiority over all other young men. Little St. Boniface is but a petty hermitage in comparison of the huge consecrated pile alongside of which it lies. But considering its size, it has always kept an excellent name in the university. Its ton is very good. The best families of certain counties have time out of mind sent up their young men to St. Boniface. The college livings are remarkably good, the fellowships easy. The Boniface men had had more than their fair share of university honours. Their boat was 3rd upon the river, their chapel choir is not inferior to St. George's itself, and the Boniface ale the best in Oxbridge. In the comfortable old wainscoted college hall, and round about Roubiliac's statue of St. Boniface, who stands in an attitude of seraphic benediction over the uncommonly good cheer of the fellows' table, there are portraits of many most eminent Bonifacians. There is the learned Dr. Griddle, who suffered in Henry VIII's time, and Archbishop Bush, who roasted him. There is Lord Chief Justice Hicks, the Duke of St. David's, K.G., Chancellor of the University and member of this college, Sprott the poet, of whose fame the college is justly proud, Dr. Blogg, the late master and friend of Dr. Johnson, who visited him at St. Boniface, and other lawyers, scholars, and divines, whose portraitures look from the walls, or whose coats of arms shine in emerald and ruby, gold and azure, in the tall windows of the refectory. The venerable cook of the college is one of the best artists in Oxbridge. His son took the highest honours in the other university of Camford, and the wine in the fellows' room has long been famed for its excellence and abundance. Into this certainly not the least snugly sheltered arbour amongst the groves of Academe, Penn now found his way, leaning on his uncle's arm, and they speedily reached Mr. Buck's rooms, and were conducted into the apartment of that courteous gentleman. He had received previous information from Dr. Portman regarding Penn, with respect to whose family, fortune, and personal merits the honest doctor had spoken with no small enthusiasm. Indeed, Portman had described Arthur to the tutor as a young gentleman of some fortune and landed estate, of one of the most ancient families in the kingdom, and possessing such a character and genius as was sure, under the proper guidance, to make him a credit to the college and the university. Under such recommendations the tutor was, of course, most cordial to the young freshman and his guardian, invited the latter to dine in hall, where he would have the satisfaction of seeing his nephew wear his gown and eat his dinner for the first time, and requested the pair to take wine at his rooms after hall, and in consequence of the highly favourable report he had received of Mr. Arthur Pendennis, said he should be happy to give him the best set of rooms to be had in college, a gentleman pensioners' set indeed, which were just luckily vacant. So they parted until dinner time, which was very near at hand, and Major Pendennis pronounced Mr. Buck to be uncommonly civil indeed. Indeed, when a college magnate takes the trouble to be polite, there is no man more splendidly courteous. Immersed in their books, and excluded from the world by the gravity of their occupations, these reverend men assume a solemn magnificence of compliment, in which they rustle and swell as in their grand robes of state. Those silks and brocades are not put on for all comers, or every day. When the two gentlemen had taken leave of the tutor in his study, and had returned to Mr. Buck's anteroom, or lecture-room, a very handsome apartment, turkey carpeted, and hung with excellent prints and richly framed pictures, they found the tutor's servant already in waiting there, accompanied by a man with a bag full of caps and a number of gowns, from which Penn might select a cap and gown for himself, and the servant, no doubt, would get a commission proportionable to the service done by him. Mr. Penn was all in a tremor of pleasure as the bustling tailor tried on a gown and pronounced that it was an excellent fit. And then he put the pretty college cap on, in rather a dandified manner and somewhat on one side, as he had seen Fiddicombe, the youngest master at Greyfriars, wear it. And he inspected the entire costume with a great deal of satisfaction in one of the great gilt mirrors which ornamented Mr. Buck's lecture-room. For some of these college divines are no more above looking-glasses than a lady is, and look to the set of their gowns and caps quite as anxiously as folks do of the lovelier sex. The Major smiled as he saw the boy dandifying himself in the glass. The old gentleman was not displeased with the appearance of the comely lad. Then Davis, the skip or attendant, led the way, keys in hand, across the quadrangle, the Major and Penn following him, the latter blushing, and pleased with his new academical habiliments, across the quadrangle to the rooms which were destined for the freshmen, and which were vacated by the retreat of the gentleman pensioner, Mr. Spicer. The rooms were very comfortable, with large cross beams, high wainscots, and small windows in deep embrasures. Mr. Spicer's furniture was there, and to be sold at a valuation, and Major Pendennis agreed on his nephew's behalf to take the available part of it, laughingly however declining, as indeed Penn did for his own part, 6 sporting prints and 4 groups of opera dancers with gauze draperies, which formed the late occupant's pictorial collection. Then they went to hall, where Penn sate down and ate his commons with his brother freshman, and the Major took his place at the high table, along with the college dignitaries and other fathers or guardians of youth who had come up with their sons to Oxbridge. And after hall they went to Mr. Buck's to take wine, and after wine to chapel, where the Major sate with great gravity in the upper place, having a fine view of the master in his carved throne or stall under the organ-loft, where that gentleman, the learned Dr. Donne, sate magnificent, with his great prayer-book before him, an image of statuesque piety and rigid devotion. All the young freshmen behaved with gravity and decorum, but Penn was shocked to see that atrocious little Foker, who came in very late, and half a dozen of his comrades in the gentleman pensioners' seats, giggling and talking as if they had been in so many stalls at the opera. But these circumstances, it must be remembered, took place some years back, when William IV was king. Young men are much better behaved now, and besides, St. Boniface was rather a fast college. Penn could hardly sleep at night in his bedroom at the Trencher, so anxious was he to begin his college life and to get into his own apartments. What did he think about as he lay tossing and awake? Was it about his mother at home, the pious soul whose life was bound up in his? Yes, let us hope he thought of her a little. Was it about Miss Fotheringay and his eternal passion, which had kept him awake so many nights, and created such wretchedness and such longing? He had a trick of blushing, and if you had been in the room, and the candle had not been out, you might have seen the youth's countenance redden more than once, as he broke out into passionate, incoherent exclamations regarding that luckless event of his life. His uncle's lessons had not been thrown away upon him. The mist of passion had passed from his eyes now, and he saw her as she was. To think that he, Pendennis, had been enslaved by such a woman, and then jilted by her, that he should have stooped so low to be trampled on the mire, that there was a time in his life, and that but a few months back, when he was willing to take Costigan for his father-in-law. Poor old Smirk! Pen presently laughed out. Well, I'll write and try and console the poor old boy. He won't die of his passion, ha! The Major, had he been awake, might have heard a score of such ejaculations uttered by Pen as he lay awake and restless through the first night of his residence at Oxbridge. It would, perhaps, have been better for a youth, the battle of whose life was going to begin on the morrow, to have passed the eve in a different sort of vigil. But the world had got hold of Pen in the shape of his selfish old mentor, and those who have any interest in his character must have perceived ere now that this lad was very weak as well as very impetuous, very vain as well as very frank, and, if of a generous disposition, not a little selfish in the midst of his profuseness, and also rather fickle, as all eager pursuers of self-gratification are. The 6 months' passion had aged him very considerably. There was an immense gulf between Pen the victim of love and Pen the innocent boy of 18, sighing after it. And so Arthur Pendennis had all the experience and superiority, besides that command which afterwards conceit and imperiousness of disposition gave him over the young men with whom he now began to live. He and his uncle passed the morning with great satisfaction in making purchases for the better comfort of the apartments which the lad was about to occupy. Mr. Spicer's china and glass was in a dreadfully dismantled condition, his lamps smashed, and his bookcases by no means so spacious as those shelves which would be requisite to receive the contents of the boxes which were lying in the hall at Fair Oaks, and which were addressed to Arthur in the hand of poor Helen. The boxes arrived in a few days, that his mother had packed with so much care. Pen was touched as he read the superscriptions in the dear, well-known hand, and he arranged in their proper places all the books, his old friends, and all the linen and tablecloths which Helen had selected from the family stock, and all the jam-pots which little Laura had bound in straw, and the 100 simple gifts of home. Pen had another alma mater now, but it is not all children who take to her kindly. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 19. Pendennis of Boniface. Our friend Pen was not sorry when his mentor took leave of the young gentleman on the second day after the arrival of the pair in Oxbridge, and we may be sure that the Major on his part was very glad to have discharged his duty, and to have the duty over. More than 3 months of precious time had that martyr of a Major given up to his nephew. Was ever selfish man called upon to make a greater sacrifice? Do you know many men or majors who would do as much? A man will lay down his head or peril his life for his honour, but let us be shy how we ask him to give up his ease or his heart's desire. Very few of us can bear that trial. Say, worthy reader, if thou hadst peradventure a beard, wouldst thou do as much? I will not say that a woman will not. They are used to it. We take care to accustom them to sacrifices, but, my good sir, the amount of self-denial which you have probably exerted through life, when put down to your account elsewhere, will not probably swell the balance on the credit side much. Well, there is no use in speaking of such ugly matters. and you are too polite to use a vulgar to quoque. But I wish to state once for all that I greatly admire the Major for his conduct during the past quarter, and think that he has quite a right to be pleased at getting a holiday. Foker and Penn saw him off in the coach, and the former young gentleman gave particular orders to the coachman to take care of that gentleman inside. It pleased the elder Pendennis to have his nephew in the company of a young fellow who would introduce him to the best set of the university. The Major rushed off to London, and thence to Cheltenham, from which watering place he descended upon some neighbouring great houses, whereof the families were not gone abroad, and where good shooting and company was to be had. A quarter of the space which custom has awarded to works styled the serial nature has been assigned to the account of one passage in Penn's career, and it is manifest that the whole of his adventures cannot be treated at a similar length, unless some descendant of the chronicler of Penn's history should take up the pen at his decease, and continue the narrative for the successors of the present generation of readers. We are not about to go through the young fellow's academical career with, by any means, a similar minuteness. Alas, the life of such boys does not bear telling altogether. I wish it did. I ask you, does yours? As long as what we call our honour is clear, I suppose your mind is pretty easy. Women are pure, but not men. Women are unselfish, but not men. And I would not wish to say of poor Arthur Pendennis that he was worse than his neighbours, only that his neighbours are bad for the most part. Let us have the candour to own as much at least. Can you point out 10 spotless men of your acquaintance? Mine is pretty large, but I can't find 10 saints in the list. During the first term of Mr. Penn's academical life, he attended classical and mathematical lectures with tolerable assiduity, but discovering before very long time that he had little taste or genius for the pursuing of the exact sciences, and being perhaps rather annoyed that 1 or 2 very vulgar young men, who did not even use straps to their trousers, so as to cover the abominably thick and coarse shoes and stockings which they wore, beat him completely in the lecture-room, he gave up his attendance at that course, and announced to his fond parent that he proposed to devote himself exclusively to the cultivation of Greek and Roman literature. Mrs. Pendennis was, for her part, quite satisfied that her darling boy should pursue that branch of learning for which he had the greatest inclination, and only besought him not to ruin his health by too much study, for she had heard the most melancholy stories of young students who, by over-fatigue, had brought on brain fevers and perished untimely in the midst of their university career. And Penn's health, which was always delicate, was to be regarded, as she justly said, beyond all considerations or vain honours. Penn, although not aware of any lurking disease which was likely to end his life, yet kindly promised his mamma not to sit up reading too late of nights, and stuck to his word in this respect with a great deal more tenacity of resolution than he exhibited upon some other occasions, when perhaps he was a little remiss. Presently he began, too, to find that he learned little good in the classical lecture. His fellow students there were too dull, as in mathematics they were too learned for him. Mr. Buck, the tutor, was no better a scholar than many a fifth-form boy at Greyfriars, might have some stupid humdrum notions about the metre and grammatical construction of a passage of Aeschylus or Aristophanes, but had no more notion of the poetry than Mrs. Binge his bedmaker. And Penn grew weary of hearing the dull students and tutor blunder through a few lines of a play, which he could read in a 10th part of the time which they gave to it. After all, private reading, as he began to perceive, was the only study which was really profitable to a man, and he announced to his mamma that he should read by himself a great deal more, and in public a great deal less. That excellent woman knew no more about Homer than she did about algebra, but she was quite contented with Penn's arrangements regarding his course of studies, and felt perfectly confident that her dear boy would get the place which he merited. Penn did not come home until after Christmas, a little to the fond mother's disappointment, and Laura's, who was longing for him to make a fine snow fortification, such as he had made 3 winters before. But he was invited to Logwood, Lady Agnes Foker's, where there were private theatricals and a gay Christmas party of very fine folks, some of them whom Major Pendennis would on no account have his nephew neglect. However, he stayed at home for the last 3 weeks of the vacation, and Laura had the opportunity of remarking what a quantity of fine new clothes he brought with him, and his mother admired his improved appearance and manly and decided tone. He did not come home at Easter, but when he arrived for the long vacation, he brought more smart clothes, appearing in the morning in wonderful shooting jackets with remarkable buttons, and in the evening in gorgeous velvet waistcoats with richly embroidered cravats and curious linen. And as she pried about his room, she saw, oh, such a beautiful dressing-case, with silver mountings, and a quantity of lovely rings and jewellery. And he had a new French watch and gold chain, in place of the big old chronometer with its bunch of jingling seals, which had hung from the fob of John Pendennis, and by the second hand of which the defunct doctor had felt many a patient's pulse in his time. It was but a few months back Penn had longed for this watch, which he thought the most splendid and august timepiece in the world. And just before he went to college, Helen had taken it out of her trinket box, where it had remained unwound since the death of her husband, and given it to Penn with a solemn and appropriate little speech respecting his father's virtues and the proper use of time. This portly and valuable chronometer Penn now pronounced to be out of date and, indeed, made some comparison between it and a warming pan, which Laura thought disrespectful. And he left the watch in a drawer, in the company of soiled primrose gloves, cravats which had gone out of favour, and of that other school watch which has once before been mentioned in this history. Our old friend Rebecca Penn pronounced to be no long up to his weight, and swapped her away for another and more powerful horse, for which he had to pay rather a heavy figure. Mr. Pendennis gave the boy the money for the new horse, and Laura cried when Rebecca was fetched away. Also, Penn brought a large box of cigars, branded Colorados Afrancesados Telescopius, Fudson, Oxford Street, or by some such strange titles, and began to consume these not only about the stables and greenhouses, where they were very good for Helen's plants, but in his own study, of which practice his mother did not at first approve. But he was at work upon a prize poem, he said, and could not compose without his cigar, and quoted the late lamented Lord Byron's lines in favour of the custom of smoking. As he was smoking to such good purpose, his mother could not of course refuse permission. In fact, the good soul coming into the room one day in the midst of Penn's labours, he was consulting a novel which had recently appeared, for the cultivation of the light literature of his own country as well as of foreign nations became every student. Helen, we say, coming into the room and finding Penn on the sofa at this work, rather than disturb him, went for a light box and his cigar case to his bedroom, which was adjacent, and actually put the cigar into his mouth and lighted the match at which he kindled it. Penn laughed and kissed his mother's hand as it hung fondly over the back of the sofa. "Dear old mother," he said, "if I were to tell you to burn the house down, I think you would do it." And it is very likely that Mr. Penn was right, and that the foolish woman would have done almost as much for him as he said. Beside the works of English light literature, which this diligent student devoured, he brought down boxes of the light literature of the neighbouring country of France, into the leaves of which, when Helen dipped, she read such things as caused her to open her eyes with wonder. But Penn showed her that it was not he who made the books, though it was absolutely necessary that he should keep up his French by an acquaintance with the most celebrated writers of the day, and that it was as clearly his duty to read the eminent Paul de Kock as to study Swift or Molière. And Mrs. Pendennis yielded with a sigh of perplexity. But Miss Laura was warned off the books, both by his anxious mother and that rigid moralist Mr. Arthur Pendennis himself, who, however he might be called upon to study every branch of literature in order to form his mind and to perfect his style, would by no means prescribe such a course of reading to a young lady whose business in life was very different. In the course of this long vacation, Mr. Penn drank up the bin of claret which his father had laid in, and of which we have heard the son remark that there was not a headache in a hogshead, and this wine being exhausted, he wrote for a further supply to his wine merchants, Messrs. Binney and Latham, of Mark Lane, London, from whom, indeed, old Dr. Portman had recommended Penn to get a supply of port and sherry on going to college. "You will have, no doubt, to entertain your young friends at Boniface with wine parties," the honest rector had remarked to the lad. "They used to be customary at college in my time, and I would advise you to employ an honest and respectable house in London for your small stock of wine, rather than to have recourse to the Oxbridge tradesman, whose liquor, if I remember rightly, was both deleterious in quality and exorbitant in price." And the obedient young gentleman took the doctor's advice, and patronised Messrs. Binney and Latham at the rector's suggestion. So when he wrote orders for a stock of wine to be sent down to the cellars at Fair Oaks, he hinted that Messrs. B. and L. might send in his university account for wine at the same time with the Fair Oaks bill. The poor widow was frightened at the amount, but Penn laughed at her old-fashioned views, said that the bill was moderate, that everybody drank claret and champagne now, and, finally, the widow paid, feeling dimly that the expenses of her household were increasing considerably, and that her narrow income would scarce suffice to meet them. But they were only occasional. Penn merely came home for a few weeks at the vacation. Laura and she might pinch when he was gone. In the brief time he was with them, ought they not to make him happy? Arthur's own allowances were liberal all this time, indeed, much more so than those of the sons of far more wealthy men. Years before, the thrifty and affectionate John Pendennis, whose darling project it had ever been to give his son a university education, and those advantages of which his own father's extravagance had deprived him, had begun laying by a store of money which he called Arthur's Education Fund. Year after year in his book his executors found entries of sums vested as A, E, F, and during the period subsequent to her husband's decease, and before Penn's entry at college, the widow had added sundry sums to this fund, so that when Arthur went up to Oxbridge, it reached no inconsiderable amount. "Let him be liberally allowanced," was Major Pendennis's maxim. "Let him make his first entree into the world as a gentleman, and take his place with men of good rank and station. After giving it to him, it will be his own duty to hold it. There is no such bad policy as stinting a boy, or putting him on a lower allowance than his fellows. Arthur will have to face the world and fight for himself presently. Meanwhile, we shall have procured for him good friends, gentlemanly habits, and have him well backed and well trained against the time when the real struggle comes." And these liberal opinions the Major probably advanced both because they were just, and because he was not dealing with his own money. Thus young Penn, the only son of an estated country gentleman, with a good allowance and a gentlemanlike bearing and person, looked to be a lad of much more consequence than he was really, and was held by the Oxbridge authorities tradesmen, and undergraduates, as quite a young buck and member of the aristocracy. His manner was frank, brave, and perhaps a little impertinent, as becomes a high-spirited youth. He was perfectly generous and free-handed with his money, which seemed pretty plentiful. He loved joviality, and had a good voice for a song. Boat racing had not risen in Penn's time to the furor which, as we are given to understand, it has since attained in the university, and riding and tandem driving were the fashions of the ingenuous youth. Penn rode well to hounds, appeared in pink, as became a young buck, and not particularly extravagant in equestrian or any other amusement, yet managed to run up a fine bill at Niles, the livery stable keeper, and in a number of other quarters. In fact, this lucky young gentleman had almost every taste to a considerable degree. He was very fond of books of all sorts. Dr. Portman had taught him to like rare editions, and his own taste led him to like beautiful bindings. It was marvellous what tall copies, and gilding, and marbling, and blind tooling the booksellers and binders put upon Penn's bookshelves. He had a very fair taste in matters of art, and a keen relish for prints of a high school, none of your French opera dancers or tawdry racing prints, such as had delighted the simple eyes of Mr. Spicer, his predecessor, but your Strangers and Rembrandt etchings and Wilkie's before the letter, with which his apartments were furnished presently in the most perfect good taste, as was allowed in the university, where this young fellow got no small reputation. We have mentioned that he exhibited a certain partiality for rings, jewellery, and fine raiment of all sorts, and it must be owned that Mr. Penn, during his time at the university, was rather a dressy man, and loved to array himself in splendour. He and his polite friends would dress themselves out with as much care in order to go and dine at each other's rooms, as other folks would who were going to enslave a mistress. They said he used to wear rings over his kid gloves, which he always denies. But what follies will not youth perpetrate with its own admirable gravity and simplicity? That he took perfumed baths is a truth, and he used to say that he took them after meeting certain men of a very low set in Hall. In Penn's second year, when Miss Fotheringay made her chief hit in London, and scores of prints were published of her, Penn had one of these hung in his bedroom, and confided to the men of his set how awfully, how wildly, how madly, how passionately he had loved that woman. He showed them in confidence the verses that he had written to her, and his brow would darken, his eyes roll, his chest heave with emotion, as he recalled that fatal period of his life, and described the woes and agonies which he had suffered. The verses were copied out, handed about, sneered at, admired, passed from coterie to coterie. There are few things which elevate a lad in the estimation of his brother boys more than to have a character for a great and romantic passion. Perhaps there is something noble in it at all times. Among very young men it is considered heroic. Penn was pronounced a tremendous fellow. They said he had almost committed suicide, that he had fought a duel with a baronet about her. Freshmen pointed him out to each other. As at the promenade time at 2:00 he swaggered out of college, surrounded by his cronies, he was famous to behold. He was elaborately attired. He would ogle the ladies who came to lionize the university, and pass before him on the arms of happy gownsmen, and give his opinion upon their personal charms, or their toilettes, with the gravity of a critic whose experience entitled him to speak with authority. Men used to say that they had been walking with Pendennis, and were as pleased to be seen in his company as some of us would be if we walked with a duke down Pall Mall. He and the proctor capped each other as they met, as if they were rival powers, and the men hardly knew which was the greater. In fact, in the course of his second year, Arthur Pendennis had become one of the men of fashion in the university. It is curious to watch that facile admiration and simple fidelity of youth. They hang round a leader, and wonder at him, and love him, and imitate him. No generous boy ever lived, I suppose, that has not had some wonderment of admiration for another boy, and Monsieur Penn at Oxbridge had his school, his faithful band of friends, and his rivals. When the young men heard at the haberdashers' shops that Mr. Pendennis of Boniface had just ordered a crimson satin cravat, you would see a couple of dozen crimson satin cravats in Main Street in the course of the week, and Simon, the jeweller, was known to sell no less than 2 gross of Pendennis pins, from a pattern which the young gentleman had selected in his shop. Now, if any person with an arithmetical turn of mind will take the trouble to calculate what a sum of money it would cost a young man to indulge freely in all the above propensities which we have said Mr. Penn possessed, it will be seen that a young fellow, with such liberal tastes and amusements, must needs in the course of 2 or 3 years spend or owe a very handsome sum of money. We have said our friend Penn had not a calculating turn. No one propensity of his was outrageously extravagant, and it is certain that Paddington's tailor's account, Guttlebury's cook's bill for dinners, Dillon Tandy's bill with Finn the print-seller for Raphael Morgus and Landseer proofs, and Wormell's dealings with Parkton, the great bookseller, for Aldine editions, black-letter folios, and richly illuminated missals of the 16th century, and Snaffle's or Foker's score with Nile the horse-dealer, were, each and all of them, incomparably greater than any little bills which Mr. Penn might run up with the above-mentioned tradesmen. But Pendennis of Boniface had the advantage over all these young gentlemen, his friends and associates, of a universality of taste, and whereas young Lord Paddington did not care 2d for the most beautiful print, or to look into any gilt frame that had not a mirror within it, and Guttlebury did not mind in the least how he was dressed, and had an aversion for horse exercise, nay, a terror of it, and Snaffle never read any printed works but the Racing Calendar, or Bell's Life, or cared for any manuscript except his greasy little scrawl of a betting book, our Catholic-minded young friend occupied himself in every one of the branches of science or pleasure above mentioned, and distinguished himself tolerably in each. Hence young Penn got a prodigious reputation in the university, and was hailed as a sort of Crichton. And as for the English verse prize, in competition for which we have seen him busily engaged at Fair Oaks, Jones of Jesus carried it that year certainly, but the undergraduates thought Penn's a much finer poem, and he had his verses printed at his own expense and distributed in gilt morocco covers among his acquaintance. I found a copy of it lately in a dusty corner of Mr. Penn's bookcases, and have it before me this minute, bound up in a collection of old Oxbridge tracts, university statutes, prize poems by successful and unsuccessful candidates, declamations recited in the college chapel, speeches delivered at the Union Debating Society, and inscribed by Arthur with his name and college, Pendennis, Boniface, or presented to him by his affectionate friend Thompson, or Jackson the author. How strange the epigraphs look in those half-boyish hands, and what a thrill the sight of the documents gives one after the lapse of a few lustres. How fate, since that time, has removed some, estranged others, dealt awfully with all. Many a hand is cold that wrote those kindly memorials, and that we pressed in the confident and generous grasp of youthful friendship. What passions our friendships were in those old days, how artless and void of doubt! How the arm you were never tired of having linked in yours under the fair college avenues, or by the riverside, where it washes Morden Gardens, or Christchurch meadows, or winds by Trinity and King's, was withdrawn of necessity when you entered presently the world, and each parted to push and struggle for himself through the great mob on the way through life. Are we the same men now that wrote those inscriptions, that read those poems, that delivered or heard those essays and speeches so simple, so pompous, so ludicrously solemn, parodied so artlessly from books, and spoken with smug, chubby faces, and such an admirable aping of wisdom and gravity? Here is the book before me. It is scarcely 15 years old. Here is Jack moaning with despair and Byronic misanthropy, whose career at the university was one of unmixed milk punch. Here is Tom's daring essay in defence of suicide and of republicanism in general, apropos of the death of Roland and the Girondins. Tom's, who wears the starchiest tie in all the diocese, and would go to Smithfield rather than eat a beefsteak on a Friday in Lent. Here is Bob of the circuit, who has made a fortune in railroad committees, and whose dinners are so good, bellowing out with Tancred and Godfrey, "On to the breach, ye soldiers of the cross, scale the red wall and swim the choking foss. Ye dauntless archers, twang your crossbows well, on bill and battle-axe and mangonel. Ply battering ram and hurtling catapult. Jerusalem is ours, id Deus vult." After which comes a mellifluous description of the gardens of Sharon and the maids of Salem, and a prophecy that roses shall deck the entire country of Syria, and a speedy reign of peace be established, all in undeniably decasyllabic lines, and the queerest aping of sense and sentiment and poetry. And there are essays and poems along with these grave parodies and boyish exercises, which are at once so frank and false and mirthful, yet somehow so mournful, by youthful hands that shall never write more. Fate has interposed darkly, and the young voices are silent, and the eager brains have ceased to work. This one had genius and a great descent, and seemed to be destined for honours which now are of little worth to him. That had virtue, learning, genius, every faculty and endowment which might secure love, admiration, and worldly fame. An obscure and solitary churchyard contains the grave of many fond hopes, and the pathetic stone which bids them farewell. I saw the sun shining on it in the fall of last year, and heard the sweet village choir raising anthems round about. What boots whether it be Westminster or a little country spire which covers your ashes, or if, a few days sooner or later, the world forgets you? Amidst these friends, then, and a host more, Penn passed more than 2 brilliant and happy years of his life. He had his fill of pleasure and popularity. No dinner or supper party was complete without him, and Penn's jovial wit and Penn's songs and dashing courage and frank and manly bearing charmed all the undergraduates, and even disarmed the tutors, who cried out at his idleness and murmured about his extravagant way of life. Though he became the favourite and leader of young men who were much his superiors in wealth and station, he was much too generous to endeavour to propitiate them by any meanness or cringing on his own part, and would not neglect the humblest man of his acquaintance in order to curry favour with the richest young grandee in the university. His name is still remembered at the Union Debating Club as one of the brilliant orators of his day. By the way, from having been an ardent Tory in his freshman's year, his principles took a sudden turn afterwards, and he became a Liberal of the most violent order. He avowed himself a Dantonist, and asserted that Louis XVI was served right. And as for Charles I, he vowed that he would chop off that monarch's head with his own right hand, were he then in the room at the Union Debating Club, and had Cromwell no other executioner for the traitor. He and Lord Magnus Charters, the Marquis of Runnymede son, before mentioned, were the most truculent republicans of their day. There are reputations of this sort made, quite independent of the collegiate hierarchy, in the Republic of Gownsmen. A man may be famous in the honour lists, and entirely unknown to the undergraduates, who elect kings and chieftains of their own whom they admire and obey, as negro gangs have private black sovereigns in their own body, to whom they pay an occult obedience, besides that which they publicly profess for their owners and drivers. Among the young ones Penn became famous and popular. Not that he did much, but there was a general determination that he could do a great deal if he chose. "Ah, if Pendennis of Boniface would but try," the men said, "he might do anything. He was backed for the Greek Ode, won by Smith of Trinity. Everybody was sure he would have the Latin hexameter prize, which Brown of St. John's, however, carried off. And in this way one university honour after another was lost by him, until, after 2 or 3 failures, Mr. Penn ceased to compete. But he got a declamation prize in his own college, and brought home to his mother and Laura at Fair Oaks a set of prize books begilt with the college arms, and so big, well bound, and magnificent that these ladies thought there had been no such prize ever given in a college before as this of Penn's, and that he had won the very largest honour which Oxbridge was capable of awarding. As vacation after vacation and term after term passed away without the desired news that Penn had sate for any scholarship or won any honour, Dr. Portman grew mightily gloomy in his behaviour towards Arthur, and adopted a sulky grandeur of deportment towards him, which the lad returned by a similar haughtiness. One vacation he did not call upon the doctor at all, much to his mother's annoyance, who thought that it was a privilege to enter the rectory house at Clavering, and listen to Dr. Portman's antique jokes and stories, though ever so often repeated, with unfailing veneration. "I cannot stand the doctor's patronising air," Penn said. "He is too kind to me, a great deal fatherly. I have seen in the world better men than him, and am not going to bore myself by listening to his dull old stories and drinking his stupid old port wine." The tacit feud between Penn and the doctor made the widow nervous, so that she too avoided Portman, and was afraid to go to the rectory when Arthur was at home. One Sunday, in the last long vacation, the wretched boy pushed his rebellious spirit so far as not to go to church, and he was seen at the gate of the Clavering Arms smoking a cigar, in the face of the congregation as it issued from St. Mary's. There was an awful sensation in the village society. Portman prophesied Penn's ruin after that, and groaned in spirit over the rebellious young prodigal. So did Helen tremble in her heart, and little Laura. Laura had grown to be a fine young stripling by this time, graceful and fair, clinging round Helen and worshipping her with a passionate affection. Both of these women felt that their boy was changed. He was no longer the artless Penn of old days, so brave, so artless, so impetuous and tender. His face looked careworn and haggard. His voice had a deeper sound, and tones more sarcastic. Care seemed to be pursuing him, but he only laughed when his mother questioned him, and parried her anxious queries with some scornful jest. Nor did he spend much of his vacations at home. He went on visits to one great friend or another, and scared the quiet pair at Fair Oaks by stories of great houses whither he had been invited, and by talking of lords without their titles. Honest Harry Foker, who had been the means of introducing Arthur Pendennis to that set of young men at the university, from whose society and connections Arthur's uncle expected that the lad would get so much benefit, who had called for Arthur's first song at his first supper party, and who had presented him at the Barmecide Club, where none but the very best men of Oxbridge were admitted. It consisted in Penn's time of 6 noblemen, 8 gentlemen pensioners, and 12 of the most select commoners of the university, soon found himself left far behind by the young freshman in the fashionable world of Oxbridge, and being a generous and worthy fellow, without a spark of envy in his composition, was exceedingly pleased at the success of his young protégé, and admired Penn quite as much as any of the other youth did. It was he who followed Penn now, and quoted his sayings, learned his songs, and retailed them at minor supper parties, and was never weary of hearing them from the gifted young poet's own mouth. For a good deal of the time which Mr. Penn might have employed much more advantageously in the pursuit of the regular scholastic studies, was given up to the composition of secular ballads, which he sang about at parties according to university wont. It had been as well for Arthur if the honest Foker had remained for some time at college, for, with all his vivacity, he was a prudent young man, and often curbed Penn's propensity to extravagance. But Foker's collegiate career did not last very long after Arthur's entrance at Boniface. Repeated differences with the university authorities caused Mr. Foker to quit Oxbridge in an untimely manner. He would persist in attending races on the neighbouring Hungerford Heath, in spite of the injunctions of his academic superiors. He never could be got to frequent the chapel of the college with that regularity of piety which Alma Mater demands from her children. Tandems, which are abominations in the eyes of the heads and tutors, were Foker's greatest delight, and so reckless was his driving, and frequent the accidents and upsets out of his drag, that Penn called taking a drive with him taking the diversions of Purley. Finally, having a dinner party at his rooms to entertain some friends from London, nothing would satisfy Mr. Foker but painting Mr. Buck's door vermilion, in which freak he was caught by the proctors, and although young Blackstrap, the celebrated negro fighter, who was one of Mr. Foker's distinguished guests, and was holding the can of paint while the young artist operated on the door, knocked down 2 of the proctor's attendants and performed prodigies of valour, yet these feats rather injured than served Foker, whom the proctor knew very well, and who was taken with the brush in his hand, and who was summarily convened and sent down from the university. The tutor wrote a very kind and feeling letter to Lady Agnes on the subject, stating that everybody was fond of the youth, that he never meant harm to any mortal creature, that he for his own part would have been delighted to pardon the harmless little boyish frolic, had not its unhappy publicity rendered it impossible to look the freak over, and breathing the most fervent wishes for the young fellow's welfare, wishes no doubt sincere, for Foker, as we know, came of a noble family on his mother's side, and on the other was heir to a great number of £1,000 a year. "It don't matter," said Foker, talking over the matter with Penn. "A little sooner or a little later, what is the odds? I should have been plucked for my little go again, I know I should. That Latin I cannot screw into my head, and my mamma's anguish would have broke out next term. The governor will blow like an old grampus, I know he will. Well, we must stop till he gets his wind again. I shall probably go abroad and improve my mind with foreign travel. Yes, parlez-vous the ticket, Italy and that sort of thing. I'll go to Paris and learn to dance and complete my education. But it's not me I'm anxious about, Penn. As long as people drink beer, I don't care. It's about you I'm doubtful, my boy. You're going too fast and can't keep up the pace, I tell you. It's not the 50 you owe me, pay it or not when you like, but it's the everyday pace, and I tell you it will kill you. You're living as if there were no end to the money in the stocking at home. You oughtn't to give dinners, you ought to eat them. Fellows are glad to have you. You oughtn't to owe horse bills, you ought to ride other chaps' nags. You know no more about betting than I do about algebra. The chaps will win your money as sure as you sport it. Hang me if you're not trying everything. I saw you sit down to écarté last week at Trumpington's, and taking your turn with the bones after Ringwood's supper. They'll beat you at it, Penn, my boy, even if they play on the square, which I don't say they don't, nor which I don't say they do, mind. But I won't play with them. You're no match for 'em. You ain't up to their weight. It's like little Blackstrap standing up to Tom Spring. The Black's a pretty fighter, but, Lord bless you, his arm ain't long enough to touch Tom, and I tell you, you're going it with fellows beyond your weight. Look here, If you'll promise me never to bet nor touch a box nor a card, I'll let you off the 2 ponies." But Pen laughingly said that though it wasn't convenient to him to pay the 2 ponies at that moment, he by no means wished to be let off any just debts he owed, and he and Foker parted, not without many dark forebodings on the latter's part with regard to his friend, who Harry thought was travelling speedily on the road to ruin. "One must do at Rome as Rome does," Pen said, in a dandified manner, jingling some sovereigns in his waistcoat pocket. "A little quiet play at écarté can't hurt a man who plays pretty well. I came away 14 sovereigns richer from Ringwood supper, and gad, I wanted the money." And he walked off, after having taken leave of poor Foker, who went away without any beat of drum or offer to drive the coach out of Oxbridge, to superintend a little dinner which he was going to give at his own rooms in Boniface, about which dinners the cook of the college, who had a great respect for Mr. Pendennis, always took especial pains for his young favourite. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 20. Rake's Progress. Some short time before Mr. Foker's departure from Oxbridge, there had come up to Boniface a gentleman who had once, as it turned out, belonged to the other university of Camford, which he had quitted on account of some differences with the tutors and authorities there. This gentleman, whose name was Horace Bloundel, was of the ancient Suffolk family of Bloundel, of Bloundel Hall, Bloundelshire, as the young wags used to call it, and no doubt it was on account of his descent, and because Dr. Donne, the master of Boniface, was a Suffolk man, and related perhaps to the family, that Mr. Horace Bloundel was taken in at Boniface, after St. George's and 1 or 2 other colleges had refused to receive him. There was a living in the family which it was important for Mr. Bloundel to hold, and, being in a dragoon regiment at the time when his 3rd brother, for whom the living was originally intended, sickened and died, Mr. Bloundel determined upon quitting crimson pantaloons and sable shakos for the black coat and white neckcloth of the English divine. The misfortunes which occurred at Camford occasioned some slight disturbance to Mr. Bloundel's plans, but although defeated upon one occasion, the resolute ex-dragoon was not dismayed, and set to work to win a victory elsewhere. In Penn's 2nd year, Major Pendennis paid a brief visit to his nephew, and was introduced to several of Penn's university friends. The gentle and polite Lord Plinlimmon, the gallant and open-hearted Magnus Charters, the sly and witty Harland, the intrepid Ringwood, who was called Rupert in the Union Debating Club, from his opinions and the bravery of his blunders, Broadbent, styled Barebones Broadbent from the republican nature of his opinions, he was of a dissenting family from Bristol, and a perfect Boanerges of debate, Mr. Bloundel finally, who had at once taken his place among the select of the university. Major Pendennis, though he did not understand Harland's Greek quotations, or quite appreciate Broadbent's thick shoes and dingy hands, was nevertheless delighted with the company assembled round his nephew, and highly approved of all the young men, with the exception of that one who gave himself the greatest airs in the society, and affected most to have the manners of a man of the world. As he and Penn sate at breakfast on the morning after the party, in the rooms of the latter, the Major gave his opinions regarding the young men, with whom he was in the greatest good humour. He had regaled them with some of his stories, which, though not quite so fresh in London, where people have a diseased appetite for novelty in the way of anecdotes, were entirely new at Oxbridge, and the lads heard them with that honest sympathy, that eager pleasure, that boisterous laughter, or that profound respect, so rare in the metropolis, and which must be so delightful to the professed raconteur. Only once or twice during the telling of the anecdote Mr. Bloundell's face wore a look of scorn, or betrayed by its expression that he was acquainted with the tales narrated. Once he had the audacity to question the accuracy of one of the particulars of a tale as given by Major Pendennis, and gave his own version of the anecdote, about which he knew he was right, for he heard it openly talked of at the club by so-and-so and t'other who were present at the business. The youngsters present looked up with wonder at their associate, who dared to interrupt the Major. Few of them could appreciate that melancholy grace and politeness with which Major Pendennis at once acceded to Mr. Bloundell's version of the story, and thanked him for correcting his own error. They stared on the next occasion of meeting, when Bloundell spoke in contemptuous terms of old Penn, said everyone knew old Penn, regular old trencherman at Gaunt House, notorious old bore, regular old fogey. Major Pendennis on his side liked Mr. Bloundell not a whit. These sympathies are pretty sure to be mutual amongst men and women, and if, for my part, some kind friend tells me that such and such a man has been abusing me, I am almost sure, on my own side, that I have a misliking to such and such a man. We like or dislike each other, as folks like or dislike the odour of certain flowers, or the taste of certain dishes or wines, or certain books. We can't tell why, but as a general rule, all the reasons in the world will not make us love Dr. Fell, and as sure as we dislike him, we may be sure that he dislikes us. So the Major said, "Penn, my boy, your dinner went off a merveille. You did the honours very nicely. You carved well. I am glad you learned to carve. It is done on the sideboard now in most good houses, but is still an important point, and may aid you in middle life. Young Lord Plinlimmon is a very amiable young man, quite the image of his dear mother, whom I knew as Lady Aquila Brownbill. And Lord Magnusson's republicanism will wear off. It sits prettily enough on a young patrician in early life, though nothing is so loathsome among persons of our rank. Mr. Broadbent seems to have much eloquence and considerable reading. Your friend Foker is always delightful. But your acquaintance Mr. Bloundell struck me as in all respects a most ineligible young man." "Bless my soul, sir! Bloundell! cried Penn, laughing. "Why, sir, he's the most popular man of the university. We elected him of the Barmecides the first week he came up, had a special meeting on purpose. He's of an excellent family, Suffolk Bloundells, descended from Richard's Blondel, bear a harp in chief, and motto, O Mongroy. A man may have a very good coat of arms and be a tiger, my boy," the Major said, chipping his egg. "That man is a tiger, mark my word, a low man. I will lay a wager that he left his regiment, which was a good one, for a more respectable man than my friend Lord Martingale never sate in a saddle, in bad odour. There is the unmistakable look of slang and bad habits about this Mr. Bloundell. He frequents low gambling houses and billiard hells. Sir, he haunts third-rate clubs. I know he does. I know by his style. I never was mistaken in my man yet. Did you remark the quantities of rings and jewellery he wore? That person has scamp written on his countenance, if any man ever had. Mark my words and avoid him. Let us turn the conversation. The dinner was a leetle too fine, but I don't object to your making a few extra fray when you receive friends. Of course you don't do it often, and only those whom it is your interest to fetter. The cutlets were excellent, and the soufflé uncommonly light and good. The third bottle of champagne was not necessary, but you have a good income, and as long as you keep within it, I shall not quarrel with you, my dear boy." Poor Pen! The worthy uncle little knew how often those dinners took place, while the reckless young amphitryon delighted to show his hospitality and skill in gourmandise. There is no art than that, so long to learn, so difficult to acquire, so impossible and beyond the means of many unhappy people, about which boys are more anxious to have an air of knowingness. A taste and knowledge of wines and cookery appears to them to be the sign of an accomplished roué and manly gentleman. I like to see them wink at a glass of claret, as if they had an intimate acquaintance with it, and discuss a salmi, poor boys. It is only when they grow old that they know nothing of the science, when perhaps their conscience whispers them that the science is in itself little worth, and that a leg of mutton and content is as good as the dinners of pontiffs. But little Pen, in his character of Admirable Crichton, thought it necessary to be a great judge and practitioner of dinners. We have just said how the college cook respected him, and shall soon have to deplore that that worthy man so blindly trusted our Pen. In the 3rd year of the lad's residence at Oxbridge, his staircase was by no means encumbered with dish-covers and desserts, and waiters carrying in dishes, and skips opening iced champagne. Crowds of different sorts of attendants, with faces sulky or piteous, hung about the outer oak, and assailed the unfortunate lad as he issued out of his den. Nor did his guardian's advice take any effect, or induce Mr. Pen to avoid the society of the disreputable Mr. Bloundel. What young men like in their companions is, what had got Pen a great part of his own repute and popularity, a real or supposed knowledge of life. A man who has seen the world, or who can speak of it with a knowing air, a roué or Lovelace, who has his adventures to relate, is sure of an admiring audience among boys. It is hard to confess, but so it is. We respect that sort of prowess. From our school days we have been taught to admire it. Are there 5 in the 100, out of the hundreds and hundreds of English schoolboys brought up at our great schools and colleges, that must not own at one time of their lives to having read and liked Don Juan? Awful propagation of evil! The idea of it should make the man tremble who holds the pen, lest untruth or impurity or unjust anger or unjust praise escape it. One such diseased creature as this is enough to infect a whole colony, and the tutors of Boniface began to find the moral tone of their college lowered, and their young men growing unruly and almost ungentlemanlike, soon after Mr. Bloundel's arrival at Oxbridge. The young magnates of the neighbouring great college of St. George's, who regarded Pen, and in whose society he lived, were not taken in by Bloundel's flashy graces and rakish airs of fashion. Broadbent called him Captain Macheath, and said he would live to be hanged. Foker, during his brief stay at the university with Macheath, with characteristic caution, declined to say anything in the captain's disfavour, but hinted to Pen that he had better have him for a partner at whist than play against him, and better back him at écart than bet on the other side. "You see, he plays better than you do, Pen," was the astute young gentleman's remark. "He plays uncommonly well, the captain does. And Pen, I wouldn't take the odds too freely from him if I was you. I don't think he's too flush with money, the captain ain't." But beyond these dark suggestions and generalities, the cautious Foker could not be got to speak. Not that his advice would have had more weight with a headstrong young man than advice commonly has with a lad who is determined on pursuing his own way. Pen's appetite for pleasure was insatiable, and he rushed at it wherever it presented itself, with an eagerness which bespoke his fiery constitution and youthful health. He called taking pleasure seeing life, and quoted well-known maxims from Terence, from Horace, from Shakespeare, to show that one should do all that might become a man. He bade fair to be utterly used up and a roué in a few years, if he were to continue at the pace at which he was going. One night, after a supper party in college, at which Penn and Macheath had been present, and at which a little quiet 21 had been played, an amusement much pleasanter to men in their second and third year than the boisterous custom of singing songs, which bring the proctors about the rooms, and which have grown quite stale by this time, every man having expended his budget. As the men had taken their caps and were going away, after no great losses or winnings on any side, Mr. Bloundel playfully took up a green wine-glass from the supper-table, which had been destined to contain iced cup, but into which he inserted something still more pernicious, namely, a pair of dice, which the gentleman took out of his waistcoat pocket and put into the glass. Then, giving the glass a graceful wave, which showed that his hand was quite experienced in the throwing of dice, he called sevens the main, and whisking the ivory cubes gently on the table, swept them up lightly again from the cloth, and repeated this process 2 or 3 times. The other men looked on, Penn, of course, among the number, who had never used the dice as yet, except to play a humdrum game of backgammon at home. Mr. Bloundel, who had a good voice, began to troll out the chorus from Robert the Devil, an opera then in great vogue, in which chorus many of the men joined, especially Penn, who was in very high spirits, having won a good number of shillings and half-crowns at the 21, and presently, instead of going home, most of the party was seated round the table, playing at dice, the green glass going round from hand to hand, until Penn finally shivered it, after throwing 6 mains. From that night Penn plunged into the delights of the game of hazard, as eagerly as it was his custom to pursue any new pleasure. Dice can be played of mornings as well as after dinner or supper. Bloundel would come into Penn's rooms after breakfast, and it was astonishing how quick the time passed as the bones were rattling. They had little quiet parties with closed doors, and Bloundel devised a box lined with felt so that the dice should make no noise, and their telltale rattle not bring the sharp-eared tutors up to the rooms. Bloundel, Ringwood, and Penn were once very nearly caught by Mr. Buck, who, passing in the quadrangle, thought he heard the words 2 to 1 on the caster through Penn's open window, but when the tutor got into Arthur's rooms, he found the lads with 3 homers before them, and Penn said he was trying to coach the other 2 men, and asked Mr. Buck with great gravity what was the present condition of the river Scamander, and whether it was navigable or no? Mr. Arthur Pendennis did not win much money in these transactions with Mr. Bloundel, or indeed gain good of any kind, except a knowledge of the odds at hazard, which he might have learned out of books. Captain Macheath had other accomplishments which he exercised for Penn's benefit. The captain's stories had a great and unfortunate charm for Arthur, who was never tired of hearing Bloundel's histories of garrison conquests, and of his feats in country quarters. He had been at Paris, and had plenty of legends about the Palais Royal, and the Salon and Frascati's. He had gone to the Salon one night, after a dinner at the Café de Paris, where we were all devilishly cut, by Jove, and on waking in the morning in my own rooms, I found myself with 12,000 francs under my pillow, and 149 Napoleons in one of my boots. Wasn't that a coup, eh? The captain said. Penn's eyes glistened with excitement as he heard this story. He respected the man who could win such a sum of money. He sighed and said it would set him all right. Macheath laughed and told him to drink another drop of maraschino. I could tell you stories much more wonderful than that, he added. And so indeed the captain could have done, without any further trouble than that of invention, with which portion of the poetic faculty nature had copiously endowed him. He laughed to scorn Pen's love for Miss Fotheringay, when he came to hear of that amour from Arthur, as he pretty soon did, for, we have said, Pen was not averse to telling the story now to his confidential friends, and he and they were rather proud of the transaction. But Macheath took away all Pen's conceit on this head, not by demonstrating the folly of the lad's passion for an uneducated woman much his senior in years, but by exposing his absurd desire of gratifying his passion in a legitimate way. "Marry her?" said he. "You might as well marry blank," and he named one of the most notorious actresses on the stage. She hadn't a shred of character. He knew 20 men who were openly admirers of her, and named them, and the sums each had spent upon her. I know no kind of calumny more frightful or frequent than this which takes away the character of women, no men more reckless and mischievous than those who lightly use it, and no kind of cowards more despicable than the people who invent these slanders. Is it or not a misfortune that a man, himself of a candid disposition, and disposed, like our friend Pen, to blurt out the truth on all occasions, begins life by believing all that is said to him? Would it be better for a lad to be less trustful, and so less honest? It requires no small experience of the world to know that a man, who has no especial reason thereto, is telling you lies. I am not sure whether it is not best to go on being duped for a certain time. At all events, our honest Pen had a natural credulity which enabled him to accept all statements which were made to him, and he took every one of Captain Macheath's figments as if they had been the most unquestioned facts of history. So Bloundell's account about Miss Fotheringay pained and mortified Pen exceedingly. If he had been ashamed of his passion before, what were his feelings regarding it now, when the object of so much pure flame and adoration turned out to be only a worthless impostor, an impostor detected by all but him? It never occurred to Pen to doubt the fact, or to question whether the stories of a man who, like his new friend, never spoke well of any woman, were likely to be true. One Easter vacation, when Pen had announced to his mother and uncle his intention not to go down, but to stay at Oxbridge and read, Mr. Pen was nevertheless induced to take a brief visit to London in company with his friend Mr. Bloundell. They put up at a hotel in Covent Garden, where Bloundell had a tick, as he called it, and took the pleasures of the town very freely after the wont of young university men. Bloundell still belonged to a military club, whither he took Pen to dine once or twice. The young men would drive thither in a cab, trembling lest they should meet Major Pendennis on his beat in Pall Mall. And here Pen was introduced to a number of gallant young fellows with spurs and mustachios, with whom he drank pale ale of mornings and beat the town of a night. Here he saw a deal of life indeed, nor in his career about the theatres and singing houses which these roaring young blades frequented was he very likely to meet his guardian. One night, nevertheless, they were very near to each other, a plank only separating Pen, who was in the boxes of the Museum Theatre, from the Major, who was in Lord Steyne's box, along with that venerated nobleman. The Fotheringay was in the pride of her glory. She had made a hit, that is, she had drawn very good houses for nearly a year, had starred the provinces with great éclat, had come back to shine in London with somewhat diminished lustre, and now was acting with ever-increasing attraction, etc., triumph of the good old British drama, as the playbills avowed, to houses in which there was plenty of room for anybody who wanted to see her. It was not the first time Pen had seen her since that memorable day when the two had parted in Chatteris. In the previous year, when the town was making much of her, and the press lauded her beauty, Penn had found a pretext for coming to London in term time, and had rushed off to the theatre to see his old flame. He recollected it rather than renewed it. He remembered how ardently he used to be on the look-out at Chatteris, when the speech before Ophelia's, or Mrs. Haller's entrance on the stage, was made by the proper actor. Now, as the actor spoke, he had a sort of feeble thrill. As the house began to thunder with applause, and Ophelia entered with her old bow and sweeping curtsy, Penn felt a slight shock, and blushed very much as he looked at her, and could not help thinking that all the house was regarding him. He hardly heard her for the first part of the play, and he thought with such rage of the humiliation to which she had subjected him, that he began to fancy he was jealous and in love with her still. But that illusion did not last very long. He ran round to the stage door of the theatre to see her if possible, but he did not succeed. She passed indeed under his nose with a female companion, but he did not know her, nor did she recognise him. The next night he came in late, and stayed very quietly for the after-piece. And on the third and last night of his stay in London, why, Taglioni was going to dance at the opera. Taglioni! And there was to be Don Giovanni, which he admired of all things in the world. So Mr. Penn went to Don Giovanni and Taglioni. This time the illusion about her was quite gone. She was not less handsome, but she was not the same somehow. The light was gone out of her eyes which used to flash there, or Penn's no longer were dazzled by it. The rich voice spoke as of old, yet it did not make Penn's bosom thrill as formerly. He thought he could recognise the brogue underneath. The accent seemed to him coarse and false. It annoyed him to hear the same emphasis on the same words, only uttered a little louder. Worse than this, it annoyed him to think that he should ever have mistaken that loud imitation for genius, or melted at those mechanical sobs and sighs. He felt that it was in another life almost, that it was another man who had so madly loved her. He was ashamed and bitterly humiliated, and very lonely. Ah, poor Penn! The delusion is better than the truth sometimes, and fine dreams than dismal waking. They went and had an uproarious supper that night, and Mr. Penn had a fine headache the next morning, with which he went back to Oxbridge, having spent all his ready money. As all this narrative is taken from Penn's own confessions, so that the reader may be assured of the truth of every word of it, and as Penn himself never had any accurate notion of the manner in which he spent his money, and plunged himself into much deeper pecuniary difficulties during his luckless residence at Oxbridge University, it is, of course, impossible for me to give any accurate account of his involvements, beyond that general notion of his way of life, which has been sketched a few pages back. He does not speak too hardly of the roguery of the university tradesmen, or of those in London whom he honoured with his patronage at the outset of his career. Even Finch, the money-lender, to whom Blundell introduced him, and with whom he had various transactions in which the young rascal's signature appeared upon stamped paper, treated him, according to Penn's own account, with forbearance, and never mulcted him of more than 100%. The old college cook, his fervent admirer, made him a private bill, offered to send him in dinners up to the very last, and never would have pressed his account to his dying day. There was that kindness and frankness about Arthur Pendennis which won most people who came in contact with him, and which, if it rendered him an easy prey to rogues, got him, perhaps, more goodwill than he merited from many honest men. It was impossible to resist his good nature, or, in his worst moments, not to hope for his rescue from utter ruin. At the time of his full career of university pleasure, he would leave the gayest party to go and sit with a sick friend. He never knew the difference between small and great in the treatment of his acquaintances, however much the unlucky lad's tastes, which were of the sumptuous order, led him to prefer good society. He was only too ready to share his guinea with a poor friend, and when he got money, had an irresistible propensity for paying, which he never could conquer through life. In his 3rd year at college, the duns began to gather awfully round about him, and there was a levee at his oak which scandalised the tutors, and would have scared many a stouter heart. With some of these he used to battle, some he would bully, under Mr. Bloundell's directions, who was a master in this art, though he took a degree in no other, and some deprecate. And it is reported of him that little Mary Frodsham, the daughter of a certain poor gilder and frame-maker, whom Mr. Penn had thought fit to employ, and who had made a number of beautiful frames for his fine prints, coming to Pendennis with a piteous tale, that her father was ill with ague, and that there was an execution in their house, Penn, in an anguish of remorse, rushed away, pawned his grand watch and every single article of jewellery, except 2 old gold sleeve buttons, which had belonged to his father, and rushed with the proceeds to Frodsham's shop, where, with tears in his eyes, and the deepest repentance and humility, he asked the poor tradesman's pardon. This young gentleman is not told as an instance of Penn's virtue, but rather of his weakness. It would have been much more virtuous to have had no prince at all. He still stood for the baubles which he sold in order to pay Frodsham's bill, and his mother had cruelly to pinch herself in order to discharge the jeweller's account, so that she was in the end the sufferer by the lad's impertinent fancies and follies. We are not presenting Penn to you as a hero or a model, only as a lad who, in the midst of 1,000 vanities and weaknesses, has as yet some generous impulses, and is not altogether dishonest. We have said it was to the scandal of Mr. Buck the tutor that Penn's extravagances became known. From the manner in which he entered college, the associates he kept, and the introductions of Dr. Portman and the Major, Buck for a long time thought that his pupil was a man of large property, and wondered rather that he only wore a plain gown. Once, on going up to London to the levee with an address from His Majesty's Loyal University of Oxbridge, Buck had seen Major Pendennis at St. James's, in conversation with 2 Knights of the Garter, in the carriage of one of whom the dazzled tutor saw the Major whisked away after the levee. He asked Penn to wine the instant he came back, let him off from chapels and lectures more than ever, and felt perfectly sure that he was a young gentleman of large estate. Thus, he was thunderstruck when he heard the truth, and received a dismal confession from Penn. His university debts were large, and the tutor had nothing to do, and of course Penn did not acquaint him, with his London debts. What man ever does tell all when pressed by his friends about his liabilities? The tutor learned enough to know that Penn was poor, that he had spent a handsome, almost a magnificent allowance, and had raised around him such a fine crop of debts as it would be very hard work for any man to mow down, for there is no plant that grows so rapidly when once it has taken root. Perhaps it was because she was so tender and good that Penn was terrified lest his mother should know of his sins. "I can't bear to break it to her," he said to the tutor in an agony of grief. "Oh, sir, I've been a villain to her." And he repented, and he wished he had the time to come over again, and he asked himself, why did his uncle insist upon the necessity of living with great people, and in how much did all his grand acquaintance profit him? They were not shy, but Penn thought they were, and slunk from them during his last terms at college. He was as gloomy as a death's head at parties, which he avoided of his own part, or to which his young friends soon ceased to invite him. Everybody knew that Pendennis was hard up. That man Bloundel, who could pay nobody, and who was obliged to go down after 3 terms, was his ruin, the men said. His melancholy figure might be seen shirking about the lonely quadrangles in his battered old cap and torn gown, and he who had been the pride of the university but a year before, the man whom all the young ones loved to look at, was now the object of conversation at freshmen's wine parties, and they spoke of him with wonder and awe. At last came the degree examinations. Many a young man of his year, whose hobnailed shoes Penn had derided, and whose face or coat he had caricatured, many a man whom he had treated with scorn in the lecture-room, or crushed with his eloquence in the debating club, many of his own set who had not half his brains, but a little regularity and constancy of occupation, took high places in the honours, or passed with decent credit. And where in the list was Penn the superb, Penn the wit and dandy, Penn the poet and orator? Ah, where was Penn the widow's darling and sole pride? Let us hide our heads and shut up the page. The lists came out, and a dreadful rumour rushed through the university that Pendennis of Boniface was plucked. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 21. Flight after Defeat. Everybody who has the least knowledge of heraldry and the peerage must be aware that the noble family of which, as we know, Helen Pendennis was a member, bears for a crest a nest full of little pelicans pecking at the ensanguined bosom of a big maternal bird, which plentifully supplies the little wretches with the nutriment on which, according to the heraldic legend, they are supposed to be brought up. Very likely female pelicans like so to bleed under the selfish little beaks of their young ones. It's certain that women do. There must be some sort of pleasure, which we men don't understand, which accompanies the pain of being scarified, and indeed I believe some women would rather actually so suffer than not. They like sacrificing themselves in behalf of the object which their instinct teaches them to love, be it for a reckless husband, a dissipated son, a darling scapegrace of a brother. How ready their hearts are to pour out their best treasures for the benefit of the cherished person. And what a deal of this sort of enjoyment are we, on one side, ready to give the soft creatures. There is scarce a man that reads this, but has administered pleasure in this fashion to his womankind, and has treated them to the luxury of forgiving him. They don't mind how they live themselves, but when the prodigal comes home, they make a rejoicing, and kill the fatted calf for him. And at the very first hint that the sinner is returning, the kind angels prepare their festival, and mercy and forgiveness go smiling out to welcome him. I hope it may be so always for all. If we have only justice to look to, heaven help us. During the latter part of Penn's residence at the University of Oxbridge, his uncle's partiality had greatly increased for the lad. The Major was proud of Arthur, who had high spirits, frank manners, a good person, and high gentlemanlike bearing. It pleased the old London bachelor to see Penn walking with the young patricians of his university, and he, who was never known to entertain his friends, and whose stinginess had passed into a sort of byword among some wags at the club, who envied his many engagements and did not choose to consider his poverty, was charmed to give his nephew and the young lords snug little dinners at his lodgings, and to regale them with good claret and his very best bon mots and stories, some of which would be injured by the repetition, for the Major's manner of telling them was incomparably neat and careful, and others, whereof the repetition would do good to nobody. He paid his court to their parents through the young men, and to himself as it were by their company. He made more than one visit to Oxbridge, where the young fellows were amused by entertaining the old gentleman, and gave parties and breakfasts and fêtes, partly to joke him and partly to do him honour. He plied them with his stories. He made himself juvenile and hilarious in the company of the young lords. He went to hear Penn at a grand debate at the Union, crowed and cheered and rapped his stick in chorus with the cheers of the men, and was astounded at the boy's eloquence and fire. He thought he had got a young Pitt for a nephew. He had an almost paternal fondness for Penn. He wrote to the lad letters with playful advice and the news of the town. He bragged about Arthur at his clubs, and introduced him with pleasure into his conversation, saying that, egad, the young fellows were putting the old ones to the wall, that the lads who were coming up, young Lord Plinlimmon, a friend of my boy, young Lord Magnus Charters, a chum of my scapegrace, etc., would make a greater figure in the world than even their fathers had done before them. He asked permission to bring Arthur to a grand fête at Gaunt House, saw him with ineffable satisfaction dancing with the sisters of the young noblemen before mentioned, and gave himself as much trouble to procure cards of invitation for the lad to some good houses as if he had been a mamma with a daughter to marry, and not an old half-pay officer in a wig. And he boasted everywhere of the boy's great talents and remarkable oratorical powers, and of the brilliant degree he was going to take. Lord Runnymede would take him on his embassy, or the Duke would bring him in for one of his boroughs, he wrote over and over again to Helen, who, for her part, was too ready to believe anything that anybody chose to say in favour of her son. And all this pride and affection of uncle and mother had been trampled down by Penn's wicked extravagance and idleness. I don't envy Penn's feelings, as the phrase is, as he thought of what he had done. He had slept, and the tortoise had won the race. He had marred at its outset what might have been a brilliant career. He had dipped ungenerously into a generous mother's purse, basely and recklessly spilt her little cruse. Oh! It was a coward hand that could strike and rob a creature so tender. And if Penn felt the wrong which he had done to others, are we to suppose that a young gentleman of his vanity did not feel still more keenly the shame he had brought upon himself? Let us be assured that there is no more cruel remorse than that, and no groans more piteous than those of wounded self-love. Like Joel Miller's friend, the senior wrangler, who bowed to the audience from his box at the play, because he and the king happened to enter the theatre at the same time, only with a fatuity by no means so agreeable to himself, poor Arthur Pendennis felt perfectly convinced that all England would remark the absence of his name from the examination lists, and talk about his misfortune. His wounded tutor, his many duns, the skip and bedmaker who waited upon him, the undergraduates of his own time and the years below him, whom he had patronised or scorned, how could he bear to look any of them in the face now? He rushed to his rooms, into which he shut himself, and there he penned a letter to his tutor, full of thanks, regards, remorse, and despair, requesting that his name might be taken off the college books, and intimating a wish and expectation that death would speedily end the woes of the disgraced Arthur Pendennis. Then he slunk out, scarcely knowing whither he went, but mechanically taking the unfrequented little lanes by the backs of the colleges, until he cleared the university precincts, and got down to the banks of the Cam Isis River, now deserted, but so often alive with the boat races and the crowds of cheering gownsmen. He wandered on and on until he found himself at some miles' distance from Oxbridge, or rather was found by some acquaintances leaving that city. As Penn went up a hill, a drizzling January rain beating in his face, and his ragged gown flying behind him, for he had not divested himself of his academical garments since the morning, a post-chaise came rattling up the road, on the box of which a servant was seated, whilst within, or rather half out of the carriage window, sate a young gentleman smoking a cigar and loudly encouraging the post-boy. It was our young acquaintance of Baymouth, Mr. Spavin, who had got his degree, and was driving homewards in triumph in his yellow post-chaise. He caught a sight of the figure, madly gesticulating as he worked up the hill, and of poor Penn's pale and ghastly face as the chaise whirled by him. "Whoa!" roared Mr. Spavin to the post-boy, and the horses stopped in their mad career, and the carriage pulled up some 50 yards before Penn. He presently heard his own name shouted, and beheld the upper half of the body of Mr. Spavin thrust out of the side window of the vehicle, and beckoning Penn vehemently towards it. Penn stopped, hesitated, nodded his head fiercely, and pointed onwards, as if desirous that the postillion should proceed. He did not speak, but his countenance must have looked very desperate, for young Spavin, having stared at him with an expression of blank alarm, jumped out of the carriage presently, ran towards Penn holding out his hand, and grasping Penn said, "I say, hello, old boy, where are you going, and what's the row now?" "I'm going where I deserve to go," said Penn with an imprecation. "This ain't the way," said Mr. Spavin, smiling. "This is the Fenbury Road. I say, Penn, don't take on because you're plucked. It's nothing when you're used to it. I've been plucked 3 times, old boy, and after the first time I didn't care. Glad it's over, though. You'll have better luck next time." Penn looked at his early acquaintance, who had been plucked, who had been rusticated, who had only, after repeated failures, learned to read and write correctly, and who, in spite of all these drawbacks, had attained the honour of a degree. "This man has passed," he thought, "and I have failed." It was almost too much for him to bear. "Good-bye, Spavin," said he. "I'm very glad you're through. Don't let me keep you. I'm in a hurry. I'm going to town to-night." "Gammon!" said Mr. Spavin. "This ain't the way to town. This is the Fenbury Road, I tell you." "I was just going to turn back," Penn said. "All the coaches are full with the men going down," Spavin said. Penn winced. "You'd not get a place for a £10 note. Get into my yellow. I'll drop you at Mudford, where you have a chance of the Fenbury mail. I'll lend you a hat and a coat. I've got lots. Come on, jump in, old boy. Go it, Leathers." And in this way Penn found himself in Mr. Spavin's post-chaise, and rode with that gentleman as far as the Ram Inn at Mudford, 15 miles from Oxbridge, where the Fenbury mail changed horses, and where Penn got a place on to London. The next day there was an immense excitement in Boniface College, Oxbridge, where, for some time, a rumour prevailed, to the terror of Penn's tutor and tradesmen, that Pendennis, maddened at losing his degree, had made away with himself. A battered cap, in which his name was almost discernible, together with a seal bearing his crest of an eagle looking at a now extinct sun, had been found 3 miles on the Fenbury Road, near a mill stream, and for 24 hours it was supposed that poor Penn had flung himself into the stream, until letters arrived from him bearing the London postmark. The mail reached London at the dreary hour of 5, and he hastened to the inn at Covent Garden, at which he was accustomed to put up, where the ever-wakeful porter admitted him, and showed him to a bed. Penn looked hard at the man, and wondered whether Boots knew he was plucked. When in bed he could not sleep there. He tossed about until the appearance of the dismal London daylight, when he sprang up desperately and walked off to his uncle's lodgings in Berry Street, where the maid, who was scouring the steps, looked up suspiciously at him as he came with an unshaven face and yesterday's linen. He thought she knew of his mishap too. "Good heavens, Miss Arthur! What has happened, sir?" Mr. Morgan, the valet, asked, who had just arranged the well-brushed clothes and shiny boots at the door of his master's bedroom, and was carrying in his wig to the Major. "I want to see my uncle," he cried, in a ghastly voice, and flung himself down on a chair. Morgan backed before the pale and desperate-looking young man, with terrified and wondering glances, and disappeared into his master's apartment. The Major put his head out of the bedroom door as soon as he had his wig on. "What? Examination over? Senior Wrangler? Double first class, eh?" said the old gentleman. "I'll come directly." And the head disappeared. "They don't know what has happened," groaned Penn. "What will they say when they know all?" Penn had been standing with his back to the window, and to such a dubious light as Berry Street enjoys of a foggy January morning, so that his uncle could not see the expression of the young man's countenance, or the looks of gloom and despair which even Mr. Morgan had remarked. But when the Major came out of his dressing-room, neat and radiant, and preceded by faint odours from Delcroix's shop, from which emporium Major Pendennis's wig and his pocket-handkerchief got their perfume, he held out one of his hands to Penn, and was about addressing him in his cheery, high-toned voice, when he caught sight of the boy's face at length, and dropping his hand, said, "Good God, Penn, what's the matter?" "You'll see it in the papers at breakfast, sir," Penn said. "See what?" "My name isn't there, sir." "Hang it, why should it be?" asked the Major, more perplexed. "I have lost everything, sir," Penn groaned out. "My honour's gone. I'm ruined irretrievably. I can't go back to Oxbridge." "Lost your honour?" screamed out the Major. "Heavens alive! You don't mean to say you have shown the white feather?" Penn laughed bitterly at the word feather, and repeated it. "No, it isn't that, sir. I'm not afraid of being shot. I wish to God anybody would. I have not got my degree. I'm plucked, sir." The Major had heard of plucking, but in a very vague and cursory way, and concluded that it was some ceremony performed corporally upon rebellious university youth. "I wonder you can look me in the face after such a disgrace, sir," he said. "I wonder you submitted to it as a gentleman." "I couldn't help it, sir. I did my classical papers well enough. It was those infernal mathematics which I have always neglected." Was it done in public, sir?" the Major said. "What?" The plucking?" asked the Guardian, looking Penn anxiously in the face. Penn perceived the error under which his guardian was labouring, and in the midst of his misery the blunder caused the poor wretch a faint smile, and served to bring down the conversation from the tragedy key in which Penn had been disposed to carry it on. He explained to his uncle that he had gone in to pass his examination, and failed. On which the Major said that though he had expected far better things of his nephew, there was no great misfortune in this, and no dishonour as far as he saw, and that Penn must try again. Me again at Oxbridge, Penn thought, after such a humiliation as that? He felt that, except he went down to burn the place, he could not enter it. But it was when he came to tell his uncle of his debts that the other felt surprise and anger most keenly, and broke out in speeches most severe upon Penn, which the lad bore, as best might, without flinching. He had determined to make a clean breast, and had formed a full, true, and complete list of all his bills and liabilities at the University and in London. They consisted of various items such as London, tailor; Oxbridge, ditto; Oxbridge, ditto; bill for horses; haberdasher for shirts and gloves; printseller; jeweller; books; college, cook; binding; grump for desserts; hairdresser and perfumery; bootmaker; hotel bill in London; wine merchant in London; sundries. All of which items the reader may fill in at his pleasure. Such accounts have been inspected by the parents of many university youth, and it appeared that Mr. Penn's bills in all amounted to about £700, and, furthermore, it was calculated that he had had more than twice that sum of ready money during his stay at Oxbridge. This sum he had spent, and for it had to show what? "You need not press a man who is down, sir," Penn said to his uncle gloomily. "I know very well, sir, how wicked and idle I have been. My mother won't like to see me dishonoured, sir," he continued with his voice failing, "and I know she will pay these accounts, but I shall ask her for no more money." "As you like, sir," the Major said. "You are of age, and my hands are washed of your affairs. But you can't live without money, and have no means of making it that I see, though you have a fine talent in spending it, and it is my belief that you will proceed as you have begun, and ruin your mother before you are 5 years older. Good morning. It is time for me to go to breakfast. My engagements won't permit me to see you much during the time that you stay in London. I presume that you will acquaint your mother with the news, which you have just conveyed to me." And pulling on his hat, and trembling in his limbs somewhat, Major Pendennis walked out of his lodgings before his nephew, and went ruefully off to take his accustomed corner at the club. He saw the Oxbridge examination lists in the morning papers, and read over the names, not understanding the business, with mournful accuracy. He consulted various old fogies of his acquaintance in the course of the day, at his clubs; Wenham, a dean, various civilians, and, as it is called, took their opinion, showing to some of them the amount of his nephew's debts, which he had dotted down on the back of a card, and asking what was to be done, and whether such debts were not monstrous, preposterous. What was to be done? There was nothing for it but to pay. Wenham and the others told the Major of young men who owed twice as much, 5 times as much as Arthur, and with no means at all to pay. The consultations, and calculations, and opinions comforted the Major somewhat. After all, he was not to pay. But he thought bitterly of the many plans he had formed to make a man of his nephew, of the sacrifices which he had made, and of the manner in which he was disappointed. And he wrote off a letter to Dr. Portman, informing him of the direful events which had taken place, and begging the doctor to break them to Helen. For the orthodox old gentleman preserved the regular routine in all things, and was of opinion that it was more correct to "break" a piece of bad news to a person by means of a, possibly maladroit and unfeeling, messenger, than to convey it simply to its destination by a note. So the Major wrote to Dr. Portman, and then went out to dinner, one of the saddest men in any London dining-room that day. Penn, too, wrote his letter, and skulked about London streets for the rest of the day, fancying that everybody was looking at him, and whispering to his neighbour, "That is Pendennis of Boniface, who was plucked yesterday." His letter to his mother was full of tenderness and remorse. He wept the bitterest tears over it, and the repentance and passion soothed him to some degree. He saw a party of roaring young blades from Oxbridge in the coffee-room of his hotel, and slunk away from them, and paced the streets. He remembers, he says, the prints which he saw hanging up at Ackermann's window in the rain, and a book which he read at a stall near the Temple. At night he went to the pit of the play, and saw Miss Fotheringay, but he doesn't in the least recollect in what piece. On the second day there came a kind letter from his tutor, containing many grave and appropriate remarks upon the event which had befallen him, but strongly urging Penn not to take his name off the university books, and to retrieve a disaster which, everybody knew, was owing to his own carelessness alone, and which he might repair by a month's application. He said he had ordered Penn's skip to pack up some trunks of the young gentleman's wardrobe, which duly arrived with fresh copies of all Penn's bills laid on the top. On the third day there arrived a letter from home, which Penn read in his bedroom, and the result of which was that he fell down on his knees with his head in the bedclothes, and then prayed out his heart and humbled himself, and having gone downstairs and eaten an immense breakfast, he sallied forth and took his place at the Bull and Mouth, Piccadilly, by the Chatteris coach for that evening. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 22. Prodigal's Return. Such a letter as the Major wrote, of course, sent Dr. Portman to Fair Oaks, and he went off with that alacrity which a good man shows when he has disagreeable news to communicate. He wishes the deed were done, and done quickly. He is sorry, but que voulez-vous? The tooth must be taken out, and he has you in the chair, and it is surprising with what courage and vigour of wrist he applies the forceps. Perhaps he would not be quite so active or eager if it were his tooth, but, in fine, it is your duty to have it out. So the doctor, having read the epistle out to Myra and Mrs. Portman, with many damnatory comments upon the young scapegrace, who was going deeper and deeper into perdition, left those ladies to spread the news through the Clavering Society, which they did with their accustomed accuracy and dispatch, and strode over to Fair Oaks to break the intelligence to the widow. She had the news already. She had read Penn's letter, and it had relieved her somehow. A gloomy presentiment of evil had been hanging over her for many, many months past. She knew the worst now, and her darling boy was come back to her, repentant and tender-hearted. Did she want more? All that the rector could say, and his remarks were both dictated by common sense and made respectable by antiquity, could not bring Helen to feel any indignation or particular unhappiness, except that the boy should be unhappy. What was this degree they made such an outcry about, and what good would it do Penn? Why did Dr. Portman and his uncle insist upon sending the boy to a place where there was so much temptation to be risked and so little good to be won? Why didn't they leave him at home with his mother? As for his debts, of course they must be paid. His debts! Wasn't his father's money all his, and hadn't he a right to spend it? In this way the widow met the virtuous doctor, and all the arrows of his indignation somehow took no effect upon her gentle bosom. For some time past, an agreeable practice, known since times ever so ancient, by which brothers and sisters are wont to exhibit their affection towards one another, and in which Penn and his little sister Laura had been accustomed to indulge pretty frequently in their childish days, had been given up by the mutual consent of those two individuals. Coming back from college after an absence from home of some months, in place of the simple girl whom he had left behind him, Mr. Arthur found a tall, slim, handsome young lady, to whom he could not somehow proffer the kiss which he had been in the habit of administering previously, and who received him with a gracious curtsy and a proffered hand, and with a great blush which rose up to the cheek, just upon the very spot which young Penn had been used to salute. I am not good at descriptions of female beauty, and indeed do not care for it in the least, thinking that goodness and virtue are, of course, far more advantageous to a young lady than any mere fleeting charms of person and face, and so shall not attempt any particular delineation of Miss Laura Bell at the age of 16 years. At that age she had attained her present altitude of 5 feet 4 inches, so that she was called tall and gawky by some, and a maypole by others of her own sex, who prefer little women. But if she was a maypole, she had beautiful roses about her head, and it is a fact that many swains were disposed to dance round her. She was ordinarily pale, with a faint rose tinge in her cheeks, but they flushed up in a minute when occasion called, and continued blushing ever so long, the roses remaining after the emotion had passed away which had summoned those pretty flowers into existence. Her eyes have been described as very large from her earliest childhood, and retained that characteristic in later life. Good-natured critics, always females, said that she was in the habit of making play with those eyes, and ogling the gentlemen and ladies in her company. But the fact is that nature had made them so to shine and to look, and they could no more help so looking and shining than one star can help being brighter than another. It was doubtless to mitigate their brightness that Miss Laura's eyes were provided with 2 pairs of veils in the shape of the longest and finest black eyelashes, so that, when she closed her eyes, the same people who found fault with those orbs said that she wanted to show her eyelashes off. And indeed, I dare say that to see her asleep would have been a pretty sight. As for her complexion, that was nearly as brilliant as Lady Mantrap's, and without the powder which her ladyship uses. Her nose must be left to the reader's imagination. If her mouth was rather large, as Miss Piminy avers, who, but for her known appetite, one would think could not swallow anything larger than a button, everybody allowed that her smile was charming and showed off a set of pearly teeth, whilst her voice was so low and sweet that to hear it was like listening to sweet music. Because she is in the habit of wearing very long dresses, people of course say that her feet are not small, but it may be that they are of the size becoming her figure, and it does not follow, because Mrs. Pincher is always putting her foot out, that all other ladies should be perpetually bringing theirs on the tapis. In fine, Miss Laura Bell at the age of 16 was a sweet young lady. Many thousands of such are to be found, let us hope, in this country, where there is no lack of goodness and modesty and purity and beauty. Now Miss Laura, since she had learned to think for herself, and in the past 2 years her mind and her person had both developed themselves considerably, had only been half pleased with Penn's general conduct and bearing. His letters to his mother at home had become of late very rare and short. It was in vain that the fond widow urged how constant Arthur's occupations and studies were, and how many his engagements. "It is better that he should lose a prize," Laura said, "than forget his mother, and indeed, mamma, I don't see that he gets many prizes. Why doesn't he come home and stay with you, instead of passing his vacations at his great friends' fine houses? There is nobody there will love him half so much as you do." "As I do only, Laura," sighed out Mrs. Pendennis. Laura declared stoutly that she did not love Penn a bit when he did not do his duty to his mother, nor would she be convinced by any of Helen's fond arguments that the boy must make his way in the world, that his uncle was most desirous that Penn should cultivate the acquaintance of persons who were likely to befriend him in life, that men had 1,000 ties and calls which women could not understand, and so forth. Perhaps Helen no more believed in these excuses than her adopted daughter did, but she tried to believe that she believed them, and comforted herself with the maternal infatuation. And that is a point whereon I suppose many a gentleman has reflected that, do what we will, we are pretty sure of the woman's love that once has been ours, and that untiring tenderness and forgiveness never fail us. Also, there had been that freedom, not to say audacity, in Arthur's latter talks and ways, which had shocked and displeased Laura. Not that he ever offended her by rudeness, or addressed to her a word which she ought not to hear, for Mr. Penn was a gentleman, and by nature and education polite to every woman, high and low. But he spoke lightly and laxly of women in general, was less courteous in his actions than in his words, neglectful in sundry ways, and in many of the little offices of life. It offended Miss Laura that he should smoke his horrid pipes in the house, that he should refuse to go to church with his mother, or on walks or visits with her, and be found yawning over his novel in his dressing-gown when the gentle widow returned from those duties. The hero of Laura's early infancy, about whom she had passed so many, many nights talking with Helen, who recited endless stories of the boy's virtues and love and bravery when he was away at school, was a very different person from the young man whom now she knew, bold and brilliant, sarcastic and defiant, seeming to scorn the simple occupations or pleasures, or even devotions, of the women with whom he lived, and whom he quitted on such light pretexts. The Fotheringay affair, too, when Laura came to hear of it, which she did first by some sarcastic allusions of Major Pendennis when on a visit to Fair Oaks, and then from their neighbours at Clavering, who had plenty of information to give her on this head, vastly shocked and outraged Miss Laura. A Pendennis fling himself away on such a woman as that? Helen's boy galloping away from home, day after day, to fall on his knees to an actress and drink with her horrid father? A good son want to bring such a man and such a woman into his house, and set her over his mother. I would have run away, mamma, I would, if I had had to walk barefoot through the snow, Laura said. And you would have left me too, then? Helen answered, on which, of course, Laura withdrew her previous observation, and the two women rushed into each other's embraces with that warmth which belonged to both their natures, and which characterises not a few of their sex. Whence came all the indignation of Miss Laura about Arthur's passion? Perhaps she did not know that, if men throw themselves away upon women, women throw themselves away upon men too, and that there is no more accounting for love than for any other physical liking or antipathy. Perhaps she had been misinformed by the Clavering people and old Mrs. Portman, who was vastly bitter against Penn, especially since his impertinent behaviour to the doctor, and since the wretch had smoked cigars in church time. Perhaps, finally, she was jealous, but this is a vice in which it is said the ladies very seldom indulge. Albeit she was angry with Penn, against his mother she had no such feeling, but devoted herself to Helen with the utmost force of her girlish affection. Such affection as women, whose hearts are disengaged, are apt to bestow upon the near female friend. It was devotion. It was passion. It was all sorts of fondness and folly. It was a profusion of caresses, tender epithets and endearments, such as it does not become sober historians with beards to narrate. Do not let us men despise these instincts because we cannot feel them. These women were made for our comfort and delectation, gentlemen, with all the rest of the minor animals. But as soon as Miss Laura heard that Penn was unfortunate and unhappy, all her wrath against him straightway vanished, and gave place to the most tender and unreasonable compassion. He was the Penn of old days once more restored to her, the frank and affectionate, the generous and tender-hearted. She at once took side with Helen against Dr. Portman, when he outcried at the enormity of Penn's transgressions. Debts? What were his debts? They were a trifle. He had been thrown into expensive society by his uncle's order, and of course was obliged to live in the same manner as the young gentleman whose company he frequented. Disgraced by not getting his degree? The poor boy was ill when he went in for the examinations. He couldn't think of his mathematics and stuff on account of those very debts which oppressed him. Very likely some of the odious tutors and masters were jealous of him, and had favourites of their own, whom they wanted to put over his head. Other people disliked him, and were cruel to him, and were unfair to him, she was very sure. And so, with flushing cheeks and eyes bright with anger, this young creature reasoned. And she went up and seized Helen's hand and kissed her in the doctor's presence, and her looks braved the doctor, and seemed to ask how he dared to say a word against her darling mother's pen. When that divine took his leave, not a little discomforted and amazed at the pertinacious obstinacy of the women, Laura repeated her embraces and arguments with tenfold fervour to Helen, who felt that there was a great deal of cogency in most of the latter. There must be some jealousy against Penn. She felt quite sure that he had offended some of the examiners, who had taken a mean revenge of him. Nothing more likely. Altogether, the announcement of the misfortune vexed these two ladies very little indeed. Penn, who was plunged in his shame and grief in London, and torn with great remorse for thinking of his mother's sorrow, would have wondered, had he seen how easily she bore the calamity. Indeed, calamity is welcome to women if they think it will bring truant affection home again, and if you have reduced your mistress to a crust, depend upon it that she won't repine, and only take a very little bit of it for herself, provided you will eat the remainder in her company. And directly the doctor was gone, Laura ordered fires to be lighted in Mr. Arthur's rooms, and his bedding to be aired, and had these preparations completed by the time Helen had finished a most tender and affectionate letter to Penn, when the girl, smiling fondly, took her mamma by the hand, and led her into those apartments where the fires were blazing so cheerfully, and there the two kind creatures sate down on the bed, and talked about Penn ever so long. Laura added a postscript to Helen's letter, in which she called him her dearest Penn, and bade him come home instantly, with two of the handsomest dashes under the word, and be happy with his mother and his affectionate sister Laura. In the middle of the night, as these two ladies, after reading their Bibles a great deal during the evening, and after taking just a look into Penn's room as they passed to their own, in the middle of the night, I say, Laura, whose head not unfrequently chose to occupy that pillow which the nightcap of the late Pendennis had been accustomed to press, cried out suddenly, "Mamma, are you awake?" Helen stirred and said, "Yes, I'm awake." The truth is, though she had been lying quite still and silent, she had not been asleep one instant, but had been looking at the light lamp in the chimney, and had been thinking of Penn for hours and hours. Then Miss Laura, who had been acting with similar hypocrisy, and lying, occupied with her own thoughts, as motionless as Helen's brooch, with Penn's and Laura's hair in it, on the frilled white pincushion on the dressing-table, began to tell Mrs. Pendennis of a notable plan which she had been forming in her busy little brains, and by which all Penn's embarrassments would be made to vanish in a moment, and without the least trouble to anybody. "You know, mamma," this young lady said, "that I have been living with you for 10 years, during which time you have never taken any of my money, and have been treating me just as if I was a charity girl. Now, this obligation has offended me very much, because I am proud, and do not like to be beholden to people. And as, if I had gone to school, only I wouldn't, it must have cost me at least £50 a year, it is clear that I owe you 50 times £10, which I know you have put in the bank at Chatteris for me, and which doesn't belong to me a bit. Now, tomorrow we will go to Chatteris and see that nice old Mr. Rowdy with the bald head, and ask him for it. Not for his head, but for the £500, and I dare say he will send you 2 more, which we will save and pay back, and we will send the money to Penn, who can pay all his debts without hurting anybody, and then we will live happy ever after." What Helen replied to this speech need not be repeated, as the widow's answer was made up of a great number of incoherent ejaculations, embraces, and other irrelative matter. But the two women slept well after that talk, and when the night lamp went out with a splutter, and the sun rose gloriously over the purple hills, and the birds began to sing and pipe cheerfully amidst the leafless trees and glistening evergreens on Fair Oaks lawn, Helen woke too, and as she looked at the sweet face of the girl sleeping beside her, her lips parted with a smile, blushes on her cheeks, her spotless bosom heaving and falling with gentle undulations, as if happy dreams were sweeping over it, Pen's mother felt happy and grateful beyond all power of words, save such as pious women offer up to the beneficent dispenser of love and mercy, in whose honour a chorus of such praises is constantly rising up all round the world. Although it was January and rather cold weather, so sincere was Mr. Penn's remorse, and so determined his plans of economy, that he would not take an inside place in the coach, but sate up behind with his friend the guard, who remembered his formal liberality and lent him plenty of greatcoats. Perhaps it was the cold that made his knees tremble as he got down at the lodge gate, or it may be that he was agitated at the notion of seeing the kind creature for whose love he had made so selfish a return. Old John was in waiting to receive his master's baggage, but he appeared in a fustian jacket, and no longer wore his livery of drab and blue. "I's gardener and stableman, and lives in the lodge now," this worthy man remarked, with a grin of welcome to Pen, and something of a blush. But instantly as Pen turned the corner of the shrubbery, and was out of eyeshot of the coach, Helen made her appearance, her face beaming with love and forgiveness, for forgiving is what some women love best of all. We may be sure that the widow, having a certain other object in view, had lost no time in writing off to Pen an account of the noble, the magnanimous, the magnificent offer of Laura, filling up her letter with a profusion of benedictions upon both her children. It was probably the knowledge of this money obligation which caused Pen to blush very much when he saw Laura, who was in waiting in the hall, and who this time, and for this time only, broke through the little arrangement of which we have spoken, as having subsisted between her and Arthur for the last few years. But the truth is, there has been a great deal too much said about kissing in the present chapter. So the prodigal came home, and the fatted calf was killed for him, and he was made as happy as two simple women could make him. No allusions were made to the Oxbridge mishap, or questions asked as to his farther proceedings, for some time, but Pen debated these anxiously in his own mind, and up in his own room, where he passed much time in cogitation. A few days after he came home, he rode to Chatteris on his horse, and came back on the top of the coach. He then informed his mother that he had left the horse to be sold, and when that operation was effected, he handed her over the cheque, which she, and possibly Pen himself, thought was an act of uncommon virtue and self-denial, but which Laura pronounced to be only strict justice. He rarely mentioned the loan which he had made, and which, indeed, had been accepted by the widow with certain modifications. But once or twice, and with great hesitation and stammering, he alluded to it, and thanked her, but it evidently pained his vanity to be beholden to the orphan for succour. He was wild to find some means of repaying her. He left off drinking wine, and betook himself, but with great moderation, to the refreshment of whisky and water. He gave up cigar smoking, but it must be confessed that of late years he had liked pipes and tobacco as well, or even better, so that this sacrifice was not a very severe one. He fell asleep a great deal after dinner, when he joined the ladies in the drawing-room, and was certainly very moody and melancholy. He watched the coaches with great interest, walked in to read the papers at Clavering assiduously, dined with anybody who would ask him, and the widow was glad that he should have any entertainment in their solitary place, and played a good deal at cribbage with Captain Glanders. He avoided Dr. Portman, who, in his turn, whenever Pen passed, gave him very severe looks from under his shovel hat. He went to church with his mother, however, very regularly, and read prayers for her at home to the little household. Always humble, it was greatly diminished now. A couple of maids did the work of the house at Fair Oaks. The silver dish covers never saw the light at all. John put on his livery to go to church and assert his dignity on Sundays, but it was only for form's sake. He was gardener and outdoor man. Vice Upton resigned. There was but little fire in Fair Oaks' kitchen, and John and the maids drank their evening beer there by the light of a single candle. All this was Mr. Penn's doing, and the state of things did not increase his cheerfulness. For some time Penn said no power on earth could induce him to go back to Oxbridge again after his failure there. But one day Laura said to him, with many blushes, that she thought, as some sort of reparation, of punishment on himself for his idleness, he ought to go back and get his degree, if he could fetch it by doing so. And so back Mr. Penn went. A plucked man is a dismal being in a university, belonging to no set of men there, and owned by no one. Penn felt himself plucked indeed of all the fine feathers which he had won during his brilliant years, and rarely appeared out of his college, regularly going to morning chapel, and shutting himself up in his rooms of nights, away from the noise and suppers of the undergraduates. There were no duns about his door. They were all paid. Scarcely any cards were left there. The men of his year had taken their degrees and were gone. He went into a second examination and passed with perfect ease. He was somewhat more easy in his mind when he appeared in his bachelor's gown. On his way back from Oxbridge he paid a visit to his uncle in London, but the old gentleman received him with very cold looks, and would scarcely give him his forefinger to shake. He called a second time, but Morgan the valet said his master was from home. Penn came back to Fair Oaks, and to his books, and to his idleness, and loneliness, and despair. He commenced several tragedies, and wrote many copies of verses of a gloomy cast. He formed plans of reading, and broke them. He thought about enlisting, about the Spanish Legion, about a profession. He chafed against his captivity, and cursed the idleness which had caused it. Helen said he was breaking his heart, and was sad to see his prostration. As soon as they could afford it, he should go abroad. He should go to London. He should be freed from the dull society of two poor women. It was dull, very, certainly. The tender widow's habitual melancholy seemed to deepen into a sadder gloom, and Laura saw with alarm that the dear friend became every year more languid and weary, and that her pale cheek grew more wan. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of The History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 23 New Faces. The inmates of Fair Oaks were drowsily pursuing this humdrum existence, while the great house upon the hill, on the other side of the river Brawl, was shaking off the slumber in which it had lain during the lives of two generations of masters, and giving extraordinary signs of renewed liveliness. Just about the time of Penn's little mishap, and when he was so absorbed in the grief occasioned by that calamity as to take no notice of events which befell persons less interesting to himself than Arthur Pendennis, an announcement appeared in the provincial journals which caused no small sensation in the county at least, and in all the towns, villages, halls and mansions, and parsonages for many miles round Clavering Park. At Clavering Market, at Cackleby Fair, at Chatteris Sessions, on Gooseberry Green, as the squire's carriage met the vicar's one-horse contrivance, and the inmates of both vehicles stopped on the road to talk. At Tinkleton church gate, as the bell was tolling in the sunshine, and the white smocks and scarlet cloaks came trooping over the green common to Sunday worship, in 100 societies round about, the word was that Clavering Park was to be inhabited again. Some 5 years before, the county papers had advertised the marriage at Florence, at the British Legation, of Francis Clavering, Esquire, only son of Sir Francis Clavering, Bart of Clavering Park, with Jemima Augusta, daughter of Samuel Snell of Calcutta, Esquire, and widow of the late J. Amory, Esquire. At that time the legend in the county was that Clavering, who had been ruined for many a year, had married a widow from India with some money. Some of the county folks caught a sight of the newly married pair. The Kickleberrys, travelling in Italy, had seen them. Clavering occupied the Poggi Palace at Florence, gave parties, and lived comfortably, but could never come to England. Another year, young Peregrine of Cackleby, making a long vacation tour, had fallen in with the Claverings, occupying Schloss Schinkenstein on the Mummelsee. At Rome, at Lucca, at Nice, at the baths and gambling places of the Rhine in Belgium, this worthy couple might occasionally be heard of by the curious, and rumours of them came, as it were by gusts, to Clavering's ancestral place. Their last place of abode was Paris, where they appear to have lived in great fashion and splendour after the news of the death of Samuel Snell, Esquire, of Calcutta, reached his orphan daughter in Europe. Of Sir Francis Clavering's antecedents little can be said that would be advantageous to that respected baronet. The son of an outlaw, living in a dismal old chateau near Bruges, this gentleman had made a feeble attempt to start in life with a commission in a dragoon regiment, and had broken down almost at the outset. Transactions at the gambling table had speedily effected his ruin. After a couple of years in the army, he had been forced to sell out, had passed some time in Her Majesty's prison of the Fleet, and had then shipped over to Ostend to join the gouty exile, his father. And in Belgium, France, and Germany, for some years, this decayed and abortive prodigal might be seen lurking about billiard rooms and watering places, punting at gambling houses, dancing at boarding house balls, and riding steeplechases on other folks' horses. It was at a boarding house at Lausanne that Francis Clavering made what he called the lucky coup of marrying the widow Amory, very lately returned from Calcutta. His father died soon after, by consequence of whose demise his wife became Lady Clavering. The title so delighted Mr. Snell of Calcutta that he doubled his daughter's allowance, and dying himself soon after, left a fortune to her and her children, the amount of which was, if not magnified by rumour, something very splendid indeed. Before this time there had been, not rumours unfavourable to Lady Clavering's reputation, but unpleasant impressions regarding her ladyship. The best English people abroad were shy of making her acquaintance. Her manners were not the most refined. Her origin was lamentably low and doubtful. The retired East Indians, who are to be found in considerable force in most of the continental towns frequented by English, spoke with much scorn of the disreputable old lawyer and indigo smuggler, her father, and of Amory, her first husband, who had been mate of the Indiaman, in which Miss Snell came out to join her father at Calcutta. Neither father nor daughter were in society at Calcutta, or had ever been heard of at Government House. Old Sir Jasper Rogers, who had been Chief Justice of Calcutta, had once said to his wife that he could tell a queer story about Lady Clavering's first husband, but greatly to Lady Rogers's disappointment, and that of the young ladies his daughters, the old judge could never be got to reveal that mystery. They were all, however, glad enough to go to Lady Clavering's parties, when her ladyship took the Hotel Bouilly in the Rue Grenelle at Paris, and blazed out in the polite world there in the winter of 1830 something. The Faubourg Saint Germain took her up. Viscount Bagwig, our excellent ambassador, paid her marked attention. The princes of the family frequented her salons. The most rigid and noted of the English ladies resident in the French capital acknowledged and countenanced her: the virtuous Lady Elderberry, the severe Lady Rockminster, the venerable Countess of Southdown, people, in a word, renowned for austerity and of quite a dazzling moral purity. So great and beneficent an influence had the possession of 10, some said 20,000 a year, exercised upon Lady Clavering's character and reputation. And her munificence and goodwill were unbounded. Anybody in society who had a scheme of charity was sure to find her purse open. The French ladies of piety got money from her to support their schools and convents. She subscribed indifferently for the Armenian Patriarch, for Father Barbarossa, who came to Europe to collect funds for his monastery on Mount Athos, for the Baptist mission to Quashibu, and the Orthodox settlement in Fi Fa Fu, the largest and most savage of the cannibal islands. And it is on record of her that on the same day on which Madame de Cricri got 5 napoleons from her in support of the poor persecuted Jesuits, who were at that time in very bad odor in France, Lady Boodlight put her down in her subscription list for the Reverend J. Ramshorn, who had had a vision which ordered him to convert the Pope of Rome. And more than this, and for the benefit of the worldly, her ladyship gave the best dinners and the grandest balls and suppers which were known at Paris during that season. And it was during this time that the good-natured lady must have arranged matters with her husband's creditors in England, for Sir Francis reappeared in his native country without fear of arrest, was announced in the Morning Post and the county paper as having taken up his residence at Mivart's Hotel. And one day the anxious old housekeeper at Clavering House beheld the carriage and 4 horses drive up the long avenue and stop before the moss-grown steps in front of the vast melancholy portico. 3 gentlemen were in the carriage, an open one. On the back seat was our old acquaintance, Mr. Tatham of Chatteris, whilst in the places of honour sat a handsome and portly gentleman, enveloped in mustachios, whiskers, fur collars, and braiding, and by him a pale, languid man, who descended feebly from the carriage when the little lawyer and the gentleman in fur nimbly jumped out of it. They walked up the great moss-grown steps to the hall door, and a foreign attendant, with earrings and a gold lace cap, pulled strenuously at the great bell handle at the cracked and sculptured gate. The bell was heard clanging loudly through the vast gloomy mansion. Steps resounded presently upon the marble pavement of the hall within, and the doors opened, and finally Mrs. Blenkinsop, the housekeeper, Polly, her aide-de-camp, and Smart, the keeper, appeared bowing humbly. Smart, the keeper, pulled the wisp of hay-coloured hair which adorned his sunburnt forehead, kicked out his left heel as if there were a dog biting at his calves, and brought down his head to a bow. Old Mrs. Blenkinsop dropped a curtsy. Little Polly, her aide-de-camp, made a curtsy and several rapid bows likewise. And Mrs. Blenkinsop, with a great deal of emotion, quavered out, "Welcome to Clavering, Sir Francis. It do my poor eyes good to see one of the family once more." The speech and the greetings were all addressed to the grand gentleman in fur and braiding, who wore his hat so magnificently on one side, and twirled his mustachio so royally. But he burst out laughing, and said, "You've saddled the wrong horse, old lady. I'm not Sir Francis Clavering, what's come to revisit the halls of my ancestors. Friends and vassals, behold your rightful lord." And he pointed his hand towards the pale, languid gentleman, who said, "Don't be an ass, Ned." "Yes, Mrs. Blenkinsop, I'm Sir Francis Clavering. I recollect you quite well. Forgot me, I suppose? How d'ye do?" And he took the old lady's trembling hand, and nodded in her astonished face in a not unkind manner. Mrs. Blenkinsop declared upon her conscience that she would have known Sir Francis anywhere, that he was the very image of Sir Francis, his father, and of Sir John, who had gone before. "Oh yes, thank'ee, of course, very much obliged, and that sort of thing," Sir Francis said, looking vacantly about the hall. "Dismal old place, ain't it, Ned? Never saw it but once, when my governor quarrelled with gwandfather in the year 23. "Dismal? Beautiful! The Castle of Otranto, the Mysteries of Udolpho, by Jove!" said the individual addressed as Ned. "What a fireplace! You might roast an elephant in it. Splendid carved gallery. Inigo Jones, by Jove! I'd lay 5 to 2 it's Inigo Jones." The upper part by Inigo Jones, the lower was altered by the eminent Dutch architect, Van der Putty, in George the First's time, by Sir Richard Fourth, Baronet, said the housekeeper. "Oh, indeed!" said the baronet. "Gad, Ned, you know everything." "I know a few things, Frank," Ned answered. "I know that's not a Snyders over the mantelpiece; that you 3 to 1 it's a copy; We'll restore it, my boy. A lick of varnish, and it will come out wonderfully, sir. That old fellow in the red gown, I suppose, is Sir Richard." "Sheriff of the county, and sat in Parliament in the reign of Queen Anne," said the housekeeper, wondering at the stranger's knowledge. "That on the right is Theodosia, wife of Harbottle, second baronet by Lely, represented in the character Venus, the goddess of beauty. Her son Gregory, the third baronet, by her side is Cupid, god of love, with a bow and arrows. That on the next panel is Sir Rupert, made a knight baronet by Charles I, and whose property was confiscated by Oliver Cromwell." "Thank you. Needn't go on, Mrs. Blenkinsop," said the baronet. "We'll walk about the place ourselves. Frosh, give me a cigar. Have a cigar, Mr. Tatham." Little Mr. Tatham tried a cigar, which Sir Francis's courier handed to him, and over which the lawyer spluttered fearfully. "Needn't come with us, Mrs. Blenkinsop. What's his name, you smart, feed the horses and wash their mouths. Shan't stay long. Come along strong. I know the way. I was here in 23 at the end of my grandfather's time." And Sir Francis and Captain Strong, for such was the style and title of Sir Francis's friend, passed out of the hall into the reception rooms, leaving the discomfited Mrs. Blenkinsop to disappear by a side door which led to her apartments, now the only habitable rooms in the long uninhabited mansion. It was a place so big that no tenant could afford to live in it, and Sir Francis and his friend walked through room after room, admiring their vastness and dreary and deserted grandeur. On the right of the hall door were the saloons and drawing rooms, and on the other side the oak room, the parlour, the grand dining room, the library, where Penn had found books in old days. Round three sides of the hall ran a gallery, by which and corresponding passages the chief bedrooms were approached, and of which many were of stately proportions and exhibited marks of splendour. On the second story was a labyrinth of little discomfortable garrets, destined for the attendance of the great folks who inhabited the mansion in the days when it was first built. And I do not know any more cheering mark of the increased philanthropy of our own times, than to contrast our domestic architecture with that of our ancestors, and to see how much better servants and poor are cared for now, than in times when my lord and my lady slept under gold canopies, and their servants lay above them in quarters not so airy or so clean as stables are now. Up and down the house the two gentlemen wandered, the owner of the mansion being very silent and resigned about the pleasure of possessing it, whereas the captain, his friend, examined the premises with so much interest and eagerness that you would have thought he was the master, and the other the indifferent spectator of the place. "I see capabilities in it, capabilities in it, sir," cried the captain. "Gad, sir, leave it to me, and I'll make it the pride of the country at a small expense. What a theatre we can have in the library here, the curtains between the columns which divide the room. What a famous room for a gallop. It will hold the whole shire. We'll hang the morning parley with the tapestry in your second salon in the Rue de Grenelle, and furnish the oak room with the Moyen Age cabinets and the armour. Armour looks splendid against black oak, and there's a Venice glass in the Quai Voltaire, which will suit that high mantelpiece to an inch, sir. The long saloon, white and crimson of course, the drawing room yellow satin, and the little drawing room light blue, with lace over, hey? I recollect my old governor caning me in that little room," Sir Francis said sententiously. "He always hated me, my old governor. Chintz is the dodge, I suppose, for my lady's rooms. The suite in the landing to the south, the bedroom, the sitting room, and the dressing room. We'll throw a conservatory out over the balcony. Where will you have your rooms?" "Put mine in the north wing," said the baronet with a yawn, "and out of the reach of Miss Amory's confounded piano. I can't bear it. She's squeeching from morning till night." The captain burst out laughing. He settled the whole further arrangements of the house in the course of their walk through it, and the promenade ended, they went into the steward's room, now inhabited by Mrs. Blenkinsop, and where Mr. Tatham was sitting poring over a plan of the estate, and the old housekeeper had prepared a collation in honour of her lord and master. Then they inspected the kitchen and stables, about both of which Sir Francis was rather interested, and Captain Strong was for examining the gardens. But the baronet said, "Darn the gardens," and that sort of thing. And finally he drove away from the house as unconcernedly as he had entered it. And that night the people of Clavering learned that Sir Francis Clavering had paid a visit to the park, and was coming to live in the county. When this fact came to be known at Chatteris, all the folks in the place were set in commotion. High church and low church, half-pay captains and old maids and dowagers, sporting squireens of the vicinage, farmers, tradesmen, and factory people, all the population in and round about the little place. The news was brought to Fair Oaks, and received by the ladies there, and by Mr. Penn, with some excitement. Mrs. Pybus says there is a very pretty girl in the family, Arthur, Laura said, who was as kind and thoughtful upon this point as women generally are. A Miss Amory, Lady Clavering's daughter by her first marriage. Of course you will fall in love with her as soon as she arrives. Helen cried out, "Don't talk nonsense, Laura." Penn laughed and said, "Well, there is the young Sir Francis for you." "He is but 4 years old," Miss Laura replied, "but I shall console myself with that handsome officer, Sir Francis's friend. He was at church last Sunday in the Clavering pew, and his mustachios were beautiful." Indeed, the number of Sir Francis's family, whereof the members have all been mentioned in the above paragraphs, was pretty soon known in his town, and everything else, as nearly as human industry and ingenuity could calculate, regarding his household. The Park Avenue and grounds were dotted now with townfolks of the summer evenings, who made their way up to the great house, peered about the premises, and criticised the improvements which were taking place there. Loads upon loads of furniture arrived in numberless vans from Chatteris and London, and numerous as the vans are, there was not one but Captain Glanders knew what it contained, and escorted the baggage up to the Park House. He and Captain Edward Strong had formed an intimate acquaintance by this time. The younger captain occupied those very lodgings at Clavering which the peaceful Smirk had previously tenanted, and was deep in the good graces of Madam Fribsby, his landlady, and of the whole town indeed. The captain was splendid in person and raiment, fresh-coloured, blue-eyed, black-whiskered, broad-chested, athletic. A slight tendency to fullness did not take away from the comeliness of his jolly figure. A braver soldier never presented a broader chest to the enemy. As he strode down Clavering High Street, his hat on one side, his cane clanking on the pavement, or waving round him in the execution of military cuts and soldatesque manoeuvres, his jolly laughter ringing through the otherwise silent street, he was as welcome as sunshine to the place, and a comfort to every inhabitant in it. On the first market day he knew every pretty girl in the market. He joked with all the women, had a word with the farmers about their stock, and dined at the agricultural ordinary at the Clavering Arms, where he set them all dying with laughter by his fun and jokes. "To be sure he be a vine beller, to be sure that he be," was the universal opinion of the gentlemen in top boots. He shook hands with a score of them, as they rode out of the inn yard on their old nags, waving his hat to them splendidly, as he smoked his cigar in the inn gate. In the course of the evening he was free of the landlady's bar, knew what rent the landlord paid, how many acres he farmed, how much malt he put in his strong beer, and whether he ever ran in a little brandy unexcised by kings from Weymouth or the fishing villages along the coast. He had tried to live at the great house first, but it was so dull he couldn't stand it. "I'm a creature born for society," he told Captain Glanders. "I'm down here to see Clavering's house set in order, for between ourselves, Frank has no energy, sir, no energy. He's not the chest for it, sir," and he threw out his own trunk as he spoke. "But I must have social intercourse. Old Mrs. Blenkinsop goes to bed at 7, and takes Polly with her. There was nobody but me and the ghost for the first 2 nights at the great house, and I own it, sir, I like company. Most old soldiers do." Glanders asked Strong where he had served. Captain Strong curled his moustache, and said with a laugh that the other might almost ask where he had not served. "I began, sir, as cadet of Hungarian Uhlans, and when the War of Greek Independence broke out, quitted that service in consequence of a quarrel with my governor, and was one of 7 who escaped from Missolonghi, and was blown up in one of Botzaris's fireships at the age of 17. I'll show you my cross of the Redeemer, if you'll come over to my lodgings and take a glass of grog with me, Captain, this evening. I've a few of those baubles in my desk. I've the White Eagle of Poland. Skrzynecki gave it me." He pronounced Skrzynecki's name with wonderful accuracy and gusto, "upon the field of Ostralenka. I was a lieutenant of the 4th Regiment, sir, and we marched through D. Bitch's lines, banged through 'em into Prussia, sir, without firing a shot. Ah, Captain, that was a mismanaged business. I received this wound by the side of the king before Old Porto, where he would have pounded the stock-jobbing Pedroites, had Bourmont followed my advice, and I served in Spain with the king's troops until the death of my dear friend Zumalacaragai, when I saw the game was over, and hung up my toasting iron, Captain. Alava offered me a regiment, the Queen's Muleteros, but I couldn't. Damme, I couldn't. And now, sir, you know Ned Strong, the Chevalier Strong, they call me abroad, as well as he knows himself." In this way almost everybody in Clavering came to know Ned Strong. He told Madam Fribsby, he told the landlord of the George, he told Baker at the reading rooms, he told Mrs. Glanders and the young ones at dinner, and finally he told Mr. Arthur Pendennis, who, yawning into Clavering one day, found the Chevalier Strong in company with Captain Glanders, and who was delighted with his new acquaintance. Before many days were over, Captain Strong was as much at home in Helen's drawing room as he was in Madam Fribsby's first floor. It made the lonely house very gay with his good humour and ceaseless flow of talk. The two women had never before seen such a man. He had 1,000 stories about battles and dangers to interest them, about Greek captives, Polish beauties, and Spanish nuns. He could sing scores of songs in half a dozen languages, and would sit down to the piano and troll them off in a rich manly voice. Both the ladies pronounced him to be delightful, and so he was; though, indeed, they had not had much choice of man's society as yet, having seen in the course of their lives but few persons, except old Portman and the Major and Mr. Penn, who was a genius to be sure, but then your geniuses are somewhat flat and moody at home. And Captain Strong acquainted his new friends at Fair Oaks not only with his own biography, but with the whole history of the family now coming to Clavering. It was he who had made the marriage between his friend Frank and the widow Amory. She wanted rank, and he wanted money. What match could be more suitable? He organized it. He made those two people happy. There was no particular romantic attachment between them. The widow was not of an age or a person for romance, and Sir Francis, if he had his game at billiards and his dinner, cared for little besides. But they were as happy as people could be. Clavering would return to his native place and country. His wife's fortune would pay his encumbrances off, and his son and heir would be one of the first men in the county. "And Miss Amory?" Laura asked. Laura was uncommonly curious about Miss Amory. Strong laughed. "Oh, Miss Amory is a muse. Miss Amory is a mystery. Miss Amory is a femme incomprise." "What is that?" asked simple Mrs. Pendennis. But the Chevalier gave her no answer, perhaps could not give her one. "Miss Amory paints, Miss Amory writes poems, Miss Amory composes music, Miss Amory rides like Diana Vernon. Miss Amory is a paragon, in a word." "I hate clever women," said Pen. "Thank you," said Laura. For her part, she was sure she should be charmed with Miss Amory, and quite longed to have such a friend. And with this she looked Pen full in the face, as if every word the little hypocrite said was gospel truth. Thus an intimacy was arranged and prepared beforehand between the Fair Oaks family and their wealthy neighbours at the park, and Pen and Laura were to the full as eager for their arrival as even the most curious of the Clavering folks. A Londoner who sees fresh faces and yawns at them every day may smile at the eagerness with which country people expect a visitor. A Cockney comes amongst them, and is remembered by his rural entertainers for years after he has left them, and forgotten them very likely, floated far away from them on the vast London sea. But the islanders remember long after the mariner has sailed away, and can tell you what he said, and what he wore, and how he looked, and how he laughed. In fine, a new arrival is an event in the country, not to be understood by us who don't, and had rather not know who lives next door. When the painters and upholsterers had done their work in the house, and so beautified it, under Captain Strong's superintendence, that he might well be proud of his taste, that gentleman announced that he should go to London, where the whole family had arrived by this time, and should speedily return to establish them in their renovated mansion. Detachments of domestics preceded them. Carriages came down by sea, and were brought over from Weymouth by horses which had previously arrived under the care of grooms and coachmen. One day the Alacrity coach brought down on its roof two large and melancholy men, who were dropped at the Park Lodge with their trunks, and who were Messrs. Frederick and James, metropolitan footmen, who had no objection to the country, and brought with them state and other suits of the Clavering uniform. On another day the mail deposited at the gate a foreign gentleman, adorned with many ringlets and chains. He made a great riot at the lodge gate to the keeper's wife, who, being a west country woman, did not understand his English or his Gascon French, because there was no carriage in waiting to drive him to the house a mile off, and because he could not walk entire leagues in his fatigued state and varnished boots. This was Monsieur Alcide Mirobolant, formerly chef of His Highness the Duc de Borodino, of His Eminence Cardinal Beccafico, and at present chef of the Bouche of Sir Clavering, Baronet. Monsieur Mirobolan's library, pictures, and piano had arrived previously in charge of the intelligent young Englishman, his aide-de-camp. He was, moreover, aided by a professed female cook, likewise from London, who had inferior females under her orders. He did not dine in the steward's room, but took his nutriment in solitude, in his own apartments, where a female servant was affected to his private use. It was a grand sight to behold him in his dressing gown, composing a menu. He always sat down and played the piano for some time before that. If interrupted, he remonstrated pathetically with his little maid. Every great artist, he said, had need of solitude to perfectionate his works. But we are advancing matters in the fullness of our love and respect for Monsieur Mirobolan, and bringing him prematurely on the stage. The Chevalier Strong had a hand in the engagement of all the London domestics, and indeed seemed to be the master of the house. There were those among them who said he was the house steward, only he dined with the family. Howbeit, he knew how to make himself respected, and two of by no means the least comfortable rooms of the house were assigned to his particular use. He was walking upon the terrace finally upon the eventful day when, amidst an immense jangling of bells from Clavering Church, where the flag was flying, an open carriage, and one of those travelling chariots or family arks which only English philoprogenitiveness could invent, drove rapidly with foaming horses through the park gates and up to the steps of the hall. The two battens of the sculptured door flew open. The superior officers in black, the large and melancholy gentlemen, now in livery, with their hair in powder, the country menials engaged to aid them, were in waiting in the hall, and bowed like elms when autumn winds wail in the park. Through this avenue passed Sir Francis Clavering with a most unmoved face, Lady Clavering with a pair of bright black eyes and a good-humoured countenance which waggled and nodded very graciously, Master Francis Clavering, who was holding his mamma's skirt, and who stopped the procession to look at the largest footman, whose appearance seemed to strike the young gentleman, and Miss Blandy, governess to Master Francis, and Miss Amory, her ladyship's daughter, giving her arm to Captain Strong. It was summer, but fires of welcome were crackling in the great hall chimney, and in the rooms which the family were to occupy. Monsieur Mirobolan had looked at the procession from one of the lime trees in the avenue. Elle est là, he said, laying his jewelled hand on his richly embroidered velvet glass buttons. Je t'ai vu, je te bénis, ô ma sylphide, ô mon ange. And he dived into the thicket, and made his way back to his furnaces and saucepans. The next Sunday the same party which had just made its appearance at Clavering Park came and publicly took possession of the ancient pew in the church, where so many of the baronet's ancestors had prayed, and were now kneeling in effigy. There was such a run to see the new folks that the low church was deserted, to the disgust of its pastor, and as the state barouche, with the greys and coachman and silver wig and solemn footman, drew up at the old churchyard gate, there was such a crowd assembled there as had not been seen for many a long day. Captain Strong knew everybody, and saluted for all the company. The country people vowed my lady was not handsome to be sure, but pronounced her to be uncommon fine dressed, as indeed she was, with the finest of shawls, the finest of pelisses, the brilliantest of bonnets and wreaths, and a power of rings, cameos, brooches, chains, bangles, and other nameless gimcracks, and ribbons of every breadth and colour of the rainbow flaming on her person. Miss Amory appeared meek in dove colour, like a Vestal Virgin, while Master Francis was in the costume then prevalent of Rob Roy MacGregor, a celebrated Highland outlaw. The baronet was not more animated than ordinarily. There was a happy vacuity about him, which enabled him to face a dinner, a death, a church, a marriage, with the same indifferent ease. A pew for the Clavering servants was filled by these domestics, and the enraptured congregation saw the gentlemen from London with "vlower on their heeds," and the miraculous coachman, with his silver wig, take their places in that pew so soon as his horses were put up at the Clavering Arms. In the course of the service, Master Francis began to make such a yelling in the pew, that Frederick, the tallest of the footmen, was beckoned by his master, and rose and went and carried out Master Francis, who roared and beat him on the head, so that the powder flew round about like clouds of incense. Nor was he pacified until placed on the box of the carriage, where he played at horses with John's whip. "You see the little beggar's never been to church before, Miss Bell," the baronet drawled out to a young lady who was visiting him. "No wonder he should make a row. I don't go in town neither, but I think it's right in the country to give a good example, and that sort of thing." Miss Bell laughed and said, the little boy had not given a particularly good example. "Gad, I don't know, and that sort of thing," said the baronet. "It ain't so bad neither. Whenever he wants a thing, Frank always quies, and whenever he quies, he gets it." Here the child in question began to howl for a dish of sweetmeats on the luncheon table, and making a lunge across the tablecloth, upset a glass of wine over the best waistcoat of one of the guests present, Mr. Arthur Pendennis, who was greatly annoyed at being made to look foolish, and at having his spotless cambric shirt front blotched with wine. "We do spoil him so," said Lady Clavering to Mrs. Pendennis, finally gazing at the cherub, whose hands and face were now frothed over with the species of lather which is inserted in the confection called meringues à la crème. "It is very wrong," said Mrs. Pendennis, as if she had never done such a thing herself as spoil a child. "Mamma says she spoils my brother. Do you think anything could, Miss Bell? Look at him. Isn't he like a little angel?" "Gad, I was quite white," said the baronet. "He has quied, and he has got it, you see. Go it, Fwank, old boy." "Sir Francis is a very judicious parent," Miss Amory whispered. "Don't you think so, Miss Bell?" "I shan't call you Miss Bell. I shall call you Laura. I admired you so at church. Your robe was not well made, nor your bonnet very fresh, but you have such beautiful grey eyes, and such a lovely tint." "Thank you," said Miss Bell, laughing. "Your cousin is handsome, and thinks so. He is uneasy de sa personne. He has not seen the world yet. Has he genius? Has he suffered? A lady, a little woman in a rumpled satin and velvet shoes, a Miss Pybus, came here and said he has suffered. I too have suffered. And you, Laura, has your heart ever been touched?" Laura said "No," but perhaps blushed a little at the idea or the question, so that the other said, "Ah, Laura, I see it all. It is the beau cousin. Tell me everything. I already love you as a sister." "You are very kind," said Miss Bell, smiling, "and it must be owned that it is a very sudden attachment." "All attachments are so. It is electricity, spontaneity. It is instantaneous. I knew I should love you from the moment I saw you. Do you not feel it yourself?" "Not yet," said Laura, "but I dare say I shall, if I try." "Call me by my name, then." "But I don't know it," Laura cried out. "My name is Blanche. Isn't it a pretty name? Call me by it." "Blanche? It is very pretty, indeed." "And while mamma talks with that kind looking lady, what relation is she to you? She must have been pretty once, but is rather passee. She is not well gantée, but she has a pretty hand. And while mamma talks to her, come with me to my own room, my own room. It's a darling room, though that horrid creature, Captain Strong, did arrange it. Are you éprise of him? He says you are, but I know better. It is the beau cousin. Yes, il y a de beaux yeux. Je n'aime pas les blancs ordinairement, car je suis blanc moi. Je suis blanche et blanc." And she looked at her face, and made a muet in the glass, and never stopped for Laura's answer to the questions which she had put. Blanche was fair and like a sylph. She had fair hair with green reflections in it, but she had dark eyebrows. She had long black eyelashes, which veiled beautiful brown eyes. She had such a slim waist that it was a wonder to behold, and such a slim little feet that you would have thought the grass would hardly bend under them. Her lips were of the colour of faint rosebuds, and her voice warbled limpidly over a set of the sweetest little pearly teeth ever seen. She showed them very often, for they were very pretty. She was very good natured, and a smile not only showed her teeth wonderfully, but likewise exhibited two lovely little pink dimples that nestled in either cheek. She showed Laura her drawings, which the other thought charming. She played her some of her waltzes with a rapid and brilliant finger, and Laura was still more charmed. And she then read her some poems, in French and English, likewise of her own composition, and which she kept locked in her own book, her own dear little book. It was bound in blue velvet, with a gilt lock, and on it was printed in gold the title of Mes Larmes. "Mes Larmes, isn't it a pretty name?" the young lady continued, who was pleased with everything that she did, and did everything very well. Laura owned that it was. She had never seen anything like it before, anything so lovely, so accomplished, so fragile and pretty, warbling so prettily, and tripping about such a pretty room, with such a number of pretty books, pictures, flowers, round about her. The honest and generous country girl forgot even jealousy in her admiration. "Indeed, Blanche," she said, "everything in the room is pretty, and you are the prettiest of all." The other smiled, looked in the glass, went up and took both of Laura's hands and kissed them, and sat down to the piano and shook out a little song, as if she had been a nightingale. This was the first visit paid by Fair Oaks to Clavering Park, in return for Clavering Park's visit to Fair Oaks. In reply to Fair Oaks's cards, left a few days after the arrival of Sir Francis's family, The intimacy between the young ladies sprang up like Jack Beanstalk to the skies in a single night. The large footmen were perpetually walking with little rose-coloured pink notes to Fair Oaks, where there was a pretty housemaid in the kitchen who might possibly tempt those gentlemen to so humble a place. Miss Amory sent music, or Miss Amory sent a new novel, or a picture from the Journal des Modes to Laura, or my lady's compliments arrived with flowers and fruit, or Miss Amory begged and prayed Miss Bell to come to dinner, and dear Mrs. Pendennis, if she was strong enough, and Mr. Arthur, if a humdrum party were not too stupid for him, and would send a pony carriage for Mrs. Pendennis, and would take no denial. Neither Arthur nor Laura wished to refuse, and Helen, who was indeed somewhat ailing, was glad that the two should have their pleasure, and would look at them fondly as they set forth, ask in her heart that she might not be called away until those two beings whom she loved best in the world should be joined together. As they went out and crossed over the bridge, she remembered summer evenings 25 years ago, when she, too, had bloomed in her brief prime of love and happiness. It was all over now. The moon was looking from the purpling sky, and the stars glittering there, just as they used in the early, well-remembered evenings. He was lying dead far away, with the billows rolling between them. Good God, how well she remembered the last look of his face as they parted. It looked out at her through the vista of long years, as sad and as clear as then. So Mr. Penn and Miss Laura found the society at Clavering Park an uncommonly agreeable resort of summer evenings. Blanche vowed that she raffoled of Laura, and very likely Mr. Penn was pleased with Blanche. His spirits came back. He laughed and rattled till Laura wondered to hear him. It was not the same Penn, yawning in a shooting jacket in the Fair Oaks parlour, who appeared alert and brisk, and smiling and well dressed in Lady Clavering's drawing room. Sometimes they had music. Laura had a sweet contralto voice, and sang with Blanche, who had had the best continental instruction, and was charmed to be her friend's mistress. Sometimes Mr. Penn joined in these concerts, or oftener looked sweet upon Miss Blanche as she sang. Sometimes they had glees, when Captain Strong's chest was of vast service, and he boomed out in a prodigious bass, of which he was not a little proud. "Good fellow Strong, ain't he, Miss Bell?" Sir Francis would say to her. "Plays at écarté with Lady Clavering, plays anything, pitch and toss, pianoforte, quibbage, if you like. How long do you think he's been staying with me? He came for a week with a carpet bag, and gad, he's been staying here 3 years. Good fellow, ain't he? Don't know how he gets a shillin' though. Begad, I don't, Miss Larwa." And yet the Chevalier, if he lost his money to Lady Clavering, always paid it; and if he lived with his friend for 3 years, paid for that too, in good humour, in kindness and joviality, in 1,000 little services by which he made himself agreeable. What gentleman could want a better friend than a man who was always in spirits, never in the way or out of it, and was ready to execute any commission for his patron, whether it was to sing a song, or meet a lawyer, to fight a duel, or to carve a capon? Although Laura and Penn commonly went to Clavering Park together, yet sometimes Mr. Penn took walks there unattended by her, and about which he did not tell her. He took to fishing the Brawl, which runs through the park, and passes not very far from the garden wall, and by the oddest coincidence Miss Amory would walk out, having been to look at her flowers, and would be quite surprised to see Mr. Pendennis fishing. I wonder what trout Penn caught while the young lady was looking on, or whether Miss Blanche was the pretty little fish which played round his fly, and which Mr. Penn was endeavouring to hook. It must be owned, he became very fond of that healthful and invigorating pursuit of angling, and was whipping the Brawl continually with his fly. As for Miss Blanche, she had a kind heart, and having, as she owned, herself suffered a good deal in the course of her brief life and experience, why, she could compassionate other susceptible beings like Penn, who had suffered too. Her love for Laura and that dear Mrs. Pendennis redoubled. If they were not at the park, she was not easy unless she herself was at Fair Oaks. She played with Laura, she read French and German with Laura, and Mr. Penn read French and German along with them. He turned sentimental ballads of Schiller and Goethe into English verse for the ladies, and Blanche unlocked Mallarme for him, and imparted to him some of the plaintive outpourings of her own tender muse. It appeared from these poems that this young creature had indeed suffered prodigiously. She was familiar with the idea of suicide. Death she repeatedly longed for. A faded rose inspired her with such grief that you would have thought she must die in pain of it. It was a wonder how a young creature who had had a snug home, or been at a comfortable boarding school, and had no outward grief or hardship to complain of, should have suffered so much, should have found the means of getting at such an ocean of despair and passion as a runaway boy who will get to sea, and having embarked on it should survive it. What a talent she must have had for weeping to be able to pour out so many of mes larmes. They were not particularly briny, Miss Blanche's tears, that is the truth, but Pen, who read her verses, thought them very well for a lady, and wrote some verses himself for her. His were very violent and passionate, very hot, sweet, and strong, and he not only wrote verses, but oh, the villain, oh, the deceiver! He altered and adapted former poems in his possession, and which had been composed for a certain Emily Fotheringay, for the use and to the Christian name of Miss Blanche Amory. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 24. A Little Innocent. Every house has its skeleton in it somewhere, and it may be a comfort to some unhappy folks to think that the luckier and most wealthy of their neighbors have their miseries and causes of disquiet. Our little innocent muse of Blanche, who sang so nicely and talked so sweetly, you would have thought she must have made sunshine wherever she went, was the skeleton, or the misery, or the bore, or the nemesis of Clavering House, and of most of the inhabitants thereof. As one little stone in your own shoe, or your horse's, suffices to put either to torture and to make your journey miserable, so in life a little obstacle is sufficient to obstruct your entire progress, and subject you to endless annoyance and disquiet. Who would have guessed that such a smiling little fairy as Blanche Amory could be the cause of discord in any family? "I say, Strong," one day the baronet said, as the pair were conversing after dinner over the billiard table, and that great unbosomer of secrets, a cigar, "I say, Strong, I wish to the deuce your wife was dead." "So do I. That's a cannon, by Jove. But she won't. She'll live for ever. You see if she don't." "Why do you wish her off the hooks, Frank, my boy?" asked Captain Strong. "Because then you might marry Missy. She ain't bad looking. She'll have 10,000, and that's a good bit of money for such a poor old devil as you," drawled out the other gentleman. "And gad, Strong, I hate her worse and worse every day. I can't stand her, Strong, by gad, I can't." "I wouldn't take her at twice the figure," Captain Strong said, laughing. "I never saw such a little devil in my life." "I should like to poison her," said the sententious baronet. "By Jove, I should." "Why, what has she been at now?" asked his friend. "Nothing particular," answered Sir Francis, "only her old tricks. That girl has such a knack of making everybody miserable, that, hang me, it's quite surprising. Last night she sent the governess crying away from the dinner table. Afterwards, as I was passing Frank's room, I heard the poor little beggar howling in the dark, and found his sister had been frightening his soul out of his body by telling him stories about the ghost that's in the house. At lunch she gave my lady a turn, and though my wife's a fool, she's a good soul. I'm hanged if she ain't." "What did Missy do to her?" Strong asked. "Why, hang me if she didn't begin talking about the late Amory, my predecessor," the baronet said with a grin. "She got some picture out of the keepsake, and said she was sure it was like her dear father. She wanted to know where her father's grave was. Hang her father! Whenever Miss Amory talks about him, Lady Clavering always bursts out crying, and the little devil will talk about him in order to spite her mother. The day when she began, I got in a confounded rage, said I was her father, and that sort of thing, and then, sir, she took a shy at me." "And what did she say about you, Frank?" Mr. Strong, still laughing, inquired of his friend and patron. "Gad, she said I wasn't her father, that I wasn't fit to comprehend her, that her father must have been a man of genius and fine feelings, and that sort of thing, whereas I had married her mother for money." "Well, didn't you?" asked Strong. "It don't make it any the pleasanter to hear because it's true, don't you know?" Sir Francis Clavering answered. "I ain't a literary man, and that, but I ain't such a fool as she makes me out. I don't know how it is, but she always manages to put me in the hole, don't you understand? She turns all the house round her, in her quiet way, and with her confounded sentimental airs. I wish she was dead, Ned." "It was my wife whom you wanted dead just now," Strong said, always in perfect good humour; upon which the Baron, with his accustomed candour, said, "Well, when people bore my life out, I do wish they were dead, and I wish Missy were down a well, with all my heart." Thus it will be seen from the above report of this candid conversation, that our accomplished little friend had some peculiarities or defects of character which rendered her not very popular. She was a young lady of some genius, exquisite sympathies, and considerable literary attainments, living, like many another genius, with relatives who could not comprehend her. Neither her mother nor her stepfather were persons of a literary turn. Bell's Life and the Racing Calendar were the extent of the baronet's reading, and Lady Clavering still wrote like a schoolgirl of 13, and with an extraordinary disregard to grammar and spelling. And as Miss Amory felt very keenly that she was not appreciated, and that she lived with persons who were not her equals in intellect or conversational power, she lost no opportunity to acquaint her family circle with their inferiority to herself, and not only was a martyr, but took care to let everybody know that she was so. If she suffered, as she said, and thought she did, severely, are we to wonder that a young creature of such delicate sensibilities should shriek and cry out a good deal? Without sympathy life is nothing, and would it not have been a want of candour on her part to affect a cheerfulness which she did not feel, or pretend a respect for those towards whom it was quite impossible she should entertain any reverence? If a poetess may not bemoan her lot, of what earthly use is her lyre? Blanche struck hers only to the saddest of tunes, and sang elegies over her dead hopes, dirges over her early frost-nipped buds of affection, and became such a melancholy fate and muse. Her actual distresses, as we have said, had not been up to the present time very considerable, but her griefs lay, like those of most of us, in her own soul. That being sad and habitually dissatisfied, what wonder that she should weep? So mes larmes dribbled out of her eyes any day at command. She could furnish an unlimited supply of tears, and her faculty of shedding them increased by practice. For sentiment is like another complaint mentioned by Horace as increasing by self-indulgence. I am sorry to say, ladies, that the complaint in question is called the dropsy, and the more you cry, the more you will be able and desirous to do so. Missy had begun to gush at a very early age. Lamartine was her favourite bard from the period when she first could feel, and she had subsequently improved her mind by a sedulous study of novels of the great modern authors of the French language. There was not a romance of Balzac and Georges Sand which the indefatigable little creature had not devoured by the time she was 16, and however little she sympathized with her relatives at home, she had friends, as she said, in the spirit world, meaning the tender Indiana, the passionate and poetic Lelia, the amiable Trenmore, that high-souled convict, that angel of the galleys, the fiery Stenio, and the other numberless heroes of the French romances. She had been in love with Prince Rodolphe and Prince de Jalma while she was yet at school, and had settled the divorce question and the rights of woman with Indiana before she had left off pinafores. The impetuous little lady played at love with these imaginary worthies as a little while before she had played at maternity with her doll. Pretty little poetical spirits. It is curious to watch them with those playthings. To day the blue-eyed one is the favourite, and the black-eyed one is pushed behind the drawers. To morrow Blue Eyes may take its turn of neglect, and it may be an odious little wretch with a burnt nose or torn bead of hair, and no eyes at all, that takes the first place in Mrs. Affection, and is dandled and caressed in her arms. As novelists are supposed to know everything, even the secrets of female hearts, which the owners themselves do not perhaps know, we may state that at 11 years of age, Mademoiselle Betsy, as Miss Amory was then called, had felt tender emotions toward a young Savoyard organ-grinder at Paris, whom she persisted in believing to be a prince carried off from his parents; that at 12 an old and hideous drawing-master (but ah, what age of personal defects are proof against woman's love!) had agitated her young heart; and that at 13, being at Madame de Caramel's boarding school in the Champs Elysees, which, as everybody knows, is next door to Monsieur Rogrand's, Chevalier of the Legion of Honor, pension for young gentlemen, a correspondence by letter took place between the séduisante Miss Betsy and two young gentlemen of the College of Charlemagne, who were pensioners of the Chevalier Rogrand. In the above paragraph our young friend has been called by a Christian name different to that under which we were lately presented to her. The fact is that Miss Amory, called Missy at home, had really at the first been christened Betsy, but assumed the name of Blanche of her own will and fantasy, and crowned herself with it; and the weapon which the baronet, her stepfather, held in terror over her, was the threat to call her publicly by her name of Betsy, by which menace he sometimes managed to keep the young rebel in order. We have spoken just now of children's dolls, and of the manner in which those little people take up and neglect their darling toys, and very likely this history will show that Miss Blanche assumed and put away her live dolls with a similar girlish inconstancy. She had had hosts of dear, dear, darling friends ere now, and had quite a little museum of locks of hair in her treasure chest, which she had gathered in the course of her sentimental progress. Some dear friends had married, some had gone to other schools. One beloved sister she had lost from the pension, and found again, oh horror, her darling, her Leocadie, keeping the books in her father's shop, a grocer in the Rue du Bac. In fact, she had met with a number of disappointments, estrangements, disillusionnements, as she called them in her pretty French jargon, and had seen and suffered a great deal for so young a woman. But it is the lot of sensibility to suffer, and of confiding tenderness to be deceived, and she felt that she was only undergoing the penalties of genius in these pangs and disappointments of her young career. Meanwhile she managed to make the honest lady, her mother, as uncomfortable as circumstances would permit, and caused her worthy stepfather to wish she was dead. With the exception of Captain Strong, whose invincible good humour was proof against her sarcasms, the little lady ruled the whole house with her tongue. If Lady Clavering talked about sparrowgrass instead of asparagus, or called an object a hobject, as this unfortunate lady would sometimes do, Missy calmly corrected her, and frightened the good soul, her mother, into errors only the more frequent as she grew more nervous under her daughter's eye. It is not to be supposed, considering the vast interest which the arrival of the family at Clavering Park inspired in the inhabitants of the little town, that Madame Fribsby alone, of all the folks in Clavering, should have remained unmoved and incurious. At the first appearance of the Park family in church, Madame noted every article of toilette which the ladies wore, from their bonnets to their brodequins, and took a survey of the attire of the ladies' maids in the pew allotted to them. We fear that Dr. Portman's sermon, though it was one of his oldest and most valued compositions, had little effect upon Madame Fribsby on that day. In a very few days afterwards she had managed for herself an interview with Lady Clavering's confidential attendant in the housekeeper's room at the Park, and her cards in French and English, stating that she received the newest fashions from Paris from her correspondent, Madame Victorine, and that she was in the custom of making court and ball dresses for the nobility and gentry of the shire, were in the possession of Lady Clavering and Miss Amory, and favourably received, as she was happy to hear, by those ladies. Mrs. Bonner, Lady Clavering's lady, became soon a great frequenter of Madame Fribsby's drawing room, and partook of many entertainments at the milliner's expense. A meal of green tea, scandal, hot Sally Lunn cakes, and a little novel reading were always at the service of Mrs. Bonner, whenever she was free to pass an evening in the town; and she found much more time for these pleasures than her junior officer, Miss Amory's maid, who seldom could be spared for a holiday, and was worked as hard as any factory girl by that inexorable little Muse, her mistress. The Muse loved to be dressed becomingly, and having a lively fancy and a poetic desire for change, was for altering her attire every day. Her maid, having a taste in dressmaking, to which art she had been an apprentice at Paris before she entered into Miss Blanche's service there, was kept from morning till night altering and remodelling Miss Amory's habiliments, and rose very early and went to bed very late, in obedience to the untiring caprices of her little task-mistress. The girl was of respectable English parents. There are many of our people, colonists of Paris, who have seen better days, who are not quite ruined, who do not quite live upon charity, and yet cannot go on without it. And as her father was a cripple, incapable of work, and her return home would only increase the burthen and add to the misery of the family, poor Pincott was fain to stay where she could maintain herself, and spare a little relief to her parents. Our Muse, with the candour which distinguished her, never failed to remind her attendant of the real state of matters. "I should send you away, Pincott, for you are a great deal too weak, and your eyes are failing you, and you are always crying and snivelling and wanting the doctor. But I wish that your parents at home should be supported, and I go on enduring you for their sake, mind," the dear Blanche would say to her timid little attendant. "Or, Pincott, your wretched appearance, and slavish manner, and red eyes positively give me the migraine, and I think I shall make you wear rouge, so that you may look a little cheerful. Or, Pincott, I can't bear, even for the sake of your starving parents, that you should tear my hair out of my head in that manner, and I will thank you to write to them and say that I dispense with your services." After which sort of speeches, and after keeping her for an hour trembling over her hair, which the young lady loved to have combed, as she perused one of her favourite French novels, she would go to bed at 1 o'clock and say, "Pincott, you may kiss me. Good night. I should like you to have the pink dress ready for the morning." And so, with blessing upon her attendant, she would turn round and go to sleep. The Muse might lie in bed as long as she chose of a morning, and avail herself of that privilege, but Pincott had to rise very early indeed to get her mistress's task done, and had to appear next day with the same red eyes and the same wan face, which displeased Miss Amory by their want of gaiety, and caused the mistress to be so angry because the servant persisted in being and looking unwell and unhappy. Not that Blanche ever thought she was a hard mistress. Indeed, she made quite a friend of Pincott at times, and wrote some very pretty verses about the lonely little tiring maid, whose heart was far away. Our beloved Blanche was a superior being, and expected to be waited upon as such, and I do not know whether there are any other ladies in this world who treat their servants or dependents so, but it may be that there are such, and that the tyranny which they exercise over their subordinates, and the pangs which they can manage to inflict with a soft voice and a well-bred simper, are as cruel as those which a slave driver administers with an oath and a whip. But Blanche was a Muse, a delicate little creature, quite tremulous with excitability, whose eyes filled with tears at the smallest emotion, and who knows but that it was the very fineness of her feelings which caused them to be frost so easily? You crush a butterfly by merely touching it. Vulgar people have no idea of the sensibility of a Muse. So little Pincott, being occupied all day and night in stitching, hemming, ripping, combing, ironing, crimping, for a mistress, reading to her when in bed, for the girl was mistress of the two languages, and had a sweet voice and manner, could take no share in Madame Frisby's soirees, nor indeed was she much missed, or considered of sufficient consequence to appear at their entertainments. But there was another person connected with the Clavering establishment, who became a constant guest of our friend the milliner. This was the chief of the kitchen, Monsieur Mirebalin, with whom Madame Frisby soon formed an intimacy. Not having been accustomed to the appearance or society of persons of the French nation, the rustic inhabitants of Clavering were not so favourably impressed by Monsieur Alcide's manners and appearance, as that gentleman might have desired that they should be. He walked among them quite unsuspiciously upon the afternoon of a summer day, when his services were not required at the house, in his usual favourite costume, namely, his light green frock or paletot, his crimson velvet waistcoat with blue glass buttons, his pantalon à corsets of a very large and decided check pattern, his orange satin neckcloth, and his jean boots with tips of shiny leather, these with a gold embroidered cap and a richly gilt cane, or other varieties of ornament of a similar tendency, formed his usual holiday costume. in which he flattered himself there was nothing remarkable, unless indeed the beauty of his person should attract observation, and in which he considered that he exhibited the appearance of a gentleman of good Parisian ton. He walked then down the street, grinning and ogling every woman he met with glances, which he meant should kill them outright, and peered over the railings, and in at the windows where females were, in the tranquil summer evening. But Betsy, Mrs. Pybus's maid, shrank back with a "Lor' bless us," as Alcide ogled her over the laurel bush. The Miss Bakers and their mamma stared with wonder, and presently a crowd began to follow the interesting foreigner of ragged urchins and children, who left their dirt pies in the street to pursue him. For some time he thought that admiration was the cause which led these persons in his wake, and walked on, pleased himself that he could so easily confer on others so much harmless pleasure. But the little children and dirt pie manufacturers were presently succeeded by followers of a larger growth, and a number of lads and girls from the factory, being let loose at this hour, joined the mob, and began laughing, jeering, hooting, and calling opprobrious names at the Frenchman. Some cried out, "Frenchy, Frenchy!" Some exclaimed, "Frogs!" One asked for a lock of his hair, which was long, and in richly flowing ringlets, and at length the poor artist began to perceive that he was an object of derision rather than of respect to the rude, grinning mob. It was at this juncture that Madame Frisbie spied the unlucky gentleman with the train at his heels, and heard the scornful shouts with which they assailed him. She ran out of her room, and across the street to the persecuted foreigner. She held out her hand, and addressing him in his own language, invited him into her abode. And when she had housed him fairly within her door, she stood bravely at the threshold before the gibing factory girls and boys, and said they were a pack of cowards to insult a poor man who could not speak their language, and was alone and without protection. The little crowd, with some ironical cheers and hootings, nevertheless felt the force of Madame Frisbie's vigorous allocution, and retreated before her, for the old lady was rather respected in the place, and her oddity and her kindness had made her many friends there. Poor Moreau Blanc was grateful indeed to hear the language of his country ever so ill spoken. Frenchmen pardon our faults in their language much more readily than we excuse their bad English, and will face our blunders throughout a long conversation without the least propensity to grin. The rescued artist vowed that Madame Frisbie was his guardian angel, and that he had not as yet met with such suavity and politeness among les Anglaises. He was as courteous and complimentary to her as if it was the fairest and noblest of ladies whom he was addressing, for Alcide Moreau Blanc paid homage after his fashion to all womankind, and never dreamed of a distinction of ranks in the realms of beauty, as his phrase was. A cream flavored with pineapple, a mayonnaise of lobster, which he flattered himself was not unworthy of his hand, or of her he had the honor to offer it as an homage, and a box of preserved fruits of Provence, were brought by one of the chef's aides de camp in a basket the next day to the milliner's, and were accompanied with a gallant note to the amiable Madame Frisbie. Her kindness, Alcide said, had made a green place in the desert of his existence. Her suavity would ever contrast in memory with the grosseret of the rustic population, who were not worthy to possess such a jewel. An intimacy of the most confidential nature thus sprang up between the milliner and the chief of the kitchen. But I do not know whether it was with pleasure or mortification that Madame received the declarations of friendship which the young Alcide proffered to her, for he persisted in calling her la respectable Frisbie, la virtueuse Frisbie, and in stating that he should consider her as his mother, while he hoped she would regard him as her son. Ah, it was not very long ago, Frisbie thought, that words had been addressed to her in that dear French language, indicating a different sort of attachment, and she sighed as she looked up at the picture of her carabinier, for it is surprising how young some people's hearts remain when their heads have need of a front or a little hair dye, and at this moment Madame Frisbie, as she told young Alcide, felt as romantic as a girl of 18. When the conversation took this turn, and at their first intimacy Madame Frisbie was rather inclined so to lead it, Alcide always politely diverged to another subject. It was as his mother that he persisted in considering the good milliner. He would recognize her in no other capacity, and with that relationship the gentle lady was forced to content herself, when she found how deeply the artist's heart was engaged elsewhere. He was not long before he described to her the subject and origin of his passion. "I declared myself to her," said Alcide, laying his hand on his heart, "in a manner which was as novel as I am charmed to think it was agreeable. Where cannot love penetrate, respectable Madame Fribsby? Cupid is the father of invention. I inquired of the domestics what were the plats of which Mademoiselle partook with most pleasure, and built up my little battery accordingly. On a day when her parents had gone to dine in the world, and I am grieved to say that a grossier dinner at a restaurateur in the Boulevard, or in the Palais Royal, seemed to form the delights of these unrefined persons, the charming Miss entertained some comrades of the pension, and I advised myself to send up a little repast suitable to so delicate young palates. Her lovely name is Blanche, the name of the maiden is White, the wreath of roses which she wears is white. I determined that my dinner should be as spotless as the snow. At her accustomed hour, and instead of the rude Gigot à l'eau, which was ordinarily served at her too simple table, I sent her up a little potage à la reine blanche, I called it, as white as her own tint, and confectioned with the most fragrant cream and almonds. I then offered up at her shrine a filet de melon à l'oignon, and a delicate plat, which I designated as éperlant à la Sainte Therese, and of which my charming Miss partook with pleasure. I followed this by 2 little entrees of sweetbread and chicken, and the only brown thing which I permitted myself in the entertainment was a little roast of lamb, which I lay in a meadow of spinaches, surrounded with croustillons, representing sheep, and ornamented with daisies and other savage flowers. After this came my second service of pudding à la reine Elizabeth, who Madame Frisbee knows was a maiden princess, a dish of opal-colored plover's eggs, which I call nid de tourterelle à la roucoule, placing in the midst of them 2 of those tender volatiles, billing each other, and confectioned with butter; a basket containing little gâteaux of apricots, which I know all young ladies adore, and a jelly of marasquin, bland, insinuating, intoxicating as the glance of beauty. This I designated ambroisie de calypso à la souveraine de mon coeur. And when the ice was brought in, an ice of plombières and cherries, how do you think I had shaped them, Madame Frisbee? In the form of 2 hearts united with an arrow, on which I had laid before it entered a bridal veil in cut paper, surmounted by a wreath of virginal orange flowers. I stood at the door to watch the effect of this entry. It was but one cry of admiration. The 3 young ladies filled their glasses with the sparkling eye, and carried me in a toast. I heard it. I heard Miss speak of me. I heard her say, "Tell Monsieur Mirobalin that we thank him, we admire him, we love him." My feet almost failed me as she spoke. Since that, can I have any reason to doubt that the young artist has made some progress in the heart of the English Miss? I am modest, but my glass informs me that I am not ill looking. Other victories have convinced me of the fact. "Dangerous man!" cried the milliner. The blonde misses of Albion see nothing in the dull inhabitants of their brumous isle which can compare with the ardor and vivacity of the children of the South. We bring our sunshine with us. We are Frenchmen, and accustomed to conquer. Were it not for this affair of the heart, and my determination to marry an Anglaise, do you think I would stop in this island, which is not altogether ungrateful, since I have found here a tender mother in the respectable Madame Frisbee? In this island, in this family, my genius would use itself in the company of these rustics. The poesy of my art cannot be understood by these carnivorous insularies. No, the men are odious, but the women, I own, dear Frisbee, are seducing. I have vowed to marry one, and as I cannot go into your markets and purchase according to the custom of the country, I am resolved to adopt another custom, and fly with one to Gretna Green. The blonde miss will go. She is fascinated. Her eyes have told me so. The white dove wants but the signal to fly. "Have you any correspondence with her?" asked Frisbee in amazement, and not knowing whether the young lady or the lover might be laboring under a romantic delusion. "I correspond with her by means of my art. She partakes of dishes which I make expressly for her. I insinuate to her thus 1,000 hints, which, as she is perfectly spiritual, she receives. But I want other intelligences near her." "There is Pincott, her maid," said Madame Frisbee, who by aptitude or education seemed to have some knowledge of affairs of the heart, but the great artist's brow darkened at this suggestion. "Madame," he said, "there are points upon which a gallant man ought to silence himself, though if he break the secret he may do so with the least impropriety to his best friend, his adopted mother. Know then that there is a cause why Miss Pincott should be hostile to me, a cause not uncommon with your sex, jealousy." "Perfidious monster!" said the confidant. "Ah, no," said the artist, with a deep bass voice, and a tragic accent worthy of the poor Saint Martin and his favourite melodrames; "not perfidious, but fatal. Yes, I am a fatal man, Madame Frebsby. To inspire hopeless passion is my destiny. I cannot help it that women love me. Is it my fault that that young woman deperishes and languishes to the view of the eye, consumed by a flame which I cannot return? Listen. There are others in this family who are similarly unhappy. The governess of the young milor has encountered me in my walks, and looked at me in a way which can bear but one interpretation; and milady herself, who is of mature age, but who has Oriental blood, has once or twice addressed compliments to the lonely artist, which can admit of no mistake. I avoid the household, I seek solitude, I undergo my destiny. I can marry but one, and am resolved it shall be to a lady of your nation; and if her fortune is sufficient, I think Miss would be the person who would be most suitable. I wish to ascertain what her means are, before I lead her to Gretna Green. Whether Alcide was as irresistible a conqueror as his namesake, or whether he was simply crazy, is a point which must be left to the reader's judgment. But the latter, if he had had the benefit of much French acquaintance, has perhaps met with men amongst them who fancied themselves almost as invincible, and who, if you credit them, have made equal havoc in the hearts of les Anglaises. Chapter 25 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 25 contains both love and jealousy. Our readers have already heard Sir Francis Clavering's candid opinion of the lady who had given him her fortune and restored him to his native country and home. And it must be owned that the baronet was not far wrong in his estimate of his wife, and that Lady Clavering was not the wisest or the best educated of women. She had had a couple of years' education in Europe, in a suburb of London, which she persisted in calling Acme, to her dying day, whence she had been summoned to join her father at Calcutta at the age of 15. And it was on her voyage thither, on board the Ramchunder East Indiaman, Captain Bragg, in which ship she had 2 years previously made her journey to Europe, that she formed the acquaintance of her first husband, Mr. Amory, who was third mate of the vessel in question. We are not going to enter into the early part of Lady Clavering's history, but Captain Bragg, under whose charge Miss Snell went out to her father, who was one of the captain's consignees, and part owner of the Ramchunder and many other vessels, found reason to put the rebellious rascal of a mate in irons until they reached the Cape, where the captain left his officer behind, and finally delivered his ward to her father at Calcutta after a stormy and perilous voyage, in which the Ramchunder and the cargo and passengers incurred no small danger and damage. Some months afterwards, Amory made his appearance at Calcutta, having worked his way out before the mast from the Cape, married the rich attorney's daughter in spite of that old speculator, set up as indigo planter and failed, set up as agent and failed again, set up as editor of the Sunderbund Pilot and failed again, quarreling ceaselessly with his father-in-law and his wife during the progress of all these mercantile transactions and disasters, and ending his career finally with a crash which compelled him to leave Calcutta and go to New South Wales. It was in the course of these luckless proceedings that Mr. Amory probably made the acquaintance of Sir Jasper Rogers, the respected judge of the Supreme Court of Calcutta, who has been mentioned before. And as the truth must out, it was by making and improper use of his father-in-law's name, who could write perfectly well and had no need of an amanuensis, that fortune finally forsook Mr. Amory and caused him to abandon all further struggles with her. Not being in the habit of reading the Calcutta law reports very assiduously, the European public did not know of these facts as well as people did in Bengal, and Mrs. Amory and her father finding her residence in India not a comfortable one, it was agreed that the lady should return to Europe, whither she came with her little daughter, Betsy or Blanche, then 4 years old. They were accompanied by Betsy's nurse, who has been presented to the reader in the last chapter as the confidential maid of Lady Clavering, Mrs. Bonner, and Captain Bragg took a house for them in the near neighborhood of his residence in Pocklington Street. It was a very hard, bitter summer, and it rained every day for some time after Mrs. Amory's arrival. Bragg was very pompous and disagreeable, perhaps ashamed, perhaps anxious to get rid of the Indian lady. She believed that all the world in London was talking about her husband's disaster, and that the King and Queen and the Court of Directors were aware of her unlucky history. She had a good allowance from her father, she had no call to live in England, and she determined to go abroad. Away she went then, glad to escape the gloomy surveillance of the odious bully, Captain Bragg. People had no objection to receive her at the continental towns where she stopped, and at the various boarding houses where she royally paid her way. She called Hackney Acne, to be sure, though otherwise she spoke English with a little foreign twang, very curious and not unpleasant. She dressed amazingly. She was conspicuous for her love of eating and drinking, and prepared curries and pilaws at every boarding house which she frequented. But her singularities of language and behavior only gave a zest to her society, and Mrs. Amory was deservedly popular. She was the most good-natured, jovial, and generous of women. She was up to any party of pleasure by whomsoever proposed. She brought 3 times more champagne and fowl and ham to the picnics than anyone else. She took endless boxes for the play and tickets for the masked balls, and gave them away to everybody. She paid the boarding-house people months beforehand. She helped poor shabby mustachioed bucks and dowagers whose remittances had not arrived, with constant supplies from her purse. And in this way she tramped through Europe, and appeared at Brussels, at Paris, at Milan, at Naples, at Rome, as her fancy led her. News of Amory's death reached her at the latter place where Captain Clavering was then staying, unable to pay his hotel bill, as indeed was his friend the Chevalier Strong, and the good-natured widow married the descendant of the ancient house of Clavering, professing indeed no particular grief for the scapegrace of a husband whom she had lost. We have brought her thus up to the present time, when she was mistress of Clavering Park, in the midst of which Mr. Pinckney, the celebrated painter, portrayed her with her little boy by her side. Missy followed her mamma in most of her peregrinations, and so learned a deal of life. She had a governess for some time, and after her mother's second marriage, the benefit of Madame de Caramel's select pension in the Champs-Élysées. When the Claverings came to England, she of course came with them. It was only within a few years after the death of her grandfather and the birth of her little brother that she began to understand that her position in life was altered, and that Miss Amory, nobody's daughter, was a very small personage in a house compared with Master Francis Clavering, heir to an ancient baronetcy and a noble estate. But for little Frank, she would have been an heiress in spite of her father, and though she knew and cared not much about money, of which she never had any stint, and though she was a romantic little muse, as we have seen, yet she could not reasonably be grateful to the persons who had so contributed to change her condition. Nor indeed did she understand what the latter really was, until she had made some further progress and acquired more accurate knowledge in the world. But this was clear, that her stepfather was dull and weak, that mamma dropped her h's and was not refined in manners or appearance, and that little Frank was a spoiled, quarrelsome urchin, always having his way, always treading upon her feet, always upsetting his dinner on her dresses, and keeping her out of her inheritance. None of these, as she felt, could comprehend her, and her solitary heart naturally pined for other attachments, and she sought around her where to bestow the precious boon of her unoccupied affection. This dear girl, then, from want of sympathy or other cause, made herself so disagreeable at home, and frightened her mother and bored her stepfather so much, that they were quite as anxious as she could be that she should settle for herself in life, and hence Sir Francis Clavering's desire expressed to his friend in the last chapter that Mrs. Strong should die, and that he would take Blanche to himself as a second Mrs. Strong. But as this could not be, any other person was welcome to win her, and a smart young fellow, well looking and well educated like our friend Arthur Pendennis, was quite free to propose for her if he had a mind, and would have been received with open arms by Lady Clavering as a son-in-law, had he had the courage to come forward as a competitor for Miss Amory's hand. Mr. Penn, however, besides other drawbacks, chose to entertain an extreme diffidence about himself. He was ashamed of his late failures, of his idle and nameless condition, of the poverty which he had brought on his mother by his folly, and there was as much of vanity as remorse in his present state of doubt and distrust. How could he ever hope for such a prize as this brilliant Blanche Amory, who lived in a fine park and mansion, and was waited on by a score of grand domestics, whilst a maidservant brought in their meagre meal at Fair Oaks, and his mother was obliged to pinch and manage to make both ends meet? Obstacles seemed for him insurmountable, which would have vanished had he marched manfully upon them, and he preferred despairing or dallying with his wishes, or perhaps he had not positively shaped them as yet, to attempting to win gallantly the object of his desire. Many a young man fails by that species of vanity called shyness, who might, for the asking, have his will. But we do not pretend to say that Penn had as yet ascertained his, or that he was doing much more than thinking about falling in love. Miss Amory was charming and lively. She fascinated and cajoled him by 1,000 arts, or natural graces, or flatteries, but there were lurking reasons and doubts, besides shyness and vanity, withholding him. In spite of her cleverness, and her protestations, and her fascinations, Penn's mother had divined the girl, and did not trust her. Mrs. Pendennis saw Blanche light-minded and frivolous, detected many wants in her which offended the pure and pious-minded lady, a want of reverence for her parents, and for things more sacred, Helen thought. Worldliness and selfishness couched under pretty words and tender expressions. Laura and Penn battled these points strongly at first with the widow, Laura being as yet enthusiastic about her new friend, and Penn not far gone enough in love to attempt any concealment of his feelings. He would laugh at these objections of Helen's, and say, "Pshaw, mother, you are jealous about Laura. All women are jealous." But when, in the course of a month or two, and by watching the pair with that anxiety with which brooding women watch over their sons' affections, and in acknowledging which, I have no doubt, there is a sexual jealousy on the mother's part, and a secret pang, when Helen saw that the intimacy appeared to make progress, that the two young people were perpetually finding pretexts to meet, and that Miss Blanche was at Fair Oaks or Mr. Penn at the park every day, the poor widow's heart began to fail her. Her darling project seemed to vanish before her, and giving way to her weakness, she fairly told Penn one day what her views and longings were, that she felt herself breaking, and not long for this world, and that she hoped and prayed before she went, that she might see her two children won. The late events, Penn's life and career, and former passion for the actress, had broken the spirit of this tender lady. She felt that he had escaped her, and was in the maternal nest no more, and she clung with a sickening fondness to Laura, Laura who had been left to her by Francis in heaven. Penn kissed and soothed her in his grand patronizing way. He had seen something of this. He had long thought his mother wanted to make this marriage. Did Laura know anything of it? Not she, Mrs. Pendennis said. Not for worlds would she have breathed a word of it to Laura. Well, well, there was time enough. His mother wouldn't die, Pen said, laughingly. He wouldn't hear of any such thing. And as for the Muse, she is too grand a lady to think about poor little me. And as for Laura, who knows that she would have me? She would do anything you told her, to be sure. But am I worthy of her? Oh, Pen, you might be, was the widow's reply. Not that Mr. Penn ever doubted that he was, and a feeling of indefinable pleasure and self-complacency came over him as he thought over this proposal, and imaged Laura to himself, as his memory remembered her for years past, always fair and open, kindly and pious, cheerful, tender, and true. He looked at her with brightening eyes as she came in from the garden at the end of this talk, her cheeks rather flushed, her looks frank and smiling, a basket of roses in her hand. She took the finest of them and brought it to Mrs. Pendennis, who was refreshed by the odor and color of these flowers, and hung over her fondly, and gave it to her. And I might have this prize for the asking, Pen thought with a thrill of triumph as he looked at the kindly girl. Why, she is as beautiful and as generous as her roses. The image of the two women remained forever after in his mind, and he never recalled it, but the tears came into his eyes. Before many weeks' intimacy with her new acquaintance, however, Miss Laura was obliged to give in to Helen's opinion, and own that the Muse was selfish, unkind, and inconstant. Of course Blanche confided to her bosom friend all the little griefs and domestic annoyances, how the family could not comprehend her, and she moved among them an isolated being, how her poor mamma's education had been neglected, and she was forced to blush for her blunders, how Sir Francis was a weak person, deplorably unintellectual, and only happy when smoking his odious cigars, how since the birth of her little brother she had seen her mother's precious affection, which she valued more than anything in life, estranged from her once darling daughter, how she was alone, alone, alone in the world. But these griefs, real and heart-rending though they might be to a young lady of exquisite sensibility, did not convince Laura of the propriety of Blanche's conduct in many small incidents of life. Little Frank, for instance, might be very provoking, and might have deprived Blanche of her mamma's affection, but this was no reason why Blanche should box the child's ears because he upset a glass of water over her drawing, and why she should call him many opprobrious names in the English and French language, and the preference accorded to little Frank was certainly no reason why Blanche should give herself imperial airs of command towards the boy's governess, and send that young lady upon messages through the house to bring her book or to fetch her pocket handkerchief. When a domestic performed an errand for honest Laura, she was always thankful and pleased, whereas she could not but perceive that the little Muse had not the slightest scruple in giving her commands to all the world round about her, and in disturbing anybody's ease or comfort in order to administer to her own. It was Laura's first experience in friendship, and it pained the kind creature's heart to be obliged to give up as delusions, one by one, those charms and brilliant qualities in which her fancy had dressed her new friend, and to find that the fascinating little fairy was but a mortal, and not a very amiable mortal after all. What generous person is there that has not been so deceived in his time? What person, perhaps, that has not so disappointed others in his turn? After the scene with little Frank, in which that refractory son and heir of the house of Clavering had received the compliments in French and English, and the accompanying box on the ear from his sister, Miss Laura, who had plenty of humor, could not help calling to mind some very touching and tender verses which the Muse had read to her out of May Larme, and which began, "My pretty baby brother, may angels guard thy rest," in which the Muse, after complimenting the baby upon the station in life which it was about to occupy, and contrasting it with her own lonely condition, vowed nevertheless that the angel boy would never enjoy such affection as hers was, or find in the false world before him anything so constant and tender as a sister's heart. "It may be," the forlorn one said, "it may be you will slight it, my pretty baby sweet. You will spurn me from your bosom. I'll cling around your feet. Oh, let me love you. The world will prove to you as false as 'tis to others, but I am ever true." And behold, the Muse was boxing the darling brother's ears, instead of kneeling at his feet, and giving Miss Laura her first lesson in the cynical philosophy, not quite her first, however, something like this selfishness and waywardness, something like this contrast between practice and poetry, between grand versified aspirations and everyday life, she had witnessed at home in the person of our young friend Mr. Penn. But then Penn was different. Penn was a man. It seemed natural somehow that he should be self-willed and should have his own way, and under his waywardness and selfishness, indeed, there was a kind and generous heart. Oh, it was hard that such a diamond should be changed away against such a false stone as this. In a word, Laura began to be tired of her admired Blanche. She had assayed her and found her not true, and her former admiration and delight, which she had expressed with her accustomed generous artlessness, gave way to a feeling which we shall not call contempt, but which was very near it, and which caused Laura to adopt towards Miss Amory a grave and tranquil tone of superiority, which was at first by no means to the Muse's liking. Nobody likes to be found out, or having held a high place to submit to step down. The consciousness that this event was impending did not serve to increase Miss Blanche's good humor, and as it made her peevish and dissatisfied with herself, it probably rendered her even less agreeable to the persons round about her. So there arose one fatal day a battle royal between dearest Blanche and dearest Laura, in which the friendship between them was all but slain outright. Dearest Blanche had been unusually capricious and wicked on this day. She had been insolent to her mother, savage with little Frank, odiously impertinent in her behavior to the boy's governess, and intolerably cruel to Pincott, her attendant. Not venturing to attack her friend, for the little tyrant was of a timid feline nature, and only used her claws upon those who were weaker than herself, she maltreated all these, and especially poor Pincott, who was menial, confidant, companion, slave always, according to the caprice of her young mistress. This girl, who had been sitting in the room with the young ladies, being driven thence in tears, occasioned by the cruelty of her mistress, and raked with a parting sarcasm as she went sobbing from the door, Laura fairly broke out into a loud and indignant invective, wondered how one so young could forget the deference owing to her elders as well as to her inferiors in station, and professing so much sensibility of her own, could torture the feelings of others so wantonly. Laura told her friend that her conduct was absolutely wicked, and that she ought to ask pardon of heaven on her knees for it, and having delivered herself of a hot and voluble speech, whereof the delivery astonished the speaker as much almost as her auditor, she ran to her bonnet and shawl, and went home across the park in a great flurry and perturbation, and to the surprise of Mrs. Pendennis, who had not expected her until night. Alone with Helen, Laura gave an account of the scene, and gave up her friend henceforth. "Oh, mamma," she said, "you were right. Blanche, who seems so soft and so kind, is, as you have said, selfish and cruel. She who is always speaking of her affections can have no heart. No honest girl would afflict a mother so, or torture a dependent, and I give her up from this day, and I will have no other friend but you." On this the two ladies went through the osculatory ceremony which they were in the habit of performing, and Mrs. Pendennis got a great secret comfort from the little quarrel, for Laura's confession seemed to say, "That girl can never be a wife for Penn, for she is light-minded and heartless, and quite unworthy of our noble hero. He will be sure to find out her unworthiness for his own part, and then he will be saved from this flighty creature, and awake out of his delusion." But Miss Laura did not tell Mrs. Pendennis, perhaps did not acknowledge to herself, what had been the real cause of the day's quarrel. Being in a very wicked mood, and bent upon mischief everywhere, the little wicked Muse of a Blanche had very soon begun her tricks. Her darling Laura had come to pass a long day, and as they were sitting in her own room together, had chosen to bring the conversation round to the subject of Mr. Penn. "I'm afraid he is sadly fickle," Miss Blanche observed. "Mrs. Pybus and many more Clavering people have told us all about the actress." "I was quite a child when it happened, and I don't know anything about it," Laura answered, blushing very much. "He used her very ill," Blanche said, wagging her little head. "He was false to her." "I'm sure he was not," Laura cried out. "He acted most generously by her. He wanted to give up everything to marry her. It was she that was false to him. He nearly broke his heart about it. I thought you didn't know anything about the story, dearest," interposed Miss Blanche. "Mamma has said so," said Laura. "Well, he is very clever," continued the other little dear. "What a sweet poet he is. Have you ever read his poems?" "Only 'The Fisherman and the Diver,' which he translated for us, and his prize poem, which didn't get the prize. And indeed I thought it very pompous and prosy," Laura said, laughing. "Has he never written you any poems, then, love?" asked Miss Amory. "No, my dear," said Miss Bell. Blanche ran up to her friend, kissed her fondly, called her "my dearest." Laura at least 3 times looked her archly in the face, nodded her head, and said, "Promise to tell nobody, and I will show you something." And tripping across the room daintily to a little mother of pearl inlaid desk, she opened it with a silver key, and took out 2 or 3 papers, crumpled and rather stained with green, which she submitted to her friend. Laura took them and read them. They were love verses, sure enough. Something about Undine, about a Naiad, about a river. She looked at them for a long time, but in truth the lines were not very distinct before her eyes. "And you have answered them, Blanche?" she asked, putting them back. "Oh, no, not for worlds, dearest," the other said, and when her dearest Laura had quite done with the verses, she tripped back and popped them again into the pretty desk. Then she went to her piano and sang 2 or 3 songs of Rossini, whose flourishes of music her flexible little voice could execute to perfection, and Laura sat by, vaguely listening as she performed these pieces. What was Miss Bell thinking about the while? She hardly knew, but sat there silent as the songs rolled by. After this concert the young ladies were summoned to the room where luncheon was served, and whither they of course went with their arms round each other's waists. And it could not have been jealousy or anger on Laura's part which had made her silent, for after they had tripped along the corridor and descended the steps, and were about to open the door which leads into the hall, Laura paused, and looking her friend kindly and frankly in the face, kissed her with a sisterly warmth. Something occurred after this, Master Frank's manner of eating probably, or mamma's blunders, or Sir Francis' smelling of cigars, which vexed Miss Blanche, and she gave way to that series of naughtinesses whereof we have spoken, and which ended in the above little quarrel. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. A house full of visitors. The difference between the girls did not last long. Laura was always too eager to forgive and be forgiven, and as for Miss Blanche, her hostilities, never very long or durable, had not been provoked by the above scene. Nobody cares about being accused of wickedness. No vanity is hurt by that sort of charge. Blanche was rather pleased than provoked by her friend's indignation, which never would have been raised but for a cause which both knew, though neither spoke of. And so Laura, with a sigh, was obliged to confess that the romantic part of her first friendship was at an end, and that the object of it was only worthy of a very ordinary sort of regard. As for Blanche, she instantly composed a copy of touching verses setting forth her desertion and disenchantment. It was only the old story, she wrote, of love meeting with coldness, and fidelity returned by neglect, and some new neighbours arriving from London about this time, in whose family there were daughters. Miss Amory had the advantage of selecting an eternal friend from one of these young ladies, and imparting her sorrows and disappointments to this new sister. The tall footman came but seldom now, with notes to the sweet Laura. The pony carriage was but rarely dispatched to Fair Oaks, to be at the orders of the ladies there. Blanche adopted a sweet look of suffering martyrdom when Laura came to see her. The other laughed at her friend's sentimental mood, and treated it with a good humour that was by no means respectful. But if Miss Blanche found new female friends to console her, the faithful historian is also bound to say that she discovered some acquaintances of the other sex, who seemed to give her consolation too. If ever this artless young creature met a young man, and had 10 minutes' conversation with him in a garden walk, in a drawing-room window, or in the intervals of a waltz, she confided in him, so to speak, made play with her beautiful eyes, spoke in a tone of tender interest and simple and touching appeal, and left him to perform the same pretty little drama in behalf of his successor. When the Claverings first came down to the park, there were very few audiences before whom Miss Blanche could perform. Hence Penn had all the benefits of her glances and confidences, and the drawing-room window or the garden walk all to himself. In the town of Clavering, it has been said, there were actually no young men. In the near surrounding country only a curate or two, or a rustic young squire with large feet and ill-made clothes. To the dragoons quartered at Chatteris the baronet made no overtures. It was unluckily his own regiment. He had left it on bad terms with some officers of the corps, an ugly business about a horse bargain, a disputed play account, blind hookey, a white feather, who need ask? It is not our business to inquire too closely into the bygones of our characters, except in so far as their previous history appertains to the development of this present story. But the autumn and the end of the parliamentary session and the London season brought one or two county families down to their houses, and filled tolerably the neighbouring little watering place of Weymouth, and opened our friend Mr. Bingley's Theatre Royal at Chatteris, and collected the usual company at the assizes and race balls there. Up to this time the old county families had been rather shy of our friends of Clavering Park. The Fogies of Drummington, the Squares of Toseley Park, the Welbores of the Barrow, etc., all sorts of stories were current among these folks. Regarding the family at Clavering, indeed nobody ought to say that people in the country have no imagination who heard them talk about new neighbours. About Sir Francis and his lady, and her birth and parentage, about Miss Amory, about Captain Strong, there had been endless histories which need not be recapitulated, and the family of the park had been 3 months in the county before the great people around began to call. But at the end of the season, the Earl of Treehawk, Lord Lieutenant of the county, coming to Eyry Castle, and the Countess Dowager of Rockminster, whose son was also a magnate of the land, to occupy a mansion on the Marine Parade at Weymouth, these great folks came publicly, immediately, and in state, to call upon the family of Clavering Park, and the carriages of the county families speedily followed in the track which had been left in the avenue by their lordly wheels. It was then that Moreau Ballant began to have an opportunity of exercising that skill which he possessed, and of forgetting, in the occupations of his art, the pangs of love. It was then that the large footmen were too much employed at Clavering Park to be able to bring messages, or dally over the cup of small beer with the poor little maids at Fair Oaks. It was then that Blanche found other dear friends than Laura, and other places to walk in besides the river side, where Penn was fishing. He came day after day, and whipped the stream, but the fish wouldn't do their duty, nor the Perry appear. And here, though in strict confidence, and with a request that the matter go no further, we may as well allude to a delicate business, of which previous hint has been given. Mention has been made, in a former page, of a certain hollow tree, at which Penn used to take his station when engaged in his passion for Miss Fotheringay. and the cavity of which he afterwards used for other purposes than to insert his baits and fishing cans in. The truth is, he converted this tree into a post office. Under a piece of moss and a stone he used to put little poems or letters equally poetical, which were addressed to a certain Undine or Naiad who frequented the stream, and which once or twice were replaced by a receipt in the shape of a flower, or by a modest little word or two of acknowledgment, written in a delicate hand in French or English, and on pink scented paper. Certainly Miss Amory used to walk by this stream, as we have seen, and it is a fact that she used pink scented paper for her correspondence. But after the great folks had invaded Clavering Park, and the family coach passed out of the lodge gates evening after evening on their way to the other great country houses, nobody came to fetch Penn's letters at the post office. The white paper was not exchanged for the pink, but lay undisturbed under its stone and its moss, whilst the tree was reflected into the stream, and the brawl went rolling by. There was not much in the letters, certainly in the pink notes scarcely anything, merely a little word or two, half jocular, half sympathetic, such as might be written by any young lady. But oh, you silly Pendennis, if you wanted this one, why did you not speak? Perhaps neither party was in earnest. You were only playing at being in love, and the sport of little Undine was humouring you at the same play. But if a man is balked at this game, he not unfrequently loses his temper, and when nobody came any more for Penn's poems, he began to look upon those compositions in a very serious light. He felt almost tragical and romantic again, as in his first affair of the heart. At any rate, he was bent upon having an explanation. One day he went to the hall, and there was a roomful of visitors. On another, Miss Amory was not to be seen. She was going to a ball that night, and was lying down to take a little sleep. Penn cursed balls, and the narrowness of his means, and the humility of his position in the country that caused him to be passed over by the givers of these entertainments. On a third occasion, Miss Amory was in the garden, and he ran thither. She was walking there in state with no less personages than the bishop and bishopess of Chatteris, and the episcopal family, who scowled at him and drew up in great dignity when he was presented to them, and they heard his name. The right reverend prelate had heard it before, and also of the little transaction in the dean's garden. "The bishop says you're a sad young man," good-natured Lady Clavering whispered to him. "What have you been a-doing of? Nothink, I hope, to vex such a dear mar as yours. How is your dear mar? Why don't she come and me? We ain't seen her this ever such a time. We're a-goin' about a-gaddin', so that we don't see no neighbours now. Give my love to her and Laura, and come all to dinner to morrow." Mrs. Pendennis was too unwell to come out, but Laura and Penn came, and there was a great party, and Penn only got an opportunity of a hurried word with Miss Amory. "You never come to the river now," he said. "I can't," said Blanche. "The house is full of people." "Undine has left the stream," Mr. Penn went on, choosing to be poetical. "She never ought to have gone there," Miss Amory answered. "She won't go again. It was very foolish, very wrong. It was only play. Besides, you have other consolations at home," she added, looking him full in the face an instant, and dropping her eyes. If he wanted her, why did he not speak then? She might have said yes even then. But as she spoke of other consolations at home, he thought of Laura, so affectionate and so pure, and of his mother at home, who had bent her fond heart upon uniting him with her adopted daughter. "Blanche," he began, in a vexed tone. "Miss Amory." "Laura is looking at us, Mr. Pendennis," the young lady said. "I must go back to the company," and she ran off, leaving Mr. Pendennis to bite his nails in perplexity, and to look out into the moonlight in the garden. Laura indeed was looking at Penn. She was talking with, or appearing to listen to the talk of, Mr. Pynsent, Lord Rockminster's son, and grandson of the dowager lady, who was seated in state in the place of honour, gravely receiving Lady Clavering's bad grammar, and patronising the vacuous Sir Francis, whose interest in the county she was desirous to secure. Pynsent and Penn had been at Oxbridge together, where the latter, during his heyday of good fortune and fashion, had been the superior of the young patrician, and perhaps rather supercilious towards him. They had met for the first time since they parted at the university at the table to day, and given each other that exceedingly impertinent and amusing demi-nod of recognition which is practised in England only, and only to perfection by university men, and which seems to say, "Confound you, what do you do here?" "I knew that man at Oxbridge," Mr. Pynsent said to Miss Bell. "A Mr. Pendennis, I think." "Yes," said Miss Bell. "He seems rather sweet upon Miss Amory," the gentleman went on. Laura looked at them, and perhaps thought so too, but said nothing. "A man of large property in the county, ain't he? He used to talk about representing it. He used to speak at the Union. Whereabouts do his estates lie?" Laura smiled. "His estates lie on the other side of the river, near the lodge gate. He is my cousin, and I live there." "Where?" asked Mr. Pynsent, with a laugh. "Why, on the other side of the river, at Fair Oaks," answered Miss Bell. "Many pheasants there?" "Cover looks rather good," said the simple gentleman. Laura smiled again. "We have 9 hens and a cock, a pig, and an old pointer." "Pendennis don't preserve them?" continued Mr. Pynsent. "You should come and see him," the girl said, laughing, and greatly amused at the notion that her Pen was a great county gentleman, and perhaps had given himself out to be such. "Indeed, I quite long to renew our acquaintance," Mr. Pynsent said, gallantly, and with a look which fairly said, "It is you that I would like to come and see," to which look and speech Miss Laura vouchsafed a smile, and made a little bow. Here Blanche came stepping up with her most fascinating smile and ogle, and begged dear Laura to come and take the second in a song. Laura was ready to do anything good natured, and went to the piano, by which Mr. Pynsent listened as long as the duet lasted, and until Miss Amory began for herself, when he strode away. "What a nice, frank, amiable, well bred girl that is, Wag," said Mr. Pynsent to a gentleman who had come over with him from Weymouth. "The tall one, I mean, with the ringlets and red lips. Monstrous red, ain't they?" "What do you think of the girl of the house?" asked Wag. "I think she's a lean, scraggy humbug," said Mr. Pynsent, with great candour. "She drags her shoulders out of her dress, she never lets her eyes alone, and she goes simpering and ogling about like a French waiting maid." "Pynsent, be civil," cried the other. "Somebody can hear." "Oh, it's Pendennis of Boniface," Mr. Pynsent said. "Fine evening, Mr. Pendennis. We were just talking of your charming cousin." "Any relation to my old friend, Major Pendennis?" asked Mr. Wag. "His nephew. He had the pleasure of meeting you at Gaunt House," Mr. Penn said, with his very best air. The acquaintance between the gentlemen was made in an instant. In the afternoon of the next day, the 2 gentlemen who were staying at Clavering Park were found by Mr. Penn, on his return from a fishing excursion, in which he had no sport, seated in his mother's drawing room in comfortable conversation with the widow and her ward. Mr. Pynsent, tall and gaunt, with large red whiskers and an imposing tuft to his chin, was striding over a chair in the intimate neighbourhood of Miss Laura. She was amused by his talk, which was simple, straightforward, rather humorous and keen, and interspersed with homely expressions of a style which is sometimes called slang. It was the first specimen of a young London dandy that Laura had seen or heard, for she had been but a chit at the time of Mr. Foker's introduction at Fair Oaks, nor indeed was that ingenuous gentleman much more than a boy, and his refinement was only that of a school and college. Mr. Wag, as he entered the Fair Oaks premises with his companion, eyed and noted everything. "Old gardener," he said, seeing Mr. John at the lodge. "Old red livery waistcoat, clothes hanging out to dry on the gooseberry bushes, blue aprons, white ducks. Gad, they must be young Pendennis's white ducks, nobody else wears 'em in the family. Rather a shy place for a sucking county member, ay, Pynsent?" "Snug little crib," said Mr. Pynsent. "Pretty cosy little lawn. Mr. Pendennis at home, old gentleman?" Mr. Wag said to the old domestic. John answered, "No, Master Pendennis was agone out." "Are the ladies at home?" asked the younger visitor. Mr. John answered, "Yes, they be." And as the pair walked over the trim gravel, and by the neat shrubberies, up the steps to the hall door, which old John opened. Mr. Wagg noted everything that he saw: the barometer and the letter bag, the umbrellas and the ladies' clogs, Pen's hats and tartan wrapper, and old John opening the drawing-room door to introduce the newcomers. Such minutiae attracted Wagg instinctively. He seized them in spite of himself. "Old fellow does all the work," he whispered to Pynsent. "Caleb Balderstone. Shouldn't wonder if he's the housemaid." The next minute the pair were in the presence of the Fair Oaks ladies, in whom Pynsent could not help recognizing two perfectly well-bred ladies, and to whom Mr. Wagg made his obeisance with florid bows and an extra courtesy, accompanied with an occasional knowing leer at his companion. Mr. Pynsent did not choose to acknowledge these signals except by extreme haughtiness towards Mr. Wagg, and particular deference to the ladies. If there was one thing laughable in Mr. Wagg's eyes, it was poverty. He had the soul of a butler who had been brought from his pantry to make fun in the drawing-room. His jokes were plenty, and his good nature thoroughly genuine, but he did not seem to understand that a gentleman could wear an old coat, or that a lady could be respectable unless she had her carriage, or employed a French milliner. "Charming place, ma'am," said he, bowing to the widow. "Noble prospect. Delightful to us Cockneys, who seldom see anything but Pall Mall." The widow said simply she had never been in London but once in her life, before her son was born. "Fine village, ma'am, fine village," said Mr. Wagg, "and increasing every day. It'll be quite a large town soon. It's not a bad place to live in for those who can't get the country, and we'll repay a visit when you honour it." "My brother, Major Pendennis, has often mentioned your name to us," the widow said, "and we have been very much amused by some of your droll books, sir," Helen continued, who never could be brought to like Mr. Wagg's books, and detested their tone most thoroughly. "He is my very good friend," Mr. Wagg said, with a low bow, "and one of the best known men about town, and where known, ma'am, appreciated. I assure you appreciated. He is with our friend Steyne at Aix-la-Chapelle. Steyne has a touch of the gout, and so, between ourselves, has your brother. I'm going to Stilbroke for the pheasant shooting, and afterwards to Bear Acres, where Pendennis and I shall probably meet." And he poured out a flood of fashionable talk, introducing the names of a score of peers, and rattling on with breathless spirits, whilst the simple widow listened in silent wonder. "What a man!" she thought. "Are all the men of fashion in London like this? I'm sure Pen will never like him." Mr. Pynsent was in the meanwhile engaged with Miss Laura. He named some of the houses in the neighbourhood whither he was going, and hoped very much that he should see Miss Bell at some of them. He hoped that her aunt would give her a season in London. He said that in the next Parliament it was probable that he should canvass the county, and he hoped to get Pendennis's interest here. He spoke of Pen's triumph as an orator at Oxbridge, and asked was he coming into Parliament too. He talked on very pleasantly, and greatly to Laura's satisfaction, until Pen himself appeared, and, as has been said, found these gentlemen. Pen behaved very courteously to the pair, now that they have found their way into his quarters, and though he recollected with some twinges a conversation at Oxbridge, when Pynsent was present, and in which, after a great debate at the Union, and in the midst of considerable excitement produced by a supper and champagne cup, he had announced his intention of coming in for his native county, and had absolutely returned thanks in a fine speech as the future member. Yet Mr. Pynsent's manner was so frank and cordial, that Pen hoped Pynsent might have forgotten his little fanfaronade, and any other braggadocio speeches or actions which he might have made. He suited himself to the tone of the visitors then, and talked about Plinlimmon and Magnus Charters, and the old set at Oxbridge, with careless familiarity and high-bred ease, as if he lived with marquises every day, and a duke was no more to him than a village curate. But at this juncture, and it being then 6 o'clock in the evening, Betsy, the maid, who did not know of the advent of strangers, walked into the room without any preliminary but that of flinging the door wide open before her, and bearing in her arms a tray containing 3 teacups, a teapot, and a plate of thick bread and butter. All Pen's splendour and magnificence vanished away at this, and he faltered and became quite abashed. "What will they think of us?" he thought, and indeed Wagg thrust his tongue in his cheek, thought the tea infinitely contemptible, and leered and winked at Pynsent to that effect. But to Mr. Pynsent the transaction appeared perfectly simple. There was no reason present to his mind why people should not drink tea at 6 if they were minded, as well as at any other hour, and he asked of Mr. Wagg, when they went away, what the devil he was grinning and winking at, and what amused him. "Didn't you see how the cub was ashamed of the thick bread and butter? I dare say they're going to have treacle if they are good. I'll take an opportunity of telling old Pendennis when we get back to town," Mr. Wagg chuckled out. "Don't see the fun," said Mr. Pynsent. "Never thought you did," growled Wagg between his teeth. They walked home rather sulkily. Wagg told the story at dinner very smartly, with wonderful accuracy of observation. He described old John, the clothes that were drying, the clogs in the hall, the drawing-room, and its furniture and pictures. Old man with a beak and bald head. Fur Pendennis, I bet 2 to 1. Sticking plaster full length of a youth in a cap and gown. The present Marquis of Fair Oaks, of course. The widow when young in a miniature, Mrs. Me. She had the gown on when we came, or a dress made the year after, and the tips cut off the fingers of her gloves, which she stitches her son's collars with. And then the sarving maid came in with their teas, so we left the Earl and the Countess to their bread and butter. Blanche, near whom he sat as he told this story, and who adored les hommes d'esprit, burst out laughing, and called him such an odd, droll creature. But Pynsent, who began to be utterly disgusted with him, broke out in a loud voice, and said, "I don't know, Mr. Wagg, what sort of ladies you are accustomed to meet in your own family, but by gad, as far as a first acquaintance can show, I never met 2 better bred women in my life, and I hope, ma'am, you'll call upon 'em," he added, addressing Lady Rockminster, who was seated at Sir Francis Clavering's right hand. Sir Francis turned to the guest on his left, and whispered, "That's what I call a sticker for Wagg." And Lady Clavering, giving the young gentleman a delighted tap with her fan, winked her black eyes at him, and said, "Mr. Pynsent, you're a good fellow." After the affair with Blanche, a difference ever so slight, a tone of melancholy, perhaps a little bitter, might be perceived in Laura's converse with her cousin. She seemed to weigh him, and find him wanting too. The widow saw the girl's clear and honest eyes watching the young man at times, and a look of almost scorn pass over her face as he lounged in the room with the women, or lazily sauntered smoking upon the lawn, or lolled under a tree there over a book which he was too listless to read. "What has happened between you?" eager-sighted Helen asked of the girl. "Something has happened. Has that wicked little Blanche been making mischief? Tell me, Laura." "Nothing has happened at all," Laura said. "Then why do you look at Pen so?" asked his mother quickly. "Look at him, dear mother," said the girl. "We 2 women are no society for him. We don't interest him. We are not clever enough for such a genius as Pen. He wastes his life and energies away among us, tied to our apron strings. He interests himself in nothing. He scarcely cares to go beyond the garden gate. Even Captain Glanders and Captain Strong pall upon him," she added with a bitter laugh, "and they are men, you know, and our superiors. He will never be happy while he is here. Why is he not facing the world, and without a profession?" "We have got enough, with great economy," said the widow, her heart beginning to beat violently. "Pen has spent nothing for months. I'm sure he is very good. I'm sure he might be very happy with us." "Don't agitate yourself so, dear mother," the girl answered. "I don't like to see you so. You should not be sad because Pen is unhappy here. All men are so. They must work, they must make themselves names and a place in the world. Look, the 2 captains have fought and seen battles. That Mr. Pynsent who came here, and who will be very rich, is in a public office. He works very hard. He aspires to a name and a reputation. He says Pen was one of the best speakers at Oxbridge, and had as great a character for talent as any of the young gentlemen there. Pen himself laughs at Mr. Wagg's celebrity, and indeed he is a horrid person, and says he is a dunce, and that anybody could write his books." "I'm sure they are odious and vulgar," interposed the widow. "Yet he has a reputation. You see, the County Chronicle says, 'The celebrated Mr. Wagg has been sojourning at Weymouth. Let our fashionables and eccentrics look out for something from his caustic pen.' If Pen can write better than this gentleman, and speak better than Mr. Pynsent, why doesn't he? Mamma, he can't make speeches to us, or distinguish himself here. He ought to go away. Indeed he ought." "Dear Laura," said Helen, taking the girl's hand, "is it kind of you to hurry him so? I've been waiting. I've been saving up money these many months to pay back your advance to us." "Hush, mother. Laura cried, embracing her friend hastily. "It was your money, not mine. Never speak about that again. How much money have you saved?" Helen said there were more than £200 at the bank, and that she would be enabled to pay off all Laura's money by the end of the next year. "Give it him. Let him have the £200. Let him go to London and be a lawyer. Be something. Be worthy of his mother." "And of mine, dearest mamma," said the good girl, upon which, and with her usual tenderness and emotion, the fond widow declared that Laura was a blessing to her and the best of girls. And I hope no one in this instance will be disposed to contradict her. The widow and her daughter had more than one conversation on this subject, and the elder gave way to the superior reason of the honest and stronger minded girl, and indeed, whenever there was a sacrifice to be made on her part, this kind lady was only too eager to make it. But she took her own way, and did not lose sight of the end she had in view, in imparting these new plans to Pen. One day she told him of these projects, and who it was that had formed them; how it was Laura who insisted upon his going to London and studying; how it was Laura who would not hear of the money arrangements when he came back from Oxbridge being settled just then; how it was Laura whom he had to thank, if indeed he thought that he had to go. At that news Pen's countenance blazed up with pleasure, and he hugged his mother to his heart with an ardor that I fear disappointed the fond lady. But she rallied when he said, "By heaven, she is a noble girl, and may God Almighty bless her mother. I've been wearing myself away for months here, longing to work, and not knowing how. I've been fretting over the thoughts of my shame and my debts, and my past cursed extravagance and follies. I've suffered infernally. My heart has been half broken. Never mind about that. If I can get a chance to redeem the past, and to do my duty to myself and the best mother in the world, indeed, indeed I will. I'll be worthy of you yet. Heaven bless you. God bless Laura. Why isn't she here, that I may go and thank her?" Pen went on with more incoherent phrases, paced up and down the room, drank glasses of water, jumped about his mother with 1,000 embraces, began to laugh, began to sing, was happier than she had seen him since he was a boy, since he had tasted of the fruit of that awful tree of life, which from the beginning has tempted all mankind. Laura was not at home. Laura was on a visit to the stately Lady Rockminster, daughter to my Lord Bareacres, sister to the late Lady Pontypool, and by consequence a distant kinswoman of Helen's, as her ladyship, who was deeply versed in genealogy, was graciously to point out to the modest country lady. Mr. Penn was greatly delighted at the relationship being acknowledged, though perhaps not over well pleased that Lady Rockminster took Miss Bell home with her for a couple of days to Weymouth, and did not make the slightest invitation to Mr. Arthur Pendennis. There was to be a ball at Weymouth, and it was to be Miss Laura's first appearance. The dowager came to fetch her in her carriage, and she went off with a white dress in her box, happy and blushing, like the rose to which Penn compared her. This was the night of the ball, a public entertainment at the Weymouth Hotel. "By Jove," said Penn, "I'll ride over." "No, I won't ride, but I'll go too." His mother was charmed that he should do so, and as he was debating about the conveyance in which he should start for Weymouth, Captain Strong called opportunely, said he was going himself, and that he would put his horse, the butcher boy, into the gig, and drive Penn over. When the grand company began to fill the house at Clavering Park, the Chevalier Strong, who, as his patron said, was never in the way or out of it, seldom intruded of himself upon its society, but went elsewhere to seek his relaxation. "I've seen plenty of grand dinners in my time," he said, "and dined, by Jove, in a company where there was a king and royal duke at top and bottom, and every man along the table had 6 stars on his coat. But damn me, glanders, this finery don't suit me, and the English ladies with their confounded buckram airs, and the squires with their politics after dinner, send me to sleep, sink me dead if they don't. I like a place where I can blow my cigar when the cloth is removed, and when I'm thirsty have my beer in its native pewter." So on a gala day at Clavering Park, the Chevalier would content himself with superintending the arrangements of the table, and drilling the major domo and servants, and having looked over the bill of fare with Monsieur Mirabelan, would not care to take the least part in the banquet. "Send me up a cutlet and a bottle of claret to my room," this philosopher would say, and from the windows of that apartment, which commanded the terrace and avenue, he would survey the company as they arrived in their carriages, or take a peep at the ladies in the hall through an oeil de boeuf, which commanded it from his corridor. And the guests being seated, Strong would cross the park to Captain Glandus's cottage at Clavering, or to pay the landlady a visit at the Clavering Arms, or to drop in upon Madame Frisbie over her novel and tea. Wherever the Chevalier went, he was welcome, and whenever he came away a smell of hot brandy and water lingered behind him. The butcher boy, not the worst horse in Sir Francis's stable, was appropriated to Captain Strong's express use, and the old campaigner saddled him or brought him home at all hours of the day or night, and drove or rode him up and down the country. Where there was a public house with a good tap of beer, where there was a tenant with a pretty daughter who played on the piano, to Chatteris, to the play, or the barracks, to Weymouth, if any fun was on foot there, to the rural fairs or races, the Chevalier and his brown horse made their way continually. And this worthy gentleman lived at free quarters in a friendly country. The butcher boy soon took pen, and the Chevalier to Weymouth. The latter was as familiar with the hotel and landlord there as with every other inn round about. And having been accommodated with a bedroom to dress, they entered the ballroom. The Chevalier was splendid. He wore 3 little gold crosses in a brochette on the portly breast of his blue coat, and looked like a foreign field marshal. The ball was public, and all sorts of persons were admitted and encouraged to come, young Pynsent having views upon the county, and Lady Rockminster being patroness of the ball. There was a quadrille for the aristocracy at one end, and select benches for the people of fashion. Towards this end the Chevalier did not care to penetrate far. As he said, he did not care for the nobs, but in the other part of the room he knew everybody, the wine merchants, innkeepers, tradesmen, solicitors, squire farmers' daughters, their sires and brothers, and plunged about shaking hands. "Who is that man with the blue ribbon and the 3-pointed star?" asked Penn. A gentleman in black with ringlets and a tuft stood gazing fiercely about him, with one hand in the armhole of his waistcoat and the other holding his claque. "By Jupiter, it's Mirobalin!" cried Strong, bursting out laughing. "Bonjour, chef! Bonjour, chevalier!" "De la Croix de Juillet, chevalier!" said the chef, laying his hand on his decoration. "By Jove, here's some more ribbon!" said Penn, amused. A man with very black hair and whiskers, dyed evidently with the purple of Tyre, with twinkling eyes and white eyelashes, and 1,000 wrinkles in his face, which was of a strange red color, with 2 undervests and large gloves and hands, and a profusion of diamonds and jewels in his waistcoat and stock, with coarse feet crumpled into immense shiny boots, and a piece of party-colored ribbon in his buttonhole, here came up and nodded familiarly to the Chevalier. The Chevalier shook hands. "My friend, Mr. Pendennis," Strong said, "Colonel Altamont of the bodyguard of His Highness the Nawab of Lucknow." That officer bowed to the salute of Penn, who was now looking out eagerly to see if the person wanted had entered the room. Not yet, but the band began presently performing "See the Conquering Hero Comes," and a host of fashionables, Dowager Countess of Rockminster, Mr. Pynsent, Miss Bell, Sir Francis Clavering, barrister of Clavering Park, Lady Clavering, and Miss Amory, Sir Horace Fogey, barrister, Lady Fogey, Colonel, and Mrs. Higgs Wag, Esquire, as the county paper afterwards described them, entered the room. Penn, rushed by Blanche, ran up to Laura and seized her hand. "God bless you," he said. "I want to speak to you. I must speak to you. Let me dance with you." "Not for 3 dances, dear Penn," she said, smiling, and he fell back, biting his nails with vexation, and forgetting to salute Pynsent. After Lady Rockminster's party, Lady Clavering's followed in the procession. Colonel Altamont eyed it hard, holding a most musky pocket handkerchief up to his face, and bursting with laughter behind it. "Who's the gal in green along with 'em, cap'n?" he asked of Strong. "That's Miss Amory, Lady Clavering's daughter," replied the Chevalier. The colonel could hardly contain himself for laughing. Chapter 26. Chapter 27 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 27 contains some ball-practising. Under some calico draperies in the shady embrasure of a window, Arthur Pendennis chose to assume a very gloomy and frowning countenance, and to watch Miss Bell dance her first quadrille with Mr. Pynsent for a partner. That gentleman was as solemn and severe as Englishmen are upon such occasions, and walked through the dance as he would have walked up to his pew in church, without a smile upon his face, or allowing any outward circumstance to interfere with his attention to the grave duty in which he was engaged. But Miss Laura's face was beaming with pleasure and good nature. The lights and the crowd and music excited her, as she spread out her white robes and performed her part of the dance, smiling and happy, her brown ringlets flowing back over her fair shoulders from her honest rosy face. More than one gentleman in the room admired and looked after her. And Lady Fogy, who had a house in London, and gave herself no small airs of fashion when in the country, asked of Lady Rockminster who the young person was, mentioned a reigning beauty in London, whom, in her ladyship's opinion, Laura was rather like, and pronounced that she would do. Lady Rockminster would have been very much surprised if any protégée of hers would not do, and wondered at Lady Fogy's impudence in judging upon the point at all. She surveyed Laura with majestic glances through her eyeglass. She was pleased with the girl's artless looks and gay, innocent manner. Her manner is very good, her ladyship thought. Her arms are rather red, but that is a defect of her youth. Her tone is far better than that of the little pert Miss Amory, who is dancing opposite to her. Miss Blanche was indeed the vis-à-vis of Miss Laura, and smiled most killingly upon her dearest friend, and nodded to her and talked to her when they met during the quadrille evolutions, and patronized her a great deal. Her shoulders were the whitest in the whole room, and they were never easy in her frock for one single instant, nor were her eyes, which rolled about incessantly, nor was her little figure. It seemed to say to all the people, "Come and look at me," not at that pink, healthy, bouncing country lass, Miss Bell, who scarcely knew how to dance till I taught her. This is the true Parisian manner. This is the prettiest little foot in the room, and the prettiest little chaussure, too. Look at it, Mr. Pynsent. Look at it, Mr. Pendennis, you who are scowling behind the curtain. I know you are longing to dance with me. Laura went on dancing, and keeping an attentive eye upon Mr. Penn in the embrasure of the window. He did not quit that retirement during the first quadrille, nor until the second, when the good-natured Lady Clavering beckoned to him to come up to her to the dais, or place of honour, where the dowagers were, and whither Penn went blushing and exceedingly awkward, as most conceited young fellows are. He performed a haughty salutation to Lady Rockminster, who hardly acknowledged his bow, and then went and paid his respects to the widow of the late Amory, who was splendid in diamonds, velvet, lace, feathers, and all sorts of millinery and goldsmiths' ware. Young Mr. Fogy, then in the fifth form at Eton, and ardently expecting his beard and his commission in a dragoon regiment, was the second partner who was honoured with Miss Bell's hand. He was wrapped in admiration of that young lady. He thought he had never seen so charming a creature. "I like you much better than the French girl," for this young gentleman had been dancing with Miss Amory before, he candidly said to her. Laura laughed, and looked more good-humoured than ever, and in the midst of her laughter caught a sight of Penn, and continued to laugh, as he, on his side, continued to look absurdly pompous and sulky. The next dance was a waltz, and young Fogy thought with a sigh that he did not know how to waltz, and vowed he would have a master the next holidays. Mr. Pynsent again claimed Miss Bell's hand for this dance, and Penn beheld her in a fury, twirling round the room, her waist encircled by the arm of that gentleman. He never used to be angry before when, on summer evenings, the chairs and tables being removed, and the governess called downstairs to play the piano, he and the Chevalier Strong, who was a splendid performer and could dance a British hornpipe, a German waltz, or a Spanish fandango if need were, and the two young ladies, Blanche and Laura, improvised little balls at Clavering Park. Laura enjoyed this dancing so much, and was so animated, that she even animated Mr. Pynsent. Blanche, who could dance beautifully, had an unlucky partner, Captain Broadfoot of the Dragoons, then stationed at Chatteris. for Captain Broadfoot, though devoting himself with great energy to the object in view, could not get round in time, and not having the least ear for music, was unaware that his movements were too slow. So in the waltz, as in the quadrille, Miss Blanche saw that her dear friend Laura had the honours of the dance, and was by no means pleased with the latter's success. After a couple of turns with the heavy dragoon, she pleaded fatigue, and requested to be led back to her place near her mamma, to whom Pen was talking, and she asked him why he had not asked her to waltz, and had left her for the mercies of that great odious man in spurs and a red coat. "I thought spurs and scarlet were the most fascinating objects in the world to young ladies," Pen answered. "I never should have dared to put my black coat in competition with that splendid red jacket." "You are very unkind, and cruel, and sulky, and naughty," said Miss Amory, with another shrug of the shoulders. "You had better go away. Your cousin is looking at us over Mr. Pynsent's shoulder." "Will you waltz with me?" said Pen. "Not this waltz. I can't, having just sent away that good Captain Broadfoot. Look at Mr. Pynsent. Did you ever see such a creature? But I will dance the next waltz with you, and the quadrille too. I am promised, but I will tell Mr. Poole that I had forgotten my engagement to you." "Women forget very readily," Pendennis said. "But they always come back, and are very repentant and sorry for what they've done," Blanche said. "See, here comes the poker, and dear Laura leaning on him. How pretty she looks." Laura came up and put out her hand to Pen, to whom Pynsent made a sort of bow, appearing to be not much more graceful than that domestic instrument to which Miss Amory compared him. But Laura's face was full of kindness. "I am so glad to have come, dear Pen," said she. "I can speak to you now. How is mamma? The 3 dances are over, and I am engaged to you for the next, Pen." "I have just engaged myself to Miss Amory," said Pen, and Miss Amory nodded her head and made her usual little curtsy. "I don't intend to give him up, dearest Laura," she said. "Well, then, he'll waltz with me, dear Blanche," said the other. "Won't you, Pen? I promised the waltz with Miss Amory." "Provoking," said Laura, and making a curtsy in her turn, she went and placed herself under the ample wing of Lady Rockminster. Pen was delighted with his mischief. The 2 prettiest girls in the room were quarrelling about him. He flattered himself he had punished Miss Laura. He leaned in a dandified air, with his elbow over the wall, and talked to Blanche. He quizzed unmercifully all the men in the room. The heavy dragoons in their tight jackets, the country dandies in their queer attire, the strange toilettes of the ladies. One seemed to have a bird's nest in her head, another had 6 pounds of grapes in her hair, besides her false pearls. "It's a coiffure of almonds and raisins," said Pen, "and might be served up for a dessert." In a word, he was exceedingly satirical and amusing. During the quadrille he carried on this kind of conversation with unflinching bitterness and vivacity, and kept Blanche continually laughing, both at his wickedness and jokes, which were good, and also because Laura was again their vis-a-vis, and could see and hear how merry and confidential they were. "Arthur's charming to night," she whispered to Laura across Cornet Perch's shell jacket, as Pen was performing cavalier seurle before them, drawling through that figure with a thumb in the pocket of each waistcoat. "Who?" said Laura. "Arthur," answered Blanche in French. "Oh, it's such a pretty name." And now the young ladies went over to Pen's side, and Cornet Perch performed a pas seul in his turn. He had no waistcoat pocket to put his hands into, and they looked large and swollen as they hung before him, depending from the tight arms in the jacket. During the interval between the quadrille and the succeeding waltz, Pen did not take any notice of Laura, except to ask her whether her partner, Cornet Perch, was an amusing youth, and whether she liked him so well as her other partner, Mr. Pynsent. Having planted which 2 daggers in Laura's gentle bosom, Mr. Pendennis proceeded to rattle on with Blanche Amory, and to make jokes, good or bad, but which were always loud. Laura was at a loss to account for her cousin's sulky behaviour, and ignorant in what she had offended him. However, she was not angry in her turn at Pen's splenetic mood, for she was the most good-natured and forgiving of women, and besides, an exhibition of jealousy on a man's part is not always disagreeable to a lady. As Pen would not dance with her, she was glad to take up with the active Chevalier Strong, who was a still better performer than Pen, and being very fond of dancing, as every brisk and innocent young girl should be, when the waltz musically began, she set off, and chose to enjoy herself with all her heart. Captain Broadfoot on this occasion occupied the floor in conjunction with a lady of proportions scarcely inferior to his own. Miss Roundel, a large young woman in a strawberry ice-colored crape dress, the daughter of the lady with the grapes in her head, whose bunches Pen had admired. And now taking his time, and with his fair partner Blanche hanging lovingly on the arm which encircled her, Mr. Arthur Pendennis set out upon his waltzing career, and felt, as he whirled round to the music, that he and Blanche were performing very brilliantly indeed. Very likely he looked to see if Miss Bell thought so too, but she did not, or would not see him, and was always engaged with her partner, Captain Strong. But Pen's triumph was not destined to last long, and it was doomed that poor Blanche was to have yet another discomfiture on that unfortunate night. While she and Pen were whirling round, as light and brisk as a couple of opera dancers, honest Captain Broadfoot and the lady round whose large waist he was clinging, were twisting round very leisurely according to their natures, and indeed were in everybody's way. But they were more in Pendennis's way than in anybody's else, for he and Blanche, whilst executing their rapid gyrations, came bolt up against the heavy dragoon and his lady, and with such force that the centre of gravity was lost by all four of the circumvolving bodies. Captain Broadfoot and Miss Roundel were fairly upset, as was Pen himself, who was less lucky than his partner, Miss Amory, who was only thrown upon a bench against a wall. But Pendennis came fairly down upon the floor, sprawling in the general ruin with Broadfoot and Miss Roundel. The captain, though heavy, was good-natured, and was the first to burst out into a loud laugh at his own misfortune, which nobody therefore heeded. But Miss Amory was savage at her mishap. Miss Roundel, placed on her seat, and looking pitifully round, presented an object which very few people could see without laughing, and Pen was furious when he heard the people giggling about him. He was one of those sarcastic young fellows that did not bear a laugh at his own expense, and of all things in the world feared ridicule most. As he got up, Laura and Strong were laughing at him. Everybody was laughing. Pynsent and his partner were laughing, and Pen boiled with wrath against the pair, and could have stabbed them both on the spot. He turned away in a fury from them, and began blundering out apologies to Miss Amory. It was the other couple's fault. The woman in pink had done it. Pen hoped Miss Amory was not hurt. Would she not have the courage to take another turn? Miss Amory, in a pet, said she was very much hurt indeed, and she would not take another turn, and she accepted with great thanks a glass of water, which a cavalier, who wore a blue ribbon and a three-pointed star, rushed to fetch for her when he had seen the deplorable accident. She drank the water, smiled upon the bringer gracefully, and turning her white shoulder at Mr. Pen in the most marked and haughty manner, besought the gentleman with the star to conduct her to her mamma, and she held out her hand in order to take his arm. The man with the star trembled with delight at this mark of her favor. He bowed over her hand, pressed it to his coat fervidly, and looked round him with triumph. It was no other than the happy Mirobalin, whom Blanche had selected as an escort. But the truth is, that the young lady had never fairly looked in the artist's face since he had been employed in her mother's family, and had no idea but it was a foreign nobleman on whose arm she was leaning. As she went off, Pen forgot his humiliation in his surprise, and cried out, "By Jove, it's the cook!" The instant he had uttered the words, he was sorry for having spoken them, for it was Blanche who had herself invited Mirobalin to escort her, nor could the artist do otherwise than comply with a lady's command. Blanche, in her flutter, did not hear what Arthur said, but Mirobalin heard him, and cast a furious glance at him over his shoulder, which rather amused Mr. Pen. He was in a mischievous and sulky humor, wanting perhaps to pick a quarrel with somebody, but the idea of having insulted a cook, or that such an individual should have any feeling of honor at all, did not much enter into the mind of this lofty young aristocrat, the apothecary's son. It had never entered the poor artist's head that he, as a man, was not equal to any other mortal, or that there was anything in his position so degrading as to prevent him from giving his arm to a lady who asked for it. He had seen in the fetes in his own country fine ladies, not certainly demoiselle, but the demoiselle Anglaise, he knew, was a great deal more free than the spinster in France, join in the dance with Blaise or Pierre; and he would have taken Blanche up to Lady Clavering, and possibly have asked her to dance too, but he heard Pen's exclamation, which struck him as if it had shot him, and cruelly humiliated and angered him. She did not know what caused him to start, and to grind a Gascon oath between his teeth. But Strong, who was acquainted with the poor fellow's state of mind, having had the interesting information from our friend Madame Frisbie, was luckily in the way when wanted, and saying something rapidly in Spanish, which the other understood, the Chevalier begged Miss Amory to come and take an ice before she went back to Lady Clavering. Upon which the unhappy Mirobalon relinquished the arm which he had held for a minute, and with a most profound and piteous bow fell back. "Don't you know who it is?" Strong asked of Miss Amory as he led her away. "It is the chef Mirobalon." "How should I know?" asked Blanche. "He has a croix, he is very distingue, he has beautiful eyes." "The poor fellow is mad for your beaux yeux, I believe," Strong said. "He is a very good cook, but he is not quite right in the head." "What did you say to him in the unknown tongue?" asked Miss Blanche. "He is a Gascon, and comes from the borders of Spain," Strong answered. "I told him he would lose his place if he walked with you." "Poor Monsieur Mirobalon," said Blanche. "Did you see the look he gave Pendennis?" Strong asked, enjoying the idea of the mischief. "I think he would like to run little Pen through with one of his spits." "He is an odious, conceited, clumsy creature, that Mr. Pen," said Blanche. Broadfoot looked as if he would like to kill him too. So did Pynsent. Strong said, "What ice will you have, water ice or cream ice?" "Water ice. Who is that odd man staring at me? He is décor too." "That is my friend, Colonel Altamont, a very queer character in the service of the Nawab of Lucknow. Hallo! What's that noise?" "I'll be back in an instant," said the Chevalier, and sprang out of the room to the ballroom, where a scuffle and a noise of high voices was heard. The refreshment room in which Miss Amory now found herself was a room set apart for the purposes of supper, which Mr. Rancer, the landlord, had provided for those who chose to partake, at the rate of 5 shillings per head. Also refreshments of a superior class were here ready for the ladies and gentlemen of the county families who came to the ball, but the commoner sort of persons were kept out of the room by a waiter, who stood at the portal, and who said that was a select room for Lady Clavering and Lady Rockminster's parties, and not to be opened to the public till supper time, which was not to be until past midnight. Pynsent, who danced with his constituents' daughters, took them and their mammas in for their refreshment there. Strong, who was manager and master of the revels wherever he went, had of course the entree, and the only person who was now occupying the room was the gentleman with the black wig and the orders in his button hole, the officer in the service of His Highness the Nawab of Lucknow. This gentleman had established himself very early in the evening in this apartment, where, saying he was confoundedly thirsty, he called for a bottle of champagne. At this order the waiter instantly supposed that he had to do with a grandee, and the colonel sat down and began to eat his supper and absorb his drink, and enter affably into conversation with anybody who entered the room. Sir Francis Clavering and Mr. Wagg found him there, when they left the ballroom, which they did pretty early. Sir Francis to go and smoke a cigar, and look at the people gathered outside the ballroom on the shore, which he declared was much better fun than to remain within. Mr. Wagg to hang on to a baronet's arm, as he was always pleased to do on the arm of the greatest man in the company. Colonel Altamont had stared at these gentlemen in so odd a manner as they passed through the select room, that Clavering made inquiries of the landlord who he was, and hinted a strong opinion that the officer of the Nawab's service was drunk. Mr. Pynsent, too, had had the honour of a conversation with the servant of the Indian potentate. It was Pynsent's cue to speak to everybody, which he did, to do him justice, in the most ungracious manner, and he took the gentleman in the black wig for some constituent, some merchant captain, or other outlandish man of the place. Mr. Pynsent then coming into the refreshment room with a lady, the wife of a constituent, on his arm, the colonel asked him if he would try a glass of sham. Pynsent took it with great gravity, bowed, tasted the wine, and pronounced it excellent, and with the utmost politeness retreated before Colonel Altamont. This gravity and decorum routed and surprised the colonel more than any other kind of behaviour probably would. He stared after Pynsent stupidly, and pronounced to the landlord over the counter that he was a rum one. Mr. Rincer blushed, and hardly knew what to say. Mr. Pynsent was a county earl's grandson, going to set up as a Parliament man. Colonel Altamont, on the other hand, wore orders and diamonds, jingled sovereigns constantly in his pocket, and paid his way like a man. So, not knowing what to say, Mr. Rincer said, "Yes, Colonel. Yes, ma'am. Did you say tea? Cup o' tea for Mr. Jones, Mrs. R." and so got off that discussion regarding Mr. Pynsent's qualities, into which the Nizam's officer appeared inclined to enter. In fact, if the truth must be told, Mr. Altamont, having remained at the buffet almost all night, and employed himself very actively whilst there, had considerably flushed his brain by drinking, and he was still going on drinking when Mr. Strong and Miss Amory entered the room. When the Chevalier ran out of the apartment, attracted by the noise in the dancing room, the Colonel rose from his chair, with his little red eyes glowing like coals, and with rather an unsteady gait advanced towards Blanche, who was sipping her ice. She was absorbed in absorbing it, for it was very fresh and good, or she was not curious to know what was going on in the adjoining room, although the waiters were, who ran after Chevalier Strong, so that when she looked up from her glass, she beheld this strange man staring at her out of his little red eyes. Who was he? It was quite exciting. "And so you're Betsy Amory," said he, after gazing at her. "Betsy Amory, by Jove!" "Who speaks to me?" said Betsy, alias Blanche. "But the noise in the ballroom is really becoming so loud that we must rush back thither and see what is the cause of the disturbance." CHAPTER XXVIII. Chapter 28 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 28, which is both quarrelsome and sentimental. Civil war was raging, high words passing, people pushing and squeezing together in an unseemly manner round a window in the corner of the ballroom, close by the door through which the Chevalier Strong shouldered his way. Through the opened window the crowd in the street below was sending up sarcastic remarks, such as "Pitch into him," "Where's the police?" and the like, and a ring of individuals, amongst whom Madame Frisbie was conspicuous, was gathered round Monsieur Alcide Mirobalon on the one side, while several gentlemen and ladies surrounded our friend Arthur Pendennis on the other. Strong penetrated into this assembly, elbowing by Madame Frisbie, who was charmed at the Chevalier's appearance, and cried, "Save him, save him," in frantic and pathetic accents. The cause of the disturbance, it appeared, was the angry little chef of Sir Francis Clavering's culinary establishment. Shortly after Strong had quitted the room, and whilst Mr. Penn, greatly irate at his downfall in the waltz, which had made him look ridiculous in the eyes of the nation, and by Miss Amory's behaviour to him, which had still further insulted his dignity, was endeavouring to get some coolness of body and temper by looking out of window towards the sea, which was sparkling in the distance, and murmuring in a wonderful calm, whilst he was really trying to compose himself, and owning to himself perhaps that he had acted in a very absurd and peevish manner during the night, he felt a hand upon his shoulder, and on looking round, beheld, to his utter surprise and horror, that the hand in question belonged to Monsieur Mirobalon, whose eyes were glaring out of his pale face and ringlets at Mr. Penn. To be tapped on the shoulder by a French cook was a piece of familiarity which made the blood of the Pendennises to boil up in the veins of their descendant, and he was astounded, almost more than enraged, at such an indignity. "You speak French?" Mirobalon said in his own language to Penn. "What is that to you, pray?" said Penn in English. "At any rate, you understand it?" continued the other with a bow. "Yes, sir," said Penn, with a stamp of his foot, "I understand it pretty well." "Vous me comprendrez alors, Monsieur Pendennis," replied the other, rolling out his R with Gascon force. "Quand je vous dis que vous êtes un lâche, Monsieur Pendennis, un lâche, entendez-vous?" "What?" said Penn, starting round on him. "You understand the meaning of the word and its consequences among men of honour?" The artist said, putting his hand on his hip and staring at Penn. "The consequences are that I will fling you out of window, you impudent scoundrel," bawled out Mr. Penn. And darting upon the Frenchman, he would very likely have put his threat into execution, for the window was at hand, and the artist by no means a match for the young gentleman, had not Captain Broadfoot and another heavy officer flung themselves between the combatants, had not the ladies begun to scream, had not the fiddles stopped, had not the crowd of people come running in that direction, had not Laura, with a face of great alarm, looked over their heads and asked, for heaven's sake, what was wrong, had not the opportune Strong made his appearance from the refreshment room, and found Alcides grinding his teeth and jabbering oaths in his galleon French, and Penn looking uncommonly wicked, although trying to appear as calm as possible, when the ladies and the crowd came up. "What has happened?" Strong asked of the chef in Spanish. "I am Chevalier de Juillet," said the other, slapping his breast, "and he has insulted me." "What has he said to you?" asked Strong. "Il m'appelle cuisinier," hissed out the little Frenchman. Strong could hardly help laughing. "Come away with me, poor Chevalier," he said. "We must not quarrel before ladies. Come away. I will carry your message to Mr. Pendennis. The poor fellow is not right in his head." He whispered to one or two people about him, and others, and anxious Laura's face visible amongst these, gathered round Penn, and asked the cause of the disturbance. Penn did not know. "The man was going to give his arm to a young lady, on which I said that he was a cook, and the man called me a coward, and challenged me to fight. I own I was so surprised and indignant that if you gentlemen had not stopped me, I should have thrown him out of window," Penn said. "Derned him, serve him right too, the impudent foreign scoundrel," the gentlemen said. "I'm very sorry if I hurt his feelings, though," Penn added, and Laura was glad to hear him say that, although some of the young bucks said, "No, hang the fellow, hang those impudent foreigners. Little thrashing would do them good." "You will go and shake hands with him before you go to sleep, won't you, Penn?" said Laura, coming up to him. "Foreigners may be more susceptible than we are, and have different manners. If you hurt a poor man's feelings, I'm sure you would be the first to ask his pardon. Wouldn't you, dear Penn?" She looked all forgiveness and gentleness, like an angel, as she spoke, and Penn took both her hands and looked into her kind face, and said indeed he would. "How fond that girl is of me," he thought, as she stood gazing at him. "Shall I speak to her now? No, not now. I must have this absurd business with the Frenchman over." Laura asked, wouldn't he stop and dance with her? She was as anxious to keep him in the room as he to quit it. "Won't you stop and waltz with me, Penn? I'm not afraid to waltz with you." This was an affectionate but an unlucky speech. Penn saw himself prostrate on the ground, having tumbled over Miss Roundel and the dragoon, and flung Blanche up against the wall, saw himself on the ground, and all the people laughing at him, Laura and Pynsent amongst them. "I shall never dance again," he replied, with a dark and determined face. "Never. I'm surprised you should ask me." "Is it because you can't get Blanche for a partner?" asked Laura, with a wicked, unlucky captiousness. "Because I don't wish to make a fool of myself, for other people to laugh at me," Penn answered. "For you to laugh at me, Laura. I saw you and Pynsent. By Jove, no man shall laugh at me." "Penn, Penn, don't be so wicked," cried out the poor girl, hurt at the morbid perverseness and savage vanity of Penn. He was glaring round in the direction of Mr. Pynsent, as if he would have liked to engage that gentleman as he had done the cook. "Who thinks the worse of you for stumbling in a waltz? If Laura does we don't. Why are you so sensitive and ready to think evil?" Here again, by ill luck, Mr. Pynsent came up to Laura and said, "I have it in command from Lady Rockminster to ask whether I may take you in to supper." I was going in with my cousin," Laura said. "Oh, pray no," said Penn. "You are in such good hands that I can't do better than leave you, and I'm going home." "Good night, Mr. Pendennis," Pynsent said dryly, to which speech, which in fact meant, "Go to the deuce," for an insolent, jealous, impertinent jackanapes, whose ears I should like to box, Mr. Pendennis did not vouchsafe any reply, except a bow, and in spite of Laura's imploring looks, he left the room. "How beautifully calm and bright the night outside is," said Mr. Pynsent, "and what a murmur the sea is making. It would be pleasanter to be walking on the beach than in this hot room." "Very," said Laura. "What a strange congregation of people," continued Pynsent. "I've had to go up and perform the agreeable to most of them. the attorney's daughters, the apothecary's wife, I scarcely know whom. There was a man in the refreshment room who insisted upon treating me to champagne, a seafaring-looking man, extraordinarily dressed and seeming half tipsy. As a public man, one is bound to conciliate all these people, but it is a hard task, especially when one would so very much like to be elsewhere, and he blushed rather as he spoke. "I beg your pardon," said Laura. I was not listening. Indeed, I was frightened about that quarrel between my cousin and that French person." "Your cousin has been rather unlucky to night," Pynsent said. "There are 3 or 4 persons whom he has not succeeded in pleasing. Captain Broadwood, what is his name, the officer, and the young lady in red with whom he danced, and Miss Blanche, and the poor chef. And I don't think he seemed to be particularly pleased with me." "Didn't he leave me in charge to you?" Laura said, looking up into Mr. Pynsent's face, and dropping her eyes instantly, like a guilty little story-telling coquette. "Indeed, I can forgive him a good deal for that," Pynsent eagerly cried out, and she took his arm, and he led off his little prize in the direction of the supper-room. She had no great desire for that repast, though it was served in Rincer's well-known style, as the county paper said, giving an account of the entertainment afterwards. Indeed, she was very distrait, and exceedingly pained and unhappy about Pen. Captious and quarrelsome, jealous and selfish, fickle and violent and unjust when his anger led him astray. How could her mother, as indeed Helen had by 1,000 words and hints, ask her to give her heart to such a man, and suppose she were to do so, would it make him happy? But she got some relief at length, when at the end of half an hour, a long half hour it had seemed to her, a waiter brought her a little note in pencil from Pen, who said, "I met Cooky below ready to fight me, and I asked his pardon. I'm glad I did it. I wanted to speak to you to night, but will keep what I had to say till you come home. God bless you. Dance away all night with Pynsent, and be very happy. Pen." Laura was very thankful for this letter, and to think that there was goodness and forgiveness still in her mother's boy. Pen went downstairs, his heart reproaching him for his absurd behaviour to Laura, whose gentle and imploring looks followed and rebuked him. And he was scarcely out of the ballroom door, but he longed to turn back and ask her pardon. But he remembered that he had left her with that confounded Pynsent. He could not apologize before him. He would compromise, and forget his wrath, and make his peace with the Frenchman. The Chevalier was pacing down below in the hall of the inn when Pen descended from the ballroom, and he came up to Pen with all sorts of fun and mischief lighting up his jolly face. "I've got him in the coffee room," he said, "with a brace of pistols and a candle. Or would you like swords on the beach? Mirabelan is a dead hand with the foils, and killed for a garde du corps with his own point in the barricades of July." "Confound it," said Pen in a fury, "I can't fight a cook." "He is a Chevalier of July," replied the other. "They present arms to him in his own country." "And do you ask me, Captain Strong, to go out with a servant?" Pen asked fiercely. "I'll call a policeman him, but "You'll invite me to hair triggers?" cried Strong, with a laugh. "Thank you for nothing. I was but joking. I came to settle quarrels, not to fight them. I have been soothing down Mirabelan. I have told him that you did not apply the word cook to him in an offensive sense, yet it was contrary to all the customs of the country that a hired officer of a household, as I called it, should give his arm to the daughter of the house." And then he told Pen the grand secret which he had had from Madame Frisbie of the violent passion under which the poor artist was labouring. When Arthur heard this tale, he broke out into a hearty laugh, in which Strong joined, and his rage against the poor cook vanished at once. He had been absurdly jealous himself all the evening, and had longed for a pretext to insult Pynsent. He remembered how jealous he had been of Oakes in his first affair. He was ready to pardon anything to a man under a passion like that, and he went into the coffee room, where Mirabelan was waiting, with an outstretched hand, and made him a speech in French, in which he declared that he was sincèrement fâché d'avoir usé une expression qui avait dû blesser Monsieur Mirabelan, et qu'il donnait sa parole comme un gentilhomme, qu'il ne l'avait jamais entendu, said Pen, who made a shot at a French word for intended, and was secretly much pleased with his own fluency and correctness in speaking that language. "Bravo, bravo!" cried Strong, as much amused with Pen's speech as pleased by his kind manner. and the Chevalier Mirobalon, of course, withdraws, and sincerely regrets the expression of which he made use. Monsieur Pendennis has disproved my words himself, said Alcide, with great politeness. He has shown that he is a galant homme. And so they shook hands and parted, Arthur in the first place dispatching his note to Laura before he and Strong committed themselves to the butcher boy. As they drove along, Strong complimented Penn upon his behavior as well as upon his skill in French. "You're a good fellow, Pendennis, and you speak French like Chateaubriand, by Jove! I've been accustomed to it from my youth upwards," said Penn. And Strong had the grace not to laugh for 5 minutes, when he exploded into fits of hilarity, which Pendennis has never perhaps understood up to this day. It was daybreak when they got to the brawl, where they separated. By that time the ball at Weymouth was over too. Madame Frisbie and Mirobalon were on their way home in the Clavering fly. Laura was in bed with an easy heart, and asleep at Lady Brockminster's, and the Claverings at rest at the inn at Weymouth, where they had quarters for the night. A short time after the disturbance between Penn and the chef, Blanche had come out of the refreshment room, looking as pale as a lemon ice. She told her maid, having no other confidant at hand, that she had met with the most romantic adventure, the most singular man, one who had known the author of her being, her persecuted, her unhappy, her heroic, her murdered father. And she began a sonnet to his Manes before she went to sleep. So Penn returned to Fair Oaks in company with his friend the Chevalier, without having uttered a word of the message which he had been so anxious to deliver to Laura at Weymouth. He could wait, however, until her return home, which was to take place on the succeeding day. He was not seriously jealous of the progress made by Mr. Pynsent in her favour, and he felt pretty certain that in this, as in any other family arrangement, he had but to ask and have, and Laura, like his mother, could refuse him nothing. When Helen's anxious looks inquired of him what had happened at Weymouth, and whether her darling project was fulfilled, Penn, in a gay tone, told of the calamity which had befallen, laughingly said that no man could think about declarations under such a mishap, and made light of the matter. "There will be plenty of time for sentiment, dear mother, when Laura comes back," he said, and he looked in the glass with a killing air, and his mother put his hair off his forehead and kissed him, and of course thought, for her part, that no woman could resist him, and was exceedingly happy that day. When he was not with her, Mr. Penn occupied himself in packing books and portmanteaus, burning and arranging papers, cleaning his gun, and putting it into its case; in fact, in making dispositions for departure. For though he was ready to marry, this gentleman was eager to go to London too, rightly considering that at 23 it was quite time for him to begin upon the serious business of life, and to set about making a fortune as quickly as possible. The means to this end he had already shaped out for himself. "I shall take chambers," he said, "and enter myself at an inn of court. With a couple of £100 I shall be able to carry through the first year very well. After that, I have little doubt my pen will support me, as it is doing with several Oxbridge men now in town. I have a tragedy, a comedy, and a novel all nearly finished, and for which I can't fail to get a price. And so I shall be able to live pretty well, without drawing upon my poor mother, until I have made my way at the bar. Then some day I will come back and make her dear soul happy by marrying Laura. She is as good and as sweet-tempered a girl as ever lived, besides being really very good looking, and the engagement will serve to steady me, won't it, Ponto?" Thus, smoking his pipe and talking to his dog as he sauntered through the gardens and orchards of the little domain of Fair Oaks, this young day dreamer built castles in the air for himself. "Yes, she'll steady me, won't she? And you'll miss me when I've gone, won't you, old boy?" he asked of Ponto, who quivered his tail and thrust his brown nose into his master's fist. Ponto licked his hand and shoe, as they all did in that house, and Mr. Penn received their homage as other folks do the flattery which they get. Laura came home rather late in the evening of the second day, and Mr. Pynsent, as ill luck would have it, drove her from Clavering. The poor girl could not refuse his offer, but his appearance brought a dark cloud upon the brow of Arthur Pendennis. Laura saw this, and was pained by it. The eager widow, however, was aware of nothing, and being anxious, doubtless, that the delicate question should be asked at once, was for going to bed very soon after Laura's arrival, and rose for that purpose to leave the sofa where she now generally lay, and where Laura would come and sit and work or read by her. But when Helen rose, Laura said, with a blush and rather an alarmed voice, that she was also very tired and wanted to go to bed, so that the widow was disappointed in her scheme for that night at least, and Mr. Penn was left another day in suspense regarding his fate. His dignity was offended at being thus obliged to remain in the antechamber when he wanted an audience. Such a sultan as he could not afford to be kept waiting. However, he went to bed and slept upon his disappointment pretty comfortably, and did not wake until the early morning, when he looked up and saw his mother standing in his room. "Dear Pen, rouse up," said this lady. "Do not be lazy. It is the most beautiful morning in the world. I have not been able to sleep since daybreak, and Laura has been out for an hour. She is in the garden. Everybody ought to be in the garden and out on such a morning as this." Penn laughed. He saw what thoughts were uppermost in the simple woman's heart. His good-natured laughter cheered the widow. "Oh, you profound dissembler," he said, kissing his mother. "Oh, you artful creature, can nobody escape from your wicked tricks? And will you make your only son your victim?" Helen, too, laughed. She blushed, she fluttered, and was agitated. She was as happy as she could be, a good, tender, match-making woman, the dearest project of whose heart was about to be accomplished. So, after exchanging some knowing looks and hasty words, Helen left Arthur, and this young hero, rising from his bed, proceeded to decorate his beautiful person, and shave his ambrosial chin, and in half an hour he issued out from his apartment into the garden in quest of Laura. His reflections, as he made his toilette, were rather dismal. "I'm going to tie myself for life," he thought, "to please my mother. Laura is the best of women, and she has given me her money. I wish to heaven I had not received it. I wish I had not this duty to perform just yet. But as both the women have set their hearts on the match, why, I suppose I must satisfy them. And now for it. A man may do worse than make happy two of the best creatures in the world." So Penn, now he was actually come to the point, felt very grave, and by no means elated, and indeed thought it was a great sacrifice he was going to perform. It was Miss Laura's custom upon her garden excursions to wear a sort of uniform which, though homely, was thought by many people to be not unbecoming. She had a large straw hat with a streamer of broad ribbon, which was useless probably, but the hat sufficiently protected the owner's pretty face from the sun. Over her accustomed gown she wore a blouse or pinafore, which, being fastened round her little waist by a smart belt, looked extremely well, and her hands were guaranteed from the thorns of her favourite rose bushes by a pair of gauntlets, which gave this young lady a military and resolute air. Somehow she had the very same smile with which she had laughed at him on the night previous, and the recollection of his disaster again offended Penn. But Laura, though she saw him coming down the walk, looking so gloomy and full of care, accorded to him a smile of the most perfect and provoking good humour, and went to meet him, holding one of the gauntlets to him, so that he might shake it if he liked, and Mr. Penn condescended to do so. His face, however, did not lose its tragic expression in consequence of this favour, and he continued to regard her with a dismal and solemn air. "Excuse my glove," said Laura, with a laugh, pressing Penn's hand kindly with it. "We are not angry again, are we, Penn?" "Why do you laugh at me?" said Penn. "You did the other night, and made a fool of me to the people at Weymouth." "My dear Arthur, I meant you no wrong," the girl answered. "You and Miss Roundell looked so droll as you met with your little accident, that I could not make a tragedy of it. Dear Penn, it wasn't a serious fall, and besides it was Miss Roundell who was the most unfortunate." "Confound Miss Roundell," bellowed out Penn. "I'm sure she looked so," said Laura archly. "You were up in an instant. But that poor lady sitting on the ground in her red crape dress, and looking about her with that piteous face, can I ever forget it?" And Laura began to make a face in imitation of Miss Roundell's under the disaster, but she checked herself repentantly, saying, "Well, we must not laugh at her, but I am sure we ought to laugh at you, Penn, if you were angry about such a trifle." "You should not laugh at me, Laura," said Penn, with some bitterness. "Not you, of all people." "And why not? Are you such a great man?" asked Laura. "Ah, no, Laura, I'm such a poor one," Penn answered. "Haven't you baited me enough already?" "My dear Penn, and how?" cried Laura. Indeed, I didn't think to vex you by such a trifle. I thought such a clever man as you could bear a harmless little joke from his sister," she said, holding her hand out again. "Dear Arthur, if I have hurt you, I beg your pardon." "It is your kindness that humiliates me more even than your laughter, Laura," Penn said. "You are always my superior." "What? Superior to the great Arthur Pendennis? How can it be possible? Said Miss Laura, who may have had a little wickedness as well as a great deal of kindness in her composition. You can't mean that any woman is your equal? Those who confer benefits should not sneer, said Pen. I don't like my benefactor to laugh at me, Laura. It makes the obligation very hard to bear. You scorn me because I have taken your money, and I am worthy to be scorned, but the blow is hard coming from you. Money? Obligation? For shame, Pen. This is ungenerous, Laura said, flushing red. May not our mother claim everything that belongs to us? Don't I owe her all my happiness in this world, Arthur? What matters about a few paltry guineas if we can set her tender heart at rest, and ease her mind regarding you? I would dig in the fields. I would go out and be a servant. I would die for her. You know I would, said Miss Laura, kindling up. And you call this paltry money an obligation? Oh, Pen, it's cruel, it's unworthy of you to take it so. If my brother may not share with me my superfluity, who may? Mine? I tell you it was not mine. It was all mamma's, to do with as she chose, and so is everything I have, said Laura. My life is hers. And the enthusiastic girl looked towards the windows of the widow's room, and blessed in her heart the kind creature within. Helen was looking unseen out of that window towards which Laura's eyes and heart were turned as she spoke, and was watching her two children with the deepest interest and emotion, longing and hoping that the prayer of her life might be fulfilled. And if Laura had spoken as Helen hoped, who knows what temptations Arthur Pendennis might have been spared, or what different trials he would have had to undergo. He might have remained at Fair Oaks all his days, and died a country gentleman. But would he have escaped then? Temptation is an obsequious servant that has no objection to the country, and we know that it takes up its lodging in hermitages as well as in cities, and that in the most remote and inaccessible desert it keeps company with the fugitive solitary. Is your life my mother's? Said Pen, beginning to tremble and speak in a very agitated manner. You know, Laura, what the great object of hers is, and he took her hand once more. What, Arthur? She said, dropping it and looking at him at the window again, and then dropping her eyes to the ground so that they avoided Pen's gaze. She too trembled, for she felt that the crisis for which she had been secretly preparing was come. Our mother has one wish above all others in the world, Laura, Pen said, and I think you know it. I own to you that she has spoken to me of it, and if you will fulfill it, dear sister, I am ready. I am but very young as yet, but I have had so many pains and disappointments that I am old and weary. I think I've hardly got a heart to offer. Before I have almost begun the race in life, I am a tired man. My career has been a failure. I have been protected by those whom I by right should have protected. I own that your nobleness and generosity, dear Laura, shame me, whilst they render me grateful. When I heard from our mother what you had done for me, that it was you who armed me and bade me go out for one struggle more, I longed to go and throw myself at your feet and say, Laura, will you come and share the contest with me? Your sympathy will cheer me while it lasts. I shall have one of the tenderest and most generous creatures under heaven to aid and bear me company. Will you take me, dear Laura, and make our mother happy? Do you think mamma would be happy if you were otherwise, Arthur? Laura said in a low, sad voice. And why should I not be? Asked Pen eagerly, with so dear a creature as you by my side. I have not my first love to give you. I am a broken man, but indeed I would love you fondly and truly. I have lost many an illusion and ambition, but I am not without hope still. Talents I know I have, wretchedly as I have misapplied them. They may serve me yet. They would, had I a motive for action. Let me go away and think that I am pledged to return to you. Let me go and work and hope that you will share my success if I gain it. You have given me so much, Laura dear. Will you take from me nothing? What have you got to give, Arthur? Laura said with a grave sadness of tone, which made Pen start, and see that his words had committed him. Indeed, his declaration had not been such as he would have made it 2 days earlier, when, full of hope and gratitude, he had run over to Laura, his liberatress, to thank her for his recovered freedom. Had he been permitted to speak then, he had spoken, and she perhaps had listened differently. It would have been a grateful heart asking for hers, not a weary one offered to her to take or to leave. Laura was offended with the terms in which Pen offered himself to her. He had in fact said that he had no love, and yet would take no denial. I give myself to you to please my mother, he had said. Take me as she wishes that I should make this sacrifice. The girl's spirit would brook a husband under no such conditions. She was not minded to run forward because Penn chose to hold out the handkerchief, and her tone in reply to Arthur showed her determination to be independent. "No, Arthur," she said, "our marriage would not make mamma happy as she fancies, for it would not content you very long. I, too, have known what her wishes were, for she is too open to conceal anything she has at heart, and once perhaps I thought, but that is over now, that I could have made you, that it might have been as she wished." "You have seen somebody else," said Penn, angry at her tone, and recalling the incidents of the past days. "That allusion might have been spared," Laura replied, flinging up her head. "A heart which has worn out love at 23, as yours has, you say, should have survived jealousy too. I do not condescend to say whether I have seen or encouraged any other person. I shall neither admit the charge nor deny it, and beg you also to allude to it no more." "I ask your pardon, Laura, if I have offended you, but if I am jealous, does it not prove that I have a heart?" "Not for me, Arthur. Perhaps you think you love me now, but it is only for an instant, and because you are foiled. Were there no obstacle, you would feel no ardor to overcome it. No, Arthur, you don't love me. You would weary of me in 3 months, as you do of most things, and mamma, seeing you tired of me, would be more unhappy than at my refusal to be yours. Let us be brother and sister, Arthur, as heretofore, but no more. You will get over this little disappointment." "I will try," said Arthur, in a great indignation. "Have you not tried before?" Laura said, with some anger, for she had been angry with Arthur for a very long time, and was now determined, I suppose, to speak her mind. "And the next time, Arthur, when you offer yourself to a woman, do not say, as you have done to me, 'I have no heart. I do not love you, but I am ready to marry you because my mother wishes for the match.' We require more than this in return for our love. That is, I think so. I have had no experience hitherto, and have not had the practice which you suppose me to have had, when you spoke but now of my having seen somebody else. Did you tell your first love that you had no heart, Arthur, or your second that you did not love her, but that she might have you if she liked?" What do you mean?" asked Arthur, blushing, and still in great wrath. "I mean Blanche Amory, Arthur Pendennis," Laura said proudly. "It is but 2 months since you were sighing at her feet, making poems to her, placing them in hollow trees by the river side. I knew all. I watched you. That is, she showed them to me. Neither one nor the other were in earnest, perhaps, but it is too soon now, Arthur, to begin a new attachment. Go through the time of your widowhood at least, and do not think of marrying until you are out of mourning." Here the girl's eyes filled with tears, and she passed her hand across them. "I am angry and hurt, and I have no right to be so, and I ask your pardon in my turn now, dear Arthur. You had a right to love Blanche. She was 1,000 times prettier and more accomplished than any girl near us here, and you not could know that she had no heart, and so you were right to leave her too. I ought not to rebuke you about Blanche Amory, and because she deceived you. Pardon me, Pen," and she held the kind hand out to Pen once more. "We were both jealous," said Pen. "Dear Laura, let us both forgive," and he seized her hand and would have drawn her towards him. He thought that she was relenting, and already assumed the airs of a victor, but she shrank back, and her tears passed away, and she fixed on him a look so melancholy and severe that the young man in his turn shrank before it. "Do not mistake me, Arthur," she said. "It cannot be. You do not know what you ask, and do not be too angry with me for saying that I think you do not deserve it. What do you offer in exchange to a woman for her love? Honor and obedience. If ever I say these words, dear Pen, I hope to say them in earnest, and by the blessing of God to keep my vow. But you, what tie binds you? You do not care about many things which we poor women hold sacred. I do not like to think or ask how far your incredulity leads you. You offer to marry to please our mother, and own that you have no heart to give away. Oh, Arthur, what is it you offer me? What a rash compact would you enter into so lightly? A month ago, and you would have given yourself to another. I pray you do not trifle with your own or others' hearts so recklessly. Go and work, go and mend, dear Arthur, for I see your faults and dare speak of them now. Go and get fame, as you say that you can, and I will pray for my brother and watch our dearest mother at home." "Is that your final decision, Laura?" Arthur cried. "Yes," said Laura, bowing her head, and once more giving him her hand, she went away. He saw her pass under the creepers of the little porch and disappear into the house. The curtains of his mother's window fell at the same minute, but he did not mark that, or suspect that Helen had been witnessing the scene. Was he pleased, or was he angry at its termination? He had asked her, and a secret triumph filled his heart to think that he was still free. She had refused him, but did she not love him? That avowal of jealousy made him still think that her heart was his own, whatever her lips might utter. And now we ought perhaps to describe another scene which took place at Fair Oaks between the widow and Laura, when the latter had to tell Helen that she had refused Arthur Pendennis. Perhaps it was the hardest task of all which Laura had to go through in this matter, and the one which gave her the most pain. But as we do not like to see a good woman unjust, we shall not say a word more of the quarrel which now befell between Helen and her adopted daughter, or of the bitter tears which the poor girl was made to shed. It was the only difference which she and the widow had ever had as yet, and the more cruel from this cause. Ben left home whilst it was as yet pending, and Helen, who could pardon almost everything, could not pardon an act of justice in Laura. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 29. Babylon. Our reader must now please to quit the woods and seashore of the West, and the gossip of Clavering, and the humdrum life of poor little Fair Oaks, and transport himself with Arthur Pendennis on the Alacrity coach to London, whither he goes once for all to face the world and to make his fortune. As the coach whirls through the night away from the friendly gates of home, many a plan does the young man cast in his mind of future life and conduct, prudence, and peradventure success and fame. He knows he is a better man than many who have hitherto been ahead of him in the race. His first failure has caused him remorse, and brought with it reflection. It has not taken away his courage, or, let us add, his good opinion of himself. 100 eager fancies and busy hopes keep him awake. How much older his mishaps and a year's thought and self-communion have made him than when, 12 months since, he passed on this road on his way to and from Oxbridge. His thoughts turn in the night with inexpressible fondness and tenderness towards the fond mother who blessed him when parting, and who, in spite of all his past faults and follies, trusts him and loves him still. Blessings be on her, he prays as he looks up to the stars overhead. O Heaven, give him strength to work, to endure, to be honest, to avoid temptation, to be worthy of the loving soul who loves him so entirely. Very likely she is awake too at that moment, and sending up to the same Father purer prayers than his for the welfare of her boy. That woman's love is a talisman by which he holds and hopes to get his safety. And Laura's, he would have fain carried her affection with him too, but she has denied it, as he is not worthy of it. He owns as much with shame and remorse, confesses how much better and loftier her nature is than his own, confesses it, and yet is glad to be free. I am not good enough for such a creature, he owns to himself. He draws back before her spotless beauty and innocence, as from something that scares him. He feels he is not fit for such a mate as that, as many a wild prodigal who has been pious and guiltless in early days keeps away from a church which he used to frequent once, shunning it but not hostile to it, only feeling that he has no right in that pure place. With these thoughts to occupy him, Penn did not fall asleep until the nipping dawn of an October morning, and woke considerably refreshed when the coach stopped at the old breakfasting place at B.'s, where he had had a score of merry meals on his way to and from school and college many times since he was a boy. As they left that place, the sun broke out brightly. The pace was rapid, the horn blew, the milestones flew by. Penn smoked and joked with guard and fellow passengers and people along the familiar road. He grew more busy and animated at every instant. The last team of greys came out at H.'s, and the coach drove into London. What young fellow has not felt a thrill as he entered the vast place? Hundreds of other carriages, crowded with their thousands of men, were hastening to the great city. "Here is my place," thought Penn. "Here is my battle beginning, in which I must fight and conquer or fall. I have been a boy and a dawdler as yet. Oh, I long to show that I can be a man." And from this place on the coach roof the eager young fellow looked down upon the city with the sort of longing desire which young soldiers feel on the eve of a campaign. As they came along the road, Penn had formed acquaintance with a cheery fellow passenger in a shabby cloak, who talked a great deal about men of letters, with whom he was very familiar, and who was in fact the reporter of a London newspaper, as whose representative he had been to attend a great wrestling match in the West. This gentleman knew intimately, as it appeared, all the leading men of letters of his day, and talked about Tom Campbell and Tom Hood and Sidney Smith, and this and the other, as if he had been their most intimate friend. As they passed by Brompton, this gentleman pointed out to Penn Mr. Hurtle, the reviewer, walking with his umbrella. Penn craned over the coach to have a long look at the great Hurtle. He was a Boniface man, said Penn, and Mr. Doolan of the Star newspaper, for such was the gentleman's name and address upon the card which he handed to Penn, said faith he was, and he knew him very well. Penn thought it was quite an honour to have seen the great Mr. Hurtle, whose works he admired. He believed fondly as yet in authors, reviewers, and editors of newspapers. Even Wagg, whose books did not appear to him to be masterpieces of human intellect, he yet secretly revered as a successful writer. He mentioned that he had met Wagg in the country, and Doolan told him how that famous novelist received £300 a volume for every one of his novels. Penn began to calculate instantly whether he might not make £5,000 a year. The very first acquaintance of his own whom Arthur met as the coach pulled up at the Gloucester Coffee House was his old friend Harry Foker, who came prancing down Arlington Street behind an enormous cab horse. He had white kid gloves and white reins, and nature had by this time decorated him with a considerable tuft on the chin. A very small cab boy, vice, stupid, retired, swung on behind Foker's vehicle. Knock-kneed and in the tightest leather breeches, Foker looked at the dusty coach and the smoking horses of the Alacrity by which he had made journeys in former times. "What, Foker?" cried out Pendennis. "Hullo, Penn, my boy," said the other, and he waved his whip by way of amity and salute to Arthur, who was very glad to see his queer friend's kind old face. Mr. Doolan had a great respect for Penn, who had an acquaintance in such a grand cab, and Penn was greatly excited and pleased to be at liberty and in London. He asked Doolan to come and dine with him at the Covent Garden Coffee House, where he put up. He called a cab and rattled away thither in the highest spirits. He was glad to see the bustling waiter and polite bowing landlord again, and asked for the landlady, and missed the old boots, and would have liked to shake hands with everybody. He had £100 in his pocket. He dressed himself in his very best, dined in the coffee room with a modest pint of sherry, for he was determined to be very economical, and went to the theatre adjoining. The lights and the music, the crowd and the gaiety, charmed and exhilarated Penn, as those sights will do young fellows from college and the country to whom they are tolerably new. He laughed at the jokes, he applauded the songs, to the delight of some of the dreary old habitués of the boxes, who had ceased long ago to find the least excitement in their place of nightly resort, and were pleased to see any one so fresh and so much amused. At the end of the first piece he went and strutted about the lobbies of the theatre as if he was in a resort of the highest fashion. What tired frequenter of the London pave is there that cannot remember having had similar early delusions, and would not call them back again? Here was young Foker again, like an ardent votary of pleasure as he was. He was walking with Grandy Tiptoff of the Household Brigade, Lord Tiptoff's brother, and Lord Colchicum, Captain Tiptoff's uncle, a venerable peer who had been a man of pleasure since the first French Revolution. Foker rushed upon Penn with eagerness, and insisted that the latter should come into his private box, where a lady with the longest ringlets and the fairest shoulders was seated. This was Miss Blenkinsop, the eminent actress of high comedy, and in the back of the box, snoozing in a wig, sat old Blenkinsop, her papa. He was described in the theatrical prints as the veteran Blenkinsop, the useful Blenkinsop, that old favorite of the public Blenkinsop. Those parts in the drama which are called the heavy fathers were usually assigned to this veteran, who indeed acted the heavy father in public as in private life. At this time, it being about 11 o'clock, Mrs. Pendennis was gone to bed at Fair Oaks, and wondering whether her dearest Arthur was at rest after his journey. At this time Laura, too, was awake, and at this time yesterday night, as the coach rolled over silent commons where cottage windows twinkled, and by darkling woods under calm starlit skies, Penn was vowing to reform and to resist temptation, and his heart was at home. Meanwhile the farce was going on very successfully, and Mrs. Leary, in a hussar jacket and braided pantaloons, was enchanting the audience with her archness, her lovely figure, and her delightful ballads. Penn, being new to the town, would have liked to listen to Mrs. Leary, but the other people in the box did not care about her song or her pantaloons, and kept up an incessant chattering. Tiptoff knew where her maillot came from. Colchicum saw her when she came out in 14. Miss Blenkinsop said she sang out of all tune, to the pain and astonishment of Penn, who thought that she was as beautiful as an angel, and that she sang like a nightingale. And when Hoppus came on as Sir Harcourt Featherby, the young man of the piece, the gentleman in the box declared that Hoppus was getting too stale, and Tiptoff was for flinging Miss Blenkinsop's bouquet to him. "Not for the world," cried the daughter of the veteran Blenkinsop. "Lord Colchicum gave it to me." Penn remembered that nobleman's name, and with a bow and a blush said he believed he had to thank Lord Colchicum for having proposed him at the Megatherium Club, at the request of his uncle, Major Pendennis. "What, you're Wigsby's nephew, are you?" said the peer. "I beg your pardon, we always call him Wigsby." Penn blushed to hear his venerable uncle called by such a familiar name. "We balloted you in last week, didn't we?" "Yes, last Wednesday night. Your uncle wasn't there." Here was delightful news for Penn. He professed himself very much obliged indeed to Lord Colchicum, and made him a handsome speech of thanks, to which the other listened with his double opera glass up to his eyes. Penn was full of excitement at the idea of being a member of this polite club. "Don't be always looking at that box, you naughty creature," cried Miss Blenkinsop. "She's a devilish fine woman, that Mirabell," said Tiptoff, "though Mirabell was a durned fool to marry her." "A stupid old spooney," said the peer. "Mirabell!" cried out Pendennis. "Ha, ha!" laughed out Harry Foker. "We've heard of her before, haven't we, Penn?" It was Penn's first love. It was Miss Fotheringay. The year before, she had been led to the altar by Sir Charles Mirabell, G.C.B., and formerly envoy to the court of Pumpernickel, who had taken so active a part in the negotiations before the Congress of Swammerdam, and signed on behalf of H.B.M. the Peace of Pultusk. "Emily was always as stupid as an owl," said Miss Blenkinsop. Pas si bête," the old peer said. "Oh, for shame!" cried the actress, who did not in the least know what he meant. And Penn looked out and beheld his first love once again, and wondered how he ever could have loved her. Thus, on the very first night of his arrival in London, Mr. Arthur Pendennis found himself introduced to a club, to an actress of genteel comedy, and a heavy father of the stage, and to a dashing society of jovial blades, old and young, For my Lord Colchicum, though stricken in years, bald of head, and enfeebled in person, was still indefatigable in the pursuit of enjoyment, and it was the venerable Viscount's boast that he could drink as much claret as the youngest member of the society which he frequented. He lived with the youth about town; he gave them countless dinners at Richmond and Greenwich. An enlightened patron of the drama in all languages and of the terpsichorean art, he received dramatic professors of all nations at his banquets, English from the Covent Garden and Strand houses, Italians from the Haymarket, French from their own pretty little theatre, or the boards of the opera where they danced. And at his villa on the Thames, this pillar of the state gave sumptuous entertainments to scores of young men of fashion, who very affably consorted with the ladies and gentlemen of the green room. With the former, chiefly for Viscount Colchicum preferred their society as more polished and gay than that of their male brethren. Pent went the next day and paid his entrance money at the club, which operation carried off exactly 1/3 of his £100, and took possession of the edifice, and ate his luncheon there with immense satisfaction. He plunged into an easy chair in the library, and tried to read all the magazines. He wondered whether the members were looking at him, and that they could dare to keep on their hats in such fine rooms. He sat down and wrote a letter to Fair Oaks on the club paper, and said what a comfort this place would be to him after his day's work was over. He went over to his uncle's lodgings in Berry Street with some considerable tremor, and in compliance with his mother's earnest desire that he should instantly call on Major Pendennis, and was not a little relieved to find that the Major had not yet returned to town. His apartments were blank. Brown hollands covered his library table, and bills and letters lay on the mantelpiece, grimly awaiting the return of their owner. The Major was on the Continent, the landlady of the house said, at Baden Baden, with the Marquis of Steyne. Penn left his card upon the shelf with the rest. Fair Oaks was written on it still. When the Major returned to London, which he did in time for the fogs of November, after enjoying which he proposed to spend Christmas with some friends in the country, he found another card of Arthur's, on which Lamb Court Temple was engraved, and a note from that young gentleman and from his mother, stating that he was come to town, was entered a member of the Upper Temple, and was reading hard for the bar. Lamb Court Temple, where was it? Major Pendennis remembered that some ladies of fashion used to talk of dining with Mr. Ayliffe, the barrister, who was in society, and who lived there in the King's Bench, of which prison there was probably a branch in the Temple, and Ayliffe was very likely an officer. Mr. Deuceace, Lord Crabs's son, had also lived there, he recollected. He dispatched Morgan to find out where Lamb Court was, and to report upon the lodging selected by Mr. Arthur. That alert messenger had little difficulty in discovering Mr. Penn's abode. Discreet Morgan had in his time traced people far more difficult to find than Arthur. "What sort of a place is it, Morgan?" asked the Major out of the bed curtains in Berry Street the next morning, as the valet was arranging his toilette in the deep yellow London fog. "I should say rayther a shy place," said Mr. Morgan. "The lawyers lives there, and has their names on the doors. Mr. Harther lives the 3 pair high, sir. Mr. Warrington lives there too, sir." "Suffolk Warringtons! I shouldn't wonder. A good family," thought the Major. "The cadets of many of our good families follow the robe as a profession. Comfortable rooms, eh?" "Honly saw the outside of the door, sir, with Mr. Warrington's name and Mr. Arthur's painted up, and a piece of paper with Backet 6, but I couldn't see no servants, sir." "Economical, at any rate," said the Major. "Very, sir. 3 pairs, sir. Nasty black staircase as ever I see. Wonder how a gentleman can live in such a place." "Pray, who taught you where gentlemen should or should not live, Morgan?" "Mr. Arthur, sir, is going to study for the bar, sir," the Major said with much dignity, and closed the conversation, and began to array himself in the yellow fog. "Boys will be boys," the mollified uncle thought to himself. "He has written to me a devilish good letter. Colchicum says he has had him to dine, and thinks him a gentlemanlike lad. His mother is one of the best creatures in the world. If he has sown his wild oats, and will stick to his business, he may do well yet. Think of Charlie Mirabell, the old fool, marrying that flame of his, that Fotheringay. He doesn't like to come here until I give him leave, and puts it in a very manly nice way. I was deuced angry with him after his Oxbridge escapades, and showed it too when he was here before. Gad, I'll go and see him. Hang me if I don't." And having ascertained from Morgan that he could reach the Temple without much difficulty, and that a city omnibus would put him down at the gate, the Major one day after breakfast at his club, not the Polyanthus, whereof Mr. Penn was just elected a member, but another club, for the Major was too wise to have a nephew as a constant inmate of any house where he was in the habit of passing his time, the Major one day entered one of those public vehicles, and bade the conductor to put him down at the gate of the Upper Temple. When Major Pendennis reached that dingy portal, it was about 12 o'clock in the day, and he was directed by a civil personage with a badge and a white apron through some dark alleys and under various melancholy archways into courts each more dismal than the other, until finally he reached Lamb Court. If it was dark in Pall Mall, what was it in Lamb Court? Candles were burning in many of the rooms there, in the pupil room of Mr. Hodgman, the special pleader, where 6 pupils were scribbling declarations under the tallow. In Sir Hokey Walker's clerk's room, where the clerk, a person far more gentlemanlike and cheerful in appearance than the celebrated counsel, his master, was conversing in a patronizing manner with the managing clerk of an attorney at the door, and in Curling, the wig-maker's melancholy shop, where from behind the feeble glimmer of a couple of lights, large serpents in judges' wigs were looming drearily with the blank blocks, looking at the lamp-post in the court. 2 little clerks were playing at toss halfpenny under that lamp. A laundress in pattens passed in at one door. A newspaper boy issued from another. A porter, whose white apron was faintly visible, paced up and down. It would be impossible to conceive a place more dismal, and the Major shuddered to think that any one should select such a residence. "Good gad," he said, "the poor boy mustn't live on here." The feeble and filthy oil lamps with which the staircases of the Upper Temple are lighted of nights were of course not illuminating the stairs by day, and Major Pendennis, having read with difficulty his nephew's name under Mr. Warrington's on the wall of No. 6, found still greater difficulty in climbing the abominable black stairs, up the banisters of which contributed their damp exudations to his gloves, he groped painfully until he came to the 3rd story. A candle was in the passage of one of the 2 sets of rooms. The doors were open, and the names of Mr. Warrington and Mr. A. Pendennis were very clearly visible to the Major as he went in. An Irish charwoman, with a pail and a broom, opened the door for the Major. "Is that the beer?" cried out a great voice. "Give us hold of it." The gentleman who was speaking was seated on a table, unshorn, and smoking a short pipe. In a farther chair sat Penn with a cigar, and his legs near the fire. A little boy, who acted as the clerk of these gentlemen, was grinning in the Major's face at the idea of his being mistaken for beer. Here upon the 3rd floor the rooms were somewhat lighter, and the Major could see place. "Pen, my boy, it's it's your uncle," he said, choking with the smoke, but as most young men of fashion use the weed, he pardoned the practice easily enough. Mr. Warrington got up from the table, and Penn, in a very perturbed manner, from his chair. "Beg your pardon for mistaking you," said Warrington, in a frank, loud voice. "Will you take a cigar, sir? Clear those things off the chair, pigeon, and pull it round to the fire." Penn flung his cigar into the grate, and was pleased with the cordiality with which his uncle shook him by the hand. As soon as he could speak for the stairs and the smoke, the Major began to ask Penn very kindly about himself and about his mother, for blood is blood, and he was pleased once more to see the boy. Penn gave his news, and then introduced Mr. Warrington, an old Boniface man, whose chambers he shared. The Major was quite satisfied when he heard that Mr. Warrington was a younger son of Sir Miles Warrington of Suffolk. He had served with an uncle of his in India and in New South Wales years ago. "Took a sheep farm there, sir. Made a fortune. Better thing than law or soldiering," Warrington said. "Think I shall go there too." And here the expected beer coming in a tankard with a glass bottom, Mr. Warrington, with a laugh, said he supposed the Major would not have any, and took a long deep draught himself, after which he wiped his wrist across his beard with great satisfaction. The young man was perfectly easy and unembarrassed. He was dressed in a ragged old shooting jacket, and had a bristly blue beard. He was drinking beer like a coal heaver, and yet you couldn't but perceive that he was a gentleman. When he had sat for a minute or two after his draught, he went out of the room, leaving it to Pen and his uncle that they might talk over family affairs, were they so inclined. "Rough and ready, your chum seems," the Major said. "Somewhat different from your dandy friends at Oxbridge." "Times are altered," Arthur replied, with a blush. "Warrington is only just called, and has no business, but he knows law pretty well, and until I can afford to read with a pleader, I use his books and get his help." "Is that one of the books?" the Major asked, with a smile. A French novel was lying at the foot of Pen's chair. "This is not a working day, sir," the lad said. "We were out very late at a party last night. At Lady Whiston's," Pen added, knowing his uncle's weakness. "Everybody in town was there except you, sir. Counts, ambassadors, Turks, stars and garters. I don't know who. It's all in the paper, and my name too," said Pen with great glee. "I met an old flame of mine there, sir," he added with a laugh. "You know whom I mean, sir, Lady Mirabell, to whom I was introduced over again. She shook hands and was gracious enough. 'I may thank you for being out of that scrape, sir.' She presented me to the husband, too, an old beau in a star and a blonde wig. He does not seem very wise. She has asked me to call on her, sir, and I may go now without any fear of losing my heart." "What, we have had some new loves, have we?" the Major asked, in high good humour. "Some two or three," Mr. Penn said, laughing. "But I don't put on my grand sérieux any more, sir. That goes off after the first flame." "Very right, my dear boy. Flames and darts and passion, and that sort of thing, do very well for a lad. And you were but a lad when that affair with the Fotheringay, what's her name, came off. But a man of the world gives up those follies. You still may do very well. You have been bit, but you may recover. You're heir to a little independence, which everybody fancies is a deuced deal more. You have a good name, good wits, good manners, and a good person, and begad, I don't see why you shouldn't marry a woman with money, get into Parliament, distinguish yourself, and in fact, that sort of thing. Remember, it's as easy to marry a rich woman as a poor woman, and a devilish deal pleasanter to sit down to a good dinner than to a scrag of mutton in lodgings. Make up your mind to that. A woman with a good jointure is a deuced deal easier a profession than the law, let me tell you that. Look out, I shall be on the watch for you, and I shall die content, my boy, if I can see you with a good ladylike wife, and a good carriage, and a good pair of horses, living in society, and seeing your friends like a gentleman. Would you like to vegetate like your dear good mother at Fair Oaks? Damn me, sir, life without money and the best society isn't worth having." It was thus this affectionate uncle spoke, and expounded to Pen his simple philosophy. "What would my mother and Laura say to this, I wonder?" thought the lad. Indeed, old Pendennis's morals were not their morals, nor was his wisdom theirs. This affecting conversation between uncle and nephew had scarcely concluded, when Warrington came out of his bedroom, no longer in rags, but dressed like a gentleman, straight and tall, and perfectly frank and good humoured. He did the honours of his ragged sitting room with as much ease as if it had been the finest apartment in London, and queer rooms they were in which the Major found his nephew. The carpet was full of holes, the table stained with many circles of Warrington's previous ale pots. There was a small library of law books, books of poetry, and of mathematics, of which he was very fond. He had been one of the hardest livers and hardest readers of his time at Oxbridge, where the name of Stunning Warrington was yet famous for beating bargemen, pulling matches, winning prizes, and drinking milk punch. A print of the old college hung up over the mantelpiece, and some battered volumes of Plato bearing its well-known arms were on the bookshelves. There were 2 easy chairs, a standing reading desk piled with bills, a couple of very meagre briefs on a broken-legged study table. Indeed, there was scarcely any article of furniture that had not been in the wars and was not wounded. "Look here, sir, here is Pen's room. He is a dandy, and has got curtains to his bed, and wears shiny boots, and a silver dressing-case." Indeed, Pen's room was rather coquettishly arranged, and a couple of neat prints of opera dancers, besides a drawing of Fair Oaks, hung on the walls. In Warrington's room there was scarcely any article of furniture, save a great shower bath, and a heap of books by the bedside, where he lay upon straw like MargaretD, and smoked his pipe, and read half through the night his favourite poetry or mathematics. When he had completed his simple toilette, Mr. Warrington came out of this room, and proceeded to the cupboard to search for his breakfast. "Might I offer you a mutton chop, sir? We cook 'em ourselves, hot and hot, and I'm teaching Pen the first principles of law, cooking, and morality at the same time. He's a lazy beggar, sir, and too much of a dandy." And so saying, Mr. Warrington wiped a gridiron with a piece of paper, put it on the fire, and on it 2 mutton chops, and took from the cupboard a couple of plates, and some knives, and silver forks, and castors. "Say but a word, Major Pendennis," he said. "There's another chop in the cupboard, or Pigeon shall go out and get you anything you like." Major Pendennis sat in wonder and amusement, but he said he had just breakfasted, and wouldn't have any lunch. So Warrington cooked the chops, and popped them hissing hot upon the plates. Pen fell to at his chop with a good appetite, after looking up at his uncle, and seeing that gentleman was still in good humour. "You see, sir," Warrington said, "Mrs. Flanagan isn't here to do 'em, and we can't employ the boy, for the little beggar is all day occupied cleaning Pen's boots. And now for another swig at the beer. Pen drinks tea. It's only fit for old women." "And so you were at Lady Whiston's last night?" the Major said, not in truth knowing what observation to make to this rough diamond. "I at Lady Whiston's? Not such a flat, sir. I don't care for female society. In fact, it bores me. I spent my evening philosophically at the back kitchen." "The back kitchen, indeed!" said the Major. "I see you don't know what it means," Warrington said. "Ask Pen. He was there after Lady Whiston's. Tell Major Pendennis about the back kitchen, Pen. Don't be ashamed of yourself." So Pen said it was a little eccentric society of men of letters and men about town to which he had been presented, and the Major began to think that the young fellow had seen a good deal of the world since his arrival in London. CHAPTER XXX. Chapter 30 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. The Knights of the Temple. Colleges, schools, and inns of courts still have some respect for antiquity, and maintain a great number of the customs and institutions of our ancestors, with which those persons who do not particularly regard their forefathers, or perhaps are not very well acquainted with them, have long since done away. A well-ordained workhouse or prison is much better provided with the appliances of health, comfort, and cleanliness than a respectable foundation school, a venerable college, or a learned inn. In the latter place of residence, men are contented to sleep in dingy closets, and to pay for the sitting room and the cupboard, which is their dormitory, the price of a good villa and garden in the suburbs, or of a roomy house in the neglected squares of the town. The poorest mechanic in Spitalfields has a cistern and an unbounded supply of water at his command, but the gentlemen of the Inns of Court and the gentlemen of the universities have their supply of this cosmetic fetched in jugs by laundresses and bedmakers, and live in abodes which were erected long before the custom of cleanliness and decency obtained among us. There are individuals still alive who sneer at the people and speak of them with epithets of scorn. Gentlemen, there can be but little doubt that your ancestors were the great unwashed, and in the Temple especially it is pretty certain that only under the greatest difficulties and restrictions the virtue which has been pronounced to be next to godliness could have been practised at all. Old Grump of the Norfolk circuit, who had lived for more than 30 years in the chambers under those occupied by Warrington and Pendennis, and who used to be awakened by the roaring of the shower baths which those gentlemen had erected in their apartments, a part of the contents of which occasionally trickled through the roof into Mr. Grump's room, declared that the practice was an absurd, new-fangled, dandified folly, and daily cursed the laundress who slopped the staircase by which he had to pass. Grump, now much more than half a century old, had indeed never used the luxury in question. He had done without water very well, and so had our fathers before him. Of all those knights and baronets, lords and gentlemen bearing arms, whose escutcheons are painted upon the walls of the famous hall of the Upper Temple, was there no philanthropist good natured enough to devise a set of hummums for the benefit of the lawyers, his fellows and successors? The Temple historian makes no mention of such a scheme. There is Pump Court and Fountain Court, with their hydraulic apparatus, but one never heard of a bencher disporting in the fountain, and can't but think how many a counsel learned in the law of old days might have benefited by the pump. Nevertheless, those venerable inns, which have the lamb and flag and the winged horse for their ensigns, have attractions for persons who inhabit them, and a share of rough comforts and freedom which men always remember with pleasure. I don't know whether the student of law permits himself the refreshment of enthusiasm, or indulges in poetical reminiscences as he passes by historical chambers, and says, "Yonder Eldon lived; upon this site Coke mused upon Littleton; here Chitty toiled; here Barnwall and Alderson joined in their famous labors; here Byles composed his great work upon bills, and Smith compiled his immortal leading cases; here Gustavus still toils, with Solomon to aid him." But the man of letters can't but love the place which has been inhabited by so many of his brethren, or peopled by their creations, as real to us at this day as the authors whose children they were. And Sir Roger de Coverley, walking in the Temple garden, and discoursing with Mr. Spectator about the beauties and hoops and patches who are sauntering over the grass, is just as lively a figure to me as old Samuel Johnson, rolling through the fog, with the Scotch gentlemen at his heels, on their way to Dr. Goldsmith's chambers in Brick Court; or Harry Fielding, with inked ruffles and a wet towel round his head, dashing off articles at midnight for the Covent Garden Journal, while the printer's boy is asleep in the passage. If we could but get the history of a single day, as it passed in any one of those 4-storied houses in the dingy court where our friends Penn and Warrington dwelt, some Temple Asmodeus might furnish us with a queer volume. There may be a great parliamentary council on the ground floor, who drives off to Belgravia at dinner time, when his clerk too becomes a gentleman, and goes away to entertain his friends and to take his pleasure. But a short time since he was hungry and briefless in some garret of the inn, lived by stealthy literature, hoped and waited and sickened, and no clients came, exhausted his own means in his friends' kindness, had to remonstrate humbly with duns, and to implore the patience of poor creditors. Ruin seemed to be staring him in the face, when behold a turn of the wheel of fortune, and the lucky wretch in possession of one of those prodigious prizes which are sometimes drawn in the great lottery of the bar. Many a better lawyer than himself does not make a fifth part of the income of his clerk, who a few months since could scarcely get credit for blacking for his master's unpaid boots. On the first floor, perhaps, you will have a venerable man, whose name is famous, who has lived for half a century in the inn, whose brains are full of books, and whose shelves are stored with classical and legal lore. He has lived alone all these 50 years, alone and for himself, amassing learning and compiling a fortune. He comes home now at night, alone from the club, where he has been dining freely, to the lonely chambers, where he lives, a godless old recluse. When he dies, his inn will erect a tablet to his honor, and his heirs burn a part of his library. Would you like to have such a prospect for your old age, to store up learning and money, and so? But we must not linger too long by Mr. Doomsday's door. Worthy Mr. Grump lives over him, who is also an ancient inhabitant of the inn, and who, when Doomsday comes home to read Catullus, is sitting down with 3 steady seniors of his standing, to a steady rubber at whist, after a dinner at which they have consumed their 3 steady bottles of port. You may see the old boys asleep at the Temple Church of a Sunday. Attorneys seldom trouble them, and they have small fortunes of their own. On the other side of the 3rd landing, where Penn and Warrington live, till long after midnight, sits Mr. Paley, who took the highest honors, and who is a fellow of his college, who will sit and read and note cases until 2 o'clock in the morning, who will rise at 7 and be at the pleader's chambers as soon as they are open, where he will work until an hour before dinner time, who will come home from hall and read and note cases again until dawn next day, when perhaps Mr. Arthur Pendennis and his friend Mr. Warrington are returning from some of their wild expeditions. How differently employed Mr. Paley has been! He has not been throwing himself away. He has only been bringing a great intellect laboriously down to the comprehension of a mean subject, and in his fierce grasp of that, resolutely excluding from his mind all higher thoughts, all better things, all the wisdom of philosophers and historians, all the thoughts of poets, all wit, fancy, reflection, art, love, truth altogether, so that he may master that enormous legend of the law, which he proposes to gain his livelihood by expounding. Warrington and Paley had been competitors for university honors in former days, and had run each other hard, and everybody said now that the former was wasting his time and energies, whilst all people praised Paley for his industry. There may be doubts, however, as to which was using his time best. The one could afford time to think, and the other never could. The one could have sympathies and do kindnesses, and the other must needs be always selfish. He could not cultivate a friendship, or do a charity, or admire a work of genius, or kindle at the sight of beauty or the sound of a sweet song. He had no time and no eyes for anything but his law books. All was dark outside his reading lamp. Love and nature and art, which is the expression of our praise and sense of the beautiful world of God, were shut out from him. And as he turned off his lonely lamp at night, he never thought but that he had spent the day profitably, and went to sleep alike thankless and remorseless. But he shuddered when he met his old companion Warrington on the stairs, and shunned him as one that was doomed to perdition. It may have been the sight of that cadaverous ambition and self-complacent meanness which showed itself in Paley's yellow face and twinkled in his narrow eyes, or it may have been a natural appetite for pleasure and joviality, of which, it must be confessed, Mr. Penn was exceedingly fond, which deterred that luckless youth from pursuing his designs upon the bench or the woolsack with the ardor, or rather steadiness, which is requisite in gentlemen who would climb to those seats of honor. He enjoyed the Temple life with a great deal of relish. His worthy relatives thought he was reading, as became a regular student, and his uncle wrote home congratulatory letters to the kind widow at Fair Oaks, announcing that the lad had sown his wild oats, and was becoming quite steady. The truth is that it was a new sort of excitement to Penn, the life in which he was now engaged, and having given up some of the dandified pretensions and fine gentleman airs which he had contracted among his aristocratic college acquaintances, of whom he now saw but little, the rough pleasures and amusements of a London bachelor were very novel and agreeable to him, and he enjoyed them all. Time was he would have envied the dandies their fine horses in Rotten Row, but he was contented now to walk in the park and look at them. He was too young to succeed in London society without a better name and a larger fortune than he had, and too lazy to get on without these adjuncts. Old Pendennis fondly thought he was busied with law because he neglected the social advantages presented to him, and having been at half a dozen balls and evening parties, retreated before their dullness and sameness. And whenever anybody made inquiries of the worthy Major about his nephew, the old gentleman said the young rascal was reformed, and could not be got away from his books. But the Major would have been almost as much horrified as Mr. Paley was, had he known what was Mr. Penn's real course of life, and how much pleasure entered into his law studies. A long morning's reading, a walk in the park, a pull on the river, a stretch up the hill to Hampstead, and a modest tavern dinner, a bachelor night passed here or there, in joviality, not vice, for Arthur Pendennis admired women so heartily that he never could bear the society of any of them that were not, in his fancy at least, good and pure. A quiet evening at home, alone with a friend, and a pipe or two, and a humble potation of British spirits, whereof Mrs. Flanagan, the laundress, invariably tested the quality, these were our young gentleman's pursuits, and it must be owned that his life was not unpleasant. In term time, Mr. Penn showed a most praiseworthy regularity in performing one part of the law student's course of duty and eating his dinners in hall. Indeed, that hall of the Upper Temple is a sight not uninteresting, and with the exception of some trifling improvements and anachronisms which have been introduced into the practice there, a man may sit down and fancy that he joins in a meal of the 17th century. The bar have their messes, the students their tables apart. The benchers sit at the high table on the raised platform, surrounded by pictures of judges of the law, and portraits of royal personages who have honored its festivities with their presence and patronage. Penn looked about on his first introduction, not a little amused with the scene which he witnessed. Among his comrades of the student class there were gentlemen of all ages, from 60 to 17. Stout, gray-headed attorneys who were proceeding to take the superior dignity, dandies and men about town who wished for some reason to be barristers of 7 years' standing, swarthy, black-eyed natives of the colonies who came to be called here before they practiced in their own islands, and many gentlemen of the Irish nation who made a sojourn in Middle Temple Lane before they returned to the green country of their birth. There were little squads of reading students who talked law all dinner time. There were rowing men whose discourse was of sculling matches, the Red House, Vauxhall, and the Opera. There were others great in politics, and orators of the students' debating clubs, with all of which sets, except the first, whose talk was an almost unknown and a quite uninteresting language to him, Mr. Penn made a gradual acquaintance, and had many points of sympathy. The ancient and liberal inn of the Upper Temple provides in its hall, and for a most moderate price, an excellent wholesome dinner of soup, meat, tarts, and port wine or sherry for the barristers and students who attend that place of refection. The parties are arranged in messes of 4, each of which quartettes has its piece of beef or leg of mutton, its sufficient apple pie, and its bottle of wine. But the honest habitués of the hall, amongst the lower rank of students who have a taste for good living, have many harmless arts by which they improve their banquet, and innocent dodges, if we may be permitted to use an excellent phrase that has become vernacular since the appearance of the last dictionaries, by which they strive to attain for themselves more delicate food than the common everyday roast meat of the students' tables. "Wait a bit," said Mr. Loudon, one of these Temple gourmands. "Wait a bit," said Mr. Loudon, tugging at Penn's gown. "The side tables are very full, and there's only 3 benchers to eat 10 dishes. If we wait, perhaps we shall get something from their table." And Penn looked with some amusement, as did Mr. Loudon, with eyes of fond desire, towards the bencher's high table, where 3 old gentlemen were standing up before a dozen silver dish covers, while the clerk was quavering out a grace. Loudon was great in the conduct of the dinner. His aim was to manage so as to be the first, a captain of the mess, and to secure for himself the 13th glass of the bottle of port wine. Thus he would have the command of the joint on which he operated his favorite cuts, and made rapid dexterous appropriations of gravy, which amused Penn infinitely. Poor Jack Loudon, thy pleasures in life were very harmless. An eager epicure, thy desires did not go beyond 18d. Penn was somewhat older than many of his fellow students, and there was that about his style and appearance which, as we have said, was rather haughty and impertinent, that stamped him as a man of ton. Very unlike those pale students who were talking law to one another, and those ferocious dandies in rowing shirts and astonishing pins and waistcoats who represented the idle part of the little community, the humble and good-natured Loudon had felt attracted by Penn's superior looks and presence, and had made acquaintance with him at the mess by opening the conversation. "This is boiled beef day, I believe, sir," said Loudon to Penn. "Upon my word, sir, I'm not aware," said Penn, hardly able to contain his laughter, but added, "I'm a stranger. This is my first term," on which Loudon began to point out to him the notabilities in the hall. "That's Boozy, the bencher, the bald one sitting under the picture, and 'aving soup. I wonder whether it's Turtle. They often 'ave Turtle. Next is Balls, the King's Counsel, and Swettenham, Hodge and Swettenham, you know. That's old Grump, the senior of the bar. They say he's dined here 40 years. They often send 'em down their fish from the benchers to the senior table. Do you see those 4 fellows seated opposite us? Those are regular swells. Tip-top fellows, I can tell you. Mr. Trail, the Bishop of Ealing's son, Honourable Fred Ringwood, Lord Cinquebar's brother, you know. He'll have a good place, I bet any money. And Bob Suckling, who's always with him, a high fellow too. Ha, ha!" Here Loughton burst into a laugh. "What is it?" said Penn, still amused. "I say, I like to mess with those chaps," Loughton said, winking his eye knowingly and pouring out his glass of wine. "And why?" asked Penn. "Why? They don't come down here to dine, you know. They only make believe to dine. They dine here. Law bless you, they go to some of the swell clubs, or else to some grand dinner party. You see their names in the Morning Post at all the fine parties in London. Why, I bet anything that Ringwood has his cab, or Trail his brougham. He's a devil of a fellow, and makes the bishop's money spin, I can tell you, at the corner of Essex Street at this minute. They dine. They won't dine these 2 hours, I dare say." "But why should you like to mess with them if they don't eat any dinner?" Penn asked, still puzzled. "There's plenty, isn't there?" "How green you are!" said Loughton. "Excuse me, but you are green. They don't drink any wine, don't you see, and a fellow gets the bottle to himself if he likes it when he messes with those 3 chaps. That's why Corcoran got in with 'em." "Ah, Mr. Loughton, I see you are a sly fellow," Penn said, delighted with his acquaintance. On which the other modestly replied that he had lived in London the better part of his life, and of course had his eyes about him, and went on with his catalogue to Penn. "There's a lot of Irish here," he said. "That Corcoran's one, and I can't say I like him. You see that handsome chap with the blue neckcloth and pink shirt and yellow waistcoat, that's another. That's Malloy of Ballymalony, and nephew of Major General Sir Hector O'Dowd. He," Loughton said, trying to imitate the Hibernian accent. "He's always bragging about his uncle, and came into Hall in silver striped trousers the day he had been presented. That other near him with the long black hair is a tremendous rebel. By Jove, sir, to hear him at the Forum, it makes your blood freeze. And the next is an Irishman too, Jack Finucane, reporter of a newspaper. They all stick together, those Irish. It's your turn to fill your glass. What? You won't have any port? Don't like port with your dinner? Here's your health." And this worthy man found himself not the less attached to Pendennis because the latter disliked port wine at dinner. It was while Penn was taking his share of one of these dinners with his acquaintance Loughton, as the captain of his mess, that there came to join them a gentleman in a barrister's gown, who could not find a seat, as it appeared, amongst the persons of his own degree, and who strode over the table and took his place on the bench where Penn sat. He was dressed in old clothes and a faded gown which hung behind him, and he wore a shirt which, though clean, was extremely ragged, and very different to the magnificent pink raiment of Mr. Malloy, who occupied a commanding position in the next mess. In order to notify their appearance at dinner, it is the custom of the gentlemen who eat in the upper Temple Hall to write down their names upon slips of paper, which are provided for that purpose, with a pencil for each mess. Loughton wrote his name first, then came Arthur Pendennis, and the next was that of the gentleman in the old clothes. He smiled when he saw Penn's name and looked at him. "We ought to know each other," he said. "We're both Boniface men. My name's Warrington." "Are you Warrington?" Penn said, delighted to see this hero. Warrington laughed. "Stunning Warrington, yes," he said. "I recollect you in your freshman's term, but you appear to have quite cut me out." "The college talks about you still," said Penn, who had a generous admiration for talent and pluck. "The barge man you thrashed, Bill Symes, don't you remember, wants you up again at Oxbridge. The Miss Notleys, the haberdashers" "Hush!" said Warrington. "Glad to make your acquaintance, Pendennis. Heard a good deal about you." The young men were friends immediately, and at once deep in college talk, and Penn, who had been acting rather the fine gentleman on a previous day, when he pretended to Loughton that he could not drink port wine at dinner, seeing Warrington take his share with a great deal of gusto, did not scruple about helping himself any more, rather to the disappointment of honest Loughton. When the dinner was over, Warrington asked Arthur where he was going. "I've thought of going home to dress, and hear Grissy in Norma," Penn said. "Are you going to meet anybody there?" he asked. Penn said no, only to hear the music, of which he was fond. "You had much better come home and smoke a pipe with me," said Warrington. "A very short one. Come, I live close by in Lamb Court, and we'll talk over Boniface and old times." They went away. Loughton sighed after them. He knew Warrington was a baronet's son, and he looked up with simple reverence to all the aristocracy. Penn and Warrington became sworn friends from that night. Warrington's cheerfulness and jovial temper, his good sense, his rough welcome, and his never failing pipe of tobacco, charmed Penn, who found it more pleasant to dive into shilling taverns with him than to dine in solitary state amongst the silent and polite frequenters of the Polyanthus. Ere long Penn gave up the lodgings in St. James's, to which he had migrated on quitting his hotel, and found it was much more economical to take up his abode with Warrington in Lamb Court, and furnish and occupy his friend's vacant room there. For it must be said of Penn that no man was more easily led than he to do a thing, when it was a novelty, or when he had a mind to it. And Pigeon the youth, and Flanagan the laundress, divided their allegiance now between Warrington and Penn. Chapter 30.